Every person in this world wishes to find his or her true love, with whom he hopes to live until the end of his life. Unfortunately, not every love story ends happily. Karen and Gordon Anderson's youngest child, Haley Anderson's youngest child, Haley Anderson, was born in Westbury. After graduating from high school, she studied nursing at Binghamton University Medical Center. Haley worked part-time at a coffee shop for the first 3 years of her studies before securing a position in the emergency department of a Long Island hospital. Haley has always wanted to work in a hospital to help people who are described as strong, independent, kind, and always smiling. Haley had a large number of friends. She was a fan of the hippie subculture, believing that youth should be spent engaging in entertainment and developing open relationships. Haley and her roommates spent the late hours of Thursday, March 8, 2018, playing board games and drinking. The gathering ended just before 4 a.m. Then, they all went to bed. When Haley's roommate, Josie Arden, woke up a few hours later, she wasn't surprised that Haley wasn't in bed, given their independent college lifestyles. However, as the day progressed and Haley failed to show up for a planned meeting with Josie and other friends at a bar, concerns grew. Notably, Haley had not posted anything on social media all day, and calls and messages to her cell phone had gone unanswered. Worried, Josie and another roommate used the Find My Friends app to locate Haley's iPhone, which led them to a home on Oak Street. This was the home of Orlando Tercero, another nursing student who had a brief on and off relationship with Haley that lasted just over a year. Orlando, a Miami native with Nicaraguan roots, was known for his academic diligence during the week and for partying with Sean on weekends. Josie, along with her roommate, Michaela Tobley, went to Oak Street to find out where Haley was. Earlier that day, the police were called to Orlando's home on Oak Street after his sister requested a welfare check in response to a distressing text message she received from him. When the police arrived, there was no response and the house appeared to be unoccupied. So they left, discovering nothing amiss. When Josie and Michaela arrived, they knocked on the door but received no response, and the house appeared deserted. Despite this, they chose to remain motivated by their concern for Haley's well-being. When they noticed Orlando's car was missing, they checked their tracking app, which showed Haley's phone was still inside. Josie helped Michaela enter through an open window to find Haley in Orlando's bedroom, partially covered by bedclothes. Although they couldn't be certain, her power made them suspect she was dead. They quickly dialed 911, and both police and emergency personnel arrived, confirming Haley's tragic death. The cause was determined to be strangulation, and Orlando was not found. Haley and Orlando had an on and off relationship, with Haley eventually choosing to end it. While she wished to maintain a friendship, Orlando desired a more serious relationship. Over the course of about a year, Orlando sought a serious relationship, which Haley did not reciprocate, preferring not to be tied down during her college years. The investigation revealed a troubling incident. 6 months before Haley's tragic discovery, Orlando was seen shouting at Haley during a party on September 15, 2017, after learning she had reconciled with her ex-boyfriend Kevin Ocampo. Unhappy with this development, Orlando insisted on an exclusive relationship, which Haley declined, stating her desire to remain friends. Kevin slept over at Haley's apartment the next morning. When he left, he discovered that Haley's car tires had been slashed. When Haley reported the incident to the police, Orlando denied any involvement. Given that the damages exceeded $600, felony charges may be pursued to keep Orlando from suffering severe consequences. Haley chose not to press charges on the condition that he pay for the damaged tires. Haley's friends told the police that Orlando was obsessed with her, paying another visit to Eldred, driving by her apartment, and appearing to keep a constant eye on her. Despite this, Haley maintained contact with him because she didn't want him to feel excluded, and she still liked him. As the investigation delved into the events surrounding Haley's board game night with friends, the focus shifted to how she ended up at Orlando's house. Surveillance cameras near and outside Orlando's home were critical. According to the footage, Haley and Orlando entered his house together, with Haley appearing fine and willing. Hours later, Orlando was seen leaving the house alone, disposing of garbage, and then going to a nearby pharmacy to buy sleeping pills like Quil and melatonin before returning home. Following footage showed Orlando leaving again. 7 hours later, I was descending into the house's basement. Police suspected that at this point, Orlando attempted to commit suicide with hooks and a rope, resulting in injuries. The presence of blood on the basement floor supported this theory. They discovered what they thought was a suicide note written in Spanish with the English translation read, "I am deeply sorry about this. I never believed I was capable of doing this. Father, I'll see you soon." Orlando's father died 5 years ago. They believed the note was more than just a suicide note. However, a confession from surveillance footage showed Orlando leaving the house later with a suitcase, and authorities tracked his movements to GCAKE International Airport. He was discovered to have boarded a flight to Nicaragua using his dual citizenship, while his mother remained in the country. Despite his dual citizenship, US authorities charged Orlando with second-degree murder in the hopes of starting extradition proceedings. Extradition, on the other hand, was not mandatory in Nicaragua due to his citizenship. Nonetheless, Nicaragua launched a massive search for Orlando and found him in a hospital in the city of Leon. Only 5 days after Haley's death, he was seeking medical attention for injuries sustained during his suicide attempt. The extradition process was a year-long exchange between us and Nicaraguan authorities. Eventually, Nicaraguan authorities concluded that they had gathered sufficient evidence to charge Orlando and proceed with the trial. Contrary to US expectations, the trial would take place in Nicaragua, with charges that differed from those in the United States. Orlando was charged with femicide, a hate crime in Nicaragua that involves the murder of a woman because of her gender and previous relationship with the perpetrator. The differences were also evident in the courtroom proceedings. In Nicaragua, there was no jury. Instead, a judge heard arguments from both the prosecution and the defense before rendering a decision. Also, Orlando was not required to enter a plea. According to the prosecution's case, Haley willingly entered Orlando's home, and he strangled her to death shortly after, possibly while she was sleeping. The prosecution argued that Orlando's obsession with Haley had reached a dangerous level, and that if he couldn't have her, no one else should. They hypothesized that Orlando strangled Haley out of jealousy over her rejection of a serious relationship. This alleged rage had apparently been building up for 6 months, beginning at a party where Orlando discovered Haley had reunited with her ex-boyfriend. Witnesses from the United States testified via teleconference, recounting Orlando's obsessive behavior toward Haley, which included driving by and calling her apartment, as well as details about the slashed tires incident. The judge viewed surveillance footage from outside Orlando's house, which showed him entering with Haley and leaving alone. The court also heard about Orlando's attempted suicide and the note he left for his family, which added context to Haley's tragic death. Dr. James Tersey, the pathologist who performed Haley's autopsy, testified that her death was caused by asphyxiation from neck compression. The court learned that Haley was asphyxiated by manual neck compression, with an element of ligature strangulation visible due to the involvement of the necklace she was wearing. According to the prosecution, Haley was killed because she refused to be in a relationship with Orlando. He strongly disagreed with the defense press's conclusion that Orlando had no recollection of what happened that night. They claimed that Orlando was temporarily insane at the time Haley died as a result of his alcohol consumption. The defense only called one witness, psychiatrist Dr. Ronald Lopez Aguilar, to testify about Orlando's mental health. Dr. Lopez Aguilar informed the court that Orlando claimed to have no recollection of the murder. Orlando claimed that he drank heavily that night and awoke to find Haley dead, with no knowledge of what had happened. The psychiatrist also told the court that it was impossible to know Orlando's state of mind at the time of the murder. However, in terms of his current mental state, Dr. Lopez Aguilar claimed that there were no discernible issues. The defense contended that Orlando, who is not known for violence, may have been provoked, complicating our understanding of the events leading up to Haley's tragic death. After a 90-minute deliberation, Judge Fabiola Betancourt issued a verdict, finding Orlando guilty. She stated that Orlando's actions stemmed from his refusal to recognize Haley's autonomy in making relationship decisions. Judge Betancourt determined that Orlando killed Haley as a form of punishment for rejecting him. She sentenced Orlando to 30 years in prison for femicide, emphasizing all women's fundamental right to life. Broome County District Attorney Steve Cornwell, who has closely followed the case, remarked on the unprecedented collaboration between two governments and law enforcement agencies. Despite initial concerns, US authorities were pleased with the seriousness of the trial, emphasizing that it was not a mere spectacle but a genuine legal proceeding. Orlando chose to appeal his conviction, which was heard by 3 Nicaraguan magistrates. The defense argued that Orlando was drunk and temporarily insane at the time of his murder. They did, however, request a new psychiatric evaluation for the appeal, preferring a forensic psychiatrist with experience in temporary insanity defenses over a court-appointed psychiatrist, as was the case during the trial. During the appeal, the defense argued that Orlando should not have been charged with femicide, claiming that if convicted of second-degree murder in the United States, his sentence would have been shorter than the 30 years he received for femicide. They asked for a review of the sentence on this basis. However, the magistrates denied Orlando's request for a new psychiatrist and declined to reduce his sentence. He was ordered to remain in prison, serving the 30-year sentence imposed during the trial. Law enforcement officials in the United States have stated unequivocally that if Orlando is ever released and returns to the country, he will be arrested for second-degree murder. Karen and Gordon Anderson, Haley's parents, thanked the court for its decision. Karen admitted that she had not seen any remorse from Orlando, only regret for not being able to reduce his sentence. She stated that, while she felt 30 years was insufficient, she appreciated the court's efforts to convict him to the fullest extent of the law. Gordon said he believed justice had been served and thanked the Nicaraguan court system. He stressed the importance of remembering Haley as a caring individual. She was a vibrant individual with a zest for life who was dedicated to spreading happiness and love. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Toni Jill Bertolet Henthorn, the daughter of Bob and Yvonne Bertolet, was born on January 10, 1962 in Jackson, Mississippi. After graduating from Trinity High School in 1980, she earned honors and magna cum laude status at the University of Mississippi Medical School in 1988. Toni's professional journey led her to work as a surgical and cosmetic ophthalmologist at Associates in Eye Care in Denver, where her excellence earned her recognition as one of America's top ophthalmologists by the Consumer Research Council in 2006. Toni was an active member of her community outside of medicine, attending and teaching Sunday school at Cherry Hills Community Church. Toni was not only an accomplished pianist, but also had a lovely voice and sang in several church choirs. Her dedication to her faith was evident in her insightful contributions to God.org, where she shared her Christian perspectives on a regular basis. Harold and Toni Henthorn met online in 1999 and married after just 9 months. Despite her successful career as an eye surgeon, Toni's main goal was to have a happy marriage and family. This ambition appeared to come true when she met Harold, who presented himself as a wealthy entrepreneur involved in fundraising for educational institutions and churches. Harold persuaded Toni to move to Colorado from Jackson, Mississippi during their meeting. Despite the difficulties of leaving her family and friends in Mississippi, Toni is excited about starting a new life with her husband. Their family culminated in 2005 with the birth of their daughter Haley on September 29, 2012. Toni Henthorn and her husband Harold Henthorn went hiking in Colorado's Rocky Mountain National Park on Saturday to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary. Just before 3:30 p.m., they deviated from the trail and ate lunch atop a picturesque cliff. By 4:45 p.m., they discovered a cliff beneath their lunch spot after deviating from the designated trail. Toni tragically fell 130 feet from the same steep cliff in less than half an hour at 5:54 p.m. Harold called 911, almost 45 minutes later, to report the incident. He told the authorities that it took him 15 minutes to reach Toni and another 30 minutes to assess and relocate her. During the 911 call, Harold mentioned their location near the mountain summit, expressed concern about Toni's weekend breathing and head injury, and asked for a helicopter. He later told another operator that he had started a fire in a rock enclosure and noticed a decrease in Toni's breathing, eventually confirming its cessation. Harold, guided by the operator, attempted chest compressions. Harold called 911 again and inquired about the arrival of assistance. The operator informed Harold that the ranger was calling for him, but Harold claimed he had not heard any calls. The MT Ranger arrived around 8 p.m. and conducted an examination, which unfortunately revealed Toni's death. Authorities questioned Harold about the circumstances surrounding Tony's death. Despite claiming that he did not witness Tony's fall because he was reading text messages and only saw a blur, Harold gave conflicting accounts to others. In one instance, he claimed that Tony had gotten too close to the edge while speaking with someone else. He claimed that Tony was attempting to take photographs and slipped upon hearing the tragic news of Tony's death. Her parents, Bob and Yvonne Berthollet, had a strong reaction. Bob immediately claimed that he pushed her, which was initially interpreted as an accidental death. Tony's parents had clearly been concerned about her well-being for quite some time. Tony was a successful and confident woman when she first met Harold. However, her confidence dwindled after moving to Colorado with Harold, who gradually took control of her life. Harold will listen in on her parents' phone calls and put them on speakerphone. Tony's parents became concerned, suspecting that Harold might not be as prosperous. As a businessman, he claimed to be reliant on Tony's income. However, they were concerned about more than just his financial situation. They believed he isolated Tony from her family and friends. A feeling of unease persisted, prompting Yvonne to seek conversations with Tony. However, every attempt to discuss Harold's job, the couple's financial situation, or his pervasive control over Tony's life elicited the same response from Tony. Raising these issues would have consequences for her. One particular incident heightened their concerns to the point where they hoped Tony would cut ties with him. During their visits to Harold's cabin in West Denver, an alarming incident occurred. While Haley slept, Harold asked Tony for help clearing debris. During this task, something struck the back of Tony's neck with such force that she had to be hospitalized. Harold later claimed that a large piece of lumber had fallen from the porch and struck her. This incident heightened Tony's parents' concerns about her safety, prompting them to implore her not to be alone with him. When the police investigated Tony's death, they discovered disturbing details that sparked suspicion. There were numerous inconsistencies in Harold's accounts of the hike in the area and the events of that fateful day. Harold informed the arranger that he and Tony had originally planned to hike the Bear Lake Trail, which was a half-mile of paved walking with no elevation gain, a good choice for Tony, who had 3 knee surgeries and could no longer ski. However, Harold later informed the ranger that they chose the Deer Mountain Trail to avoid crowds. This trail was 3 miles long, ascending 1,200 feet from the trailhead to the 10,200-foot summit. Harold told the ranger that he was unfamiliar with the area and had only been there once. However, after reviewing his phone records, police discovered that he had visited the location 8 or 9 times in the 6 weeks preceding that day. In addition, he demonstrated knowledge of the specific location, including the steep cliff where Tony fell. Tony mentioned seeing a white sheet on the cliff, but the Park Service had removed it a week before she fell. The police discovered a park map inside his car with a pink X, indicating where Tony fell. The police found Harold's 911 call concerning. Despite claiming to have a low phone battery which limited his ability to speak, he made 22 calls and sent or received 98 texts. Notably, one text message instructed a friend to pick him up from Estes Park and provided detailed directions on the route to take. The police discovered a disturbing pattern when they discovered Harold had taken out multiple life insurance policies on Tony's life. Notably, he had recently designated himself as the beneficiary of a life insurance annuity originally intended for his daughter Haley. This, however, was not an isolated event. The investigation revealed that Harold had a history of benefiting from life insurance policies, as he had also been named as the beneficiary of his first wife's policy. In May 1995, Harold married Sandra Lynn Henthorne. On the 6th of May 1995, the couple was driving down a remote highway near Sedalia, Colorado, on a cold and dark night. During the nighttime drive, a Jeep Cherokee developed a tire problem, forcing them to stop and change it. Lynn, Harold's first wife, went underneath the Jeep, which was supported by 2 jacks, to change the tire. Lynn was tragically crushed when the Jeep fell on top of her. Harold flagged down passing motorists for help, but Lynn did not survive. Initially, the death was ruled accidental. The cause was identified as traumatic asphyxiation from being crushed under the car, which resulted in fatal internal injuries. Following Tony's death, a re-examination of Lynn's case revealed errors made during the initial investigation, leaving several issues unresolved. Harold, as the sole witness to Lynn's tragic incident, gave the police statements that were inconsistent. Discrepancies included contradictory claims about the direction they were driving that night, with Harold claiming they were going both east and west. Furthermore, he provided contradictory information about a restaurant stop prior to Lynn's death, implying that they had already dined there and claiming that they were on their way to the restaurant. Notably, authorities failed to verify Harold's accounts with the restaurant before confirming their presence that night. Further inconsistencies arose, including conflicting statements about the tire's condition. Harold alternately described it as flat and spongy. Notably, a partial print was found on the wheel above the missing tire, where Lynn was changing it. However, this print was never compared to Harold's shoes to see if they were a match. The print's position suggested that it was the result of someone kicking the car, which could have caused the Jeep to fall and crush Lynn. Unfortunately, this lead was not pursued in the initial investigation. Prior to Lynn's tragic death, Harold purchased a substantial life insurance policy for her and informed the police that he would receive $300,000. An independent verification would have revealed that he was actually slated to receive twice that amount. This increase was the result of a change Harold made to the policy shortly before Lynn's death, allowing for double compensation in the event of her death as a result of an accident. Furthermore, the investigative file detailed an encounter with a mechanic who drove by Harold and Lynn around 9:30 p.m. and offered assistance. Harold declined the offer. The file also mentioned Patricia Montoya. Patricia contacted the police a day after Lynn's death, asking, "Have you arrested the husband yet?" Patricia told the police that she and her family were driving home around 10 p.m. when Harold flagged them down for assistance. Despite their efforts to locate a phone to call 911, they were unable to find one, so they proceeded to pull Lynn from under the car. Harold vehemently objected to their intervention, warning them not to touch her. Even when they tried CPR, Harold resisted and refused to give Lynn his coat to keep warm. Lynn was eventually airlifted to a nearby hospital, but died from internal injuries during surgery. Curiously, no charges were brought against Harold in connection with Lynn's death. However, in Tony's case, Harold was charged with first-degree murder. The prosecution claimed that he deliberately and purposefully pushed Tony over the cliff to her death. To support their case, the prosecution presented a map with a marked X indicating the location where Tony fell. The jury also heard about phone records showing Harold visiting the park several times in the weeks leading up to Tony's death. Given Tony's remote location with poor cellular service and no nearby aid stations, the court looked into the 911 call in greater detail. Despite the fact that the call was placed around 6 p.m., help did not arrive until 8 p.m. The prosecution claimed that Harold did nothing meaningful to assist his wife during this critical period. To back up this claim, the prosecution called Julie Sullivan, the emergency services dispatcher, to testify that she followed a standardized protocol when guiding people through CPR over the phone, and that she had handled approximately 240 similar calls before speaking with Harold. Julie explained that her conversation with Harold was unusual. "In my experience, when I perform CPR with someone guiding me through it, even experienced people, nurses, or other people on the scene are extremely out of breath. I thought it was strange that he wasn't letting me know when he finished an instruction I'd given him. As many of you are aware, on every other call I have taken, the person wants to know what to do next right away. Okay, I completed my 30. What do I do next? What shall I do next? What shall I do next?" That was highly unusual, and it didn't feel like he was performing CPR. Most people do it due to the physical exertion of performing CPR compressions and breathing. It's extremely exhausting. I need to know when you're finished with it so we can move on to the next step. And he wasn't letting me know when he finished every instruction I gave him, so I asked him to let me know. Also, we had an open line. I can hear them doing compressions on the patient on all of the other CPR calls I've done in my career because there is so much breathing. The breathing is labored. It's extremely exhausting, and it's difficult to even get out and speak back. They have difficulty talking to me because they're out of breath from the exertion. The emergency services dispatcher, Julie Sullivan, testified in court that, based on her experience, she did not believe Harold was performing CPR during the 911 call. The medical examiner's findings further undermined Harold's claims. There were no signs of CPR-related abrasions, contusions, or anterior rib fractures. In fact, there was no evidence of any PR attempts. Tony's fall had been partially broken by a tree at the base of the cliff. causing her scalp and tissue to tear away from her skull. Toni's extensive injuries were detailed by the medical examiner, who discovered severe brain hemorrhaging, a fractured neck, blunt force trauma to the chest, abdomen and pelvis, broken ribs to form a chest, lacerations and bleeding in the liver and lungs, and pale skin, indicating significant blood loss. The prosecution presented the case to the jury, drawing parallels between Toni's death and the unusual circumstances surrounding Harold's first wife, Lynn. The court allowed the prosecution to present Lynn's case because of the striking similarities. Following the same principle, the prosecution revealed the incident Toni described to her mother at Harold's cabin. The jury was shown another disturbing incident involving Toni that occurred in May 2011. Toni sustained a neck injury when she was struck in the back of the neck and upper back with a large wooden beam, similar to previous incidents. This occurred in a remote and secluded location around 10 p.m. That night, Harold was cleaning the deck of their cabin and asked Toni to help him, which resulted in the unfortunate incident with the beam. Harold gave various people different accounts of what happened. He initially told paramedics he threw the beam, but later admitted to a doctor that it had fallen off the deck. Another version was shared with a friend in which Harold claimed he dropped the beam on Toni after slipping from the ladder she was holding, adding to the complexity of the situation. A nurse's note in Toni's files indicated that she was beneath the deck when the beam fell. The prosecution based its case on a clear motive for financial gain from life insurance policies. Harold had 3 $1.05 million life insurance policies on Toni, as well as a $205,000 annuity, making him the beneficiary of more than $4.07 million when Toni died. Toni died a month earlier, in April 2011. Harold designated himself as the beneficiary of a $205,000 life insurance annuity purchased by Toni's parents for their granddaughter Haley. The defense made a strategic decision not to call any witnesses to provide evidence, believing that the prosecution had failed to establish its case. However, this gamble did not pay off. After 10.5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Harold of murder and sentenced him to life in prison. A disturbing pattern emerged when it was revealed that Harold had Toni and Lynn's bodies cremated immediately after their deaths, scattering their ashes in the same location. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Leslie London Newlander, a 61-year-old Fayetteville resident and longtime Syracuse, New York resident, appeared to live a happy life with her husband, Dr. Robert Newlander, a highly respected gynecologist, and their children. She actively contributed to the community by volunteering for local charities and assisting those in need. However, on the morning of September 17, 2012, Leslie found herself in a difficult situation. Her daughter, Jenna Newlander, 23, called 911 right away, reporting that her mother had fallen in the shower and needed immediate medical attention. Jenna described her father's plea for help, stating that he discovered Leslie bleeding on the bathroom floor. Paramedics arrived quickly at the couple's spacious home, where they discovered blood in several areas of the master bedroom, including pulling on the rug and spattering on the wall near the bed. Surprisingly, Leslie was discovered approximately 60 feet away from the reported fall site, as Robert had carried her there to administer CPR despite Janice's objections. Despite these efforts, it was too late, and Leslie was declared dead on the scene. When the cops arrived, Leslie was found on the bedroom floor rather than in the bathroom. Dr. Robert Newlander, her husband, told the police that he had moved her from the bathroom to the bedroom to perform CPR. Despite the paramedics' efforts, Leslie suffered a severe and fatal head injury, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. During the police interview, Robert described finding Leslie on the bathroom floor and then moving her to the bedroom for CPR. Blood was discovered in several locations throughout the bedroom, including the rug and the wall next to the bed. The medical examiner determined that Leslie died as a result of blunt force head injuries sustained during a fall from standing height. It was believed that she slipped in the shower and hit her head on the stone shower bench. The incident was ruled an accident, and the investigation was closed. Leslie's death stunned not only her family, but the entire community. The Newlanders, a well-known family in the area, were greatly admired. Robert, a gynecologist and obstetrician in Syracuse, had earned the trust of many residents who used his services. He and Leslie spent 28 years together raising 4 children, Emily and Brian, from Robert's previous marriage, were joined by Robert and Leslie's children, Ari and Jenna. The Syracuse community was well aware of Newlander's extensive philanthropy, as they generously donated their time and resources to a variety of charities. Leslie's untimely death was a tragedy for those who knew her. After Leslie died, Robert sold the house and moved into a new one. Despite the fact that the case was closed and Robert had relocated, people in the community began to talk. Rumors circulated that there was a lot of blood in the house and that Leslie's injuries were far worse than those expected from a slip and fall in the shower. Was Leslie's death truly a result of an accident? Other rumors circulated as well. There were whispers that the Newlander marriage was not as stable as it appeared, with one person even claiming that Leslie had planned to lease a new apartment on the day she died. The police also received an anonymous letter containing the following information. There are doubts that he is the good guy everyone believes he is. Leslie was trying to get away from this guy, Dr. Gamlick, the county's former chief medical examiner, until she retired in 2009. Had a close friendship with the Newlanders. However, some mutual acquaintances approached her and questioned whether she thought Leslie's death was truly accidental. Dr. Jumbleleek became concerned when she read the medical report. Realizing the full extent of Leslie's injuries, Leslie had sustained a deep, penetrating wound to the back of her head, which had resulted in blood accumulation in her eye. This type of injury is commonly linked to incidents such as car accidents or heavy object beatings. Dr. John Belux informed the police that, in her professional opinion, Leslie's death was a homicide caused by blunt head trauma sustained during an assault. Following Dr. John Belux's assessment and the anonymous letter, the police reopened the case. Subsequent investigations confirmed the marital problems, with Leslie and Robert sleeping in different bedrooms at the time of her death. Furthermore, it was revealed that Robert's once thriving medical practice was facing financial difficulties and no longer achieving the same level of success. Despite Robert's sale of the house following Leslie's death, the police returned to the scene, this time looking for evidence of homicide rather than a simple slip and fall. The second search revealed previously overlooked details such as blood at the back of the bed's headboard and blood spattering on the blinds behind it. The police then approached Robert and asked him to answer a few questions, to which he agreed. When asked about the rumors circulating about marital problems, Robert acknowledged the issues but insisted that there was no animosity and that they still had a good relationship. He mentioned this the night before Leslie died. They had even gone out to dinner with their children, Ari and Jenna, recounting in detail the morning of Leslie's death. Robert described his daily routine as a jog at Green Lakes followed by a coffee stop for Leslie. Robert stated that when he returned, Leslie was already in the shower. An hour later, at 8:25 a.m., he opened the bathroom door to check on her and found her on the floor. In response, he called Jenna and told her to call 911. Despite Jenna's request during the emergency call not to move Leslie, citing the risk of a broken neck, Robert adjusted Leslie's position, making it difficult to perform CPR in the bathroom in response to police inquiries. Robert was arrested after reevaluating the evidence, focusing on the blood traces in the house and the gravity of Leslie's injuries. He was then charged with murder, and Robert pleaded not guilty. The prosecution's narrative revolved around the claim that Robert murdered Leslie hours before dialing 911, and this is before his morning jog. They claimed that he assaulted Leslie in the bedroom with an unknown weapon, before moving her to the bathroom and striking her head against the shower bench to give the appearance of a slip and fall. The prosecution claimed that Robert called Jenna at that time to make it appear as if he had just discovered Leslie in the bathroom. Choosing to carry her back to the bedroom despite Janice's objections was a deliberate attempt to explain the blood trail from the bedroom to the restroom. During the trial, the Newlander housekeeper testified that she noticed unfamiliar sheets on the bed, leading the prosecution to believe that Robert disposed of the bloody sheets and possibly the murder weapon during his morning jog. The prosecution's key evidence focused on blood spatter discovered in the house. The spatter was discovered on the headboard nightstand, the blinds behind the bed, and the south wall, which is approximately 7 feet south of the bed. The prosecution emphasized the spatter on the south wall, claiming it was impact spatter from Leslie's blood, indicating a forceful blow if she'd been struck with an object. Expert testimony was required to explain the impact spatter to the jury. The court heard testimony regarding Leslie's injuries. The medical examiner determined that Leslie died as a result of a complex and convoluted skull fracture, most likely caused by multiple blows. Notably, bruises were found on her fingers, arms, and nose, as well as abrasions on both sides of her face. I initially thought it was an accident caused by a slip in the shower. Following the discovery of additional evidence, the medical examiner revised his opinion and concluded that it was a homicide. Leslie received at least 2 blows to her skull, with one wound inconsistent with her head striking a straight edge, such as a stone shower bench. The prosecution claimed that the first blow to Leslie's head was caused by an unidentified object. Leslie had injuries to her face and upper body, but none below her waist. The court learned that if she had slipped and fallen, she would have likely suffered lower body bruising. The prosecution urged the jury to convict Robert, emphasizing Leslie's final moments as a desperate struggle for her life before succumbing to a fatal beating and being abandoned in her own shower. The defense press isn't the argument that Leslie's death was accidental, emphasizing her struggle with vertigo or a dizziness, causing disorder. Leslie's personal trainer testified that her vertigo had recently worsened, a condition that her sister Joanne London Leslie also admitted to having. The defense responded to the prosecution's argument that the blood spatter indicates that Leslie was attacked in the bedroom. It was their contention that if there was a lot of blood spatter, the paramedics could have caused it by removing their gloves. The first responders' hands were probably covered in blood, and the gloves had simply peeled off, and in doing so, blood flies from the gloves, leaving you with a cast off rather than an impact. Furthermore, the defense suggested that Robert, while performing CPR, may have contributed to the blood spatter by removing his blood-stained shirt. They argued that the investigation's lack of professionalism made it difficult to accurately interpret the speech. The court was informed that there were insufficient close-up images of the blood, and that some of the blood found behind the headboard and blinds was collected months after Leslie died. Even after Robert had left the premises, Dr. Daniel Spitz, a medical examiner testifying for the defense, maintained that Leslie's head wound was the result of a fall in the shower where she struck her head on the stone bench. Robert did not testify, but his daughter Jenna did. She described her 911 call and the events of that fateful morning, revealing that she had stayed with her mother until 2 a.m. Jenna refuted the housekeeper's claim about the sheets, insisting that they had remained unchanged since the police arrived. Jenna testified to seeing her father remove a blood-stained shirt during CPR in the bedroom. Although the shirt was never found, she firmly believed that her mother's death was an accident, given her presence in the house at the time. After a 3-day deliberation, the jury convicted Robert of second-degree murder and tampering with physical evidence. The defense asked the court to sentence him to the minimum term. Leslie's sister, Joanne London Leslie, represented the family during the sentencing hearing. None of us had the slightest suspicion of any wrongdoing. We wouldn't be here today on Bob's behalf. Robert also spoke in court. My head is unbound by this court's decision because an innocent man was wrongfully convicted. I would not and did not take someone's life. I adore my wife, Leslie, and I mourn her every day, forever. Robert was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. Jenna shouted after him, "Daddy, I love you." "You're innocent." The case took an unexpected turn following the verdict. When an alternate juror approached Robert's lawyer with concerns about potential juror bias, it was revealed that juror number 12, Jonna Lorraine, had exchanged approximately 7,000 text messages with family and friends during the trial before voting to convict Robert of murder. Several hundred of these messages contained questions about the case, a clear violation of the rules prohibiting jurors from discussing the trial. Robert's defense team, armed with this new information, filed an appeal against his conviction. The court discovered that Hannah Lorraine had received and sent numerous texts about the case, including one from her father instructing her to ensure his guilt. Another text inquired whether she had seen the scary man. Furthermore, it was discovered that she accessed media websites covering the trial, raising concerns about external influences on her decision-making as a juror. The text exchanges raised concerns about juror bias. Robert's conviction was reversed, and a new trial was ordered. After 3 years in prison, he was released on bail while awaiting a new trial. However, the new trial scheduling was repeatedly delayed by the Germans, which was attributed in part to the challenges posed by the coronavirus pandemic. The prosecution suffered an early setback in the new trial when one of their key witnesses, the medical examiner, died. This is a significant loss, especially given the importance placed on Dr. Lisma's testimony during the first trial. The fact that the jury in the initial trial requested Dr. Lisma's testimony to be read back to them during deliberations indicates the importance of the attribute that led to the testimony in determining Robert's guilt. Dr. Robert's second murder trial in early 2022 revealed significant differences from the first trial. Additional incriminating evidence was presented against him, and Jenna Newlander did not testify. During a re-examination in 2021, forensic analysis revealed mummified fat tissue from Leslie's head on the headboard of the couple's bed, supporting the story of Dr. Roberts' alleged assault on her. Despite Jenna's 911 call being played in court, as it was during the first trial, the defense chose not to call her as a witness to testify in her father's favor this time. The legal proceedings ultimately resulted in the same outcome as the initial trial. Dr. Robert was convicted on March 17, 2022. On May 2, he was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison, with credit for prior time served. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On November 16, 2012, the dispatch center in Lake County, Ohio, received a distressing 911 call. The caller, a highly agitated adolescent girl, struggled to communicate due to her distress. It soon became clear that she was reporting that her older sister was attacking their mother. Law enforcement officers quickly arrived at the residence, where they encountered the frantic caller. She explained that her older sister, Sabrina Zunic, 18, had stabbed their mother. When they arrived, Sabrina emerged from the house, clutching a bloodied knife. The police demanded that she drop the weapon, and she complied. They were met with a gruesome scene inside the house. Lisa Marie McIntosh was born on May 20, 1971. Lisa, the daughter of William and Rita McIntosh, was a single mother who had a daughter from a previous relationship. She married Kevin Noefel in 2006, and he has a son from a previous relationship. The couple had their daughter in 2009. Lisa, a social worker with the Department of Children and Family Services who specialized in child abuse cases, had a strong desire to help others. Demonstrating their dedication to assisting children, Kevin and Lisa have decided to become foster parents. Lisa's friend commented that when she had foster children, she treated them as if they were her own. She made a point of going above and beyond as a parent. Sabrina Zunic, 16, moved into their home in the summer of 2011. Sabrina Zunic was born on October 27, 1994, somewhere near Cleveland, Ohio. Her upbringing was difficult, as both of her parents struggled with alcohol and substance abuse, resulting in a highly unstable home environment. Sabrina's early experiences were marred by her parents' criminal troubles, and even as a baby she was exposed to substances like vodka in her bottle to induce sleep. These circumstances aided Sabrina's development of behavioral and mental health issues such as ADHD, oppositional defiance disorder, bipolar disorder, anxiety, and depression. Sabrina went to live with her grandmother after being removed from her parents' custody. Unfortunately, her grandmother's declining health coincided with Sabrina's adolescence, and her rebellious behavior became difficult for her grandmother to deal with. Sabrina entered the foster care system at the age of 14, living in a variety of homes and group settings before being placed with Lisa and Kevin Noefel. Sabrina made significant progress in changing her life in 2011, thanks to Kevin and Lisa's care. She began attending school on a regular basis, excelled academically, and aspired to be a massage therapist. Sabrina has seamlessly integrated into the family, making positive connections with the two girls and actively participating in school. Sabrina chose to stay with Lisa and Kevin to complete her education after turning 18 and becoming eligible to leave foster care, expressing her happiness in their home. Nonetheless, a tragic question arises. What drove Sabrina to stab her foster mother to death in front of Lisa's two young daughters? Lisa was at home with the children on November 16, 2012, while Kevin was working as a truck driver. During the night, the teenage and 3-year-old daughters heard their mother's screams and discovered Sabrina stabbing Lisa multiple times. In the midst of the terrifying scene, the younger child sought refuge in a closet, while Lisa's teenage daughter pleaded with Sabrina to stop the assault and immediately dialed 911. The situation was described as completely chaotic, with the distraught caller informing police that her sister had fatally stabbed their mother. Lisa Nofel was pronounced dead on the scene. Sabrina was arrested, and the murder weapon, a 15-inch knife with a 9-inch convex and serrated blade without a hilt, was found in the house. Notably, Sabrina accepted responsibility for the act, admitting that she was the one who stabbed Lisa to death. Despite the disturbing nature of the murder, police were concerned about the brutality of the attack on Lisa Nofel, who had opened her home to care for a teenager. The assault resulted in almost 200 stab wounds, indicating a vicious and violent act. The police informed Lisa's husband, 42-year-old Kevin Nofel, who worked as a truck driver and was away in Michigan at the time, about her death. Kevin called 911 to inquire about the girls' well-being and was advised to pick them up from the police station. Kevin got them at 5 a.m. that morning. Over the next 10 months, law enforcement worked hard to piece together the puzzle surrounding the crime. The investigation's findings indicated a shift in the Nofel household dynamics around December of 2011. Sabrina Zunick, who was initially content in the home, began to have conflicts with Lisa. Jealousy emerged as a significant factor, with Sabrina expressing resentment toward Lisa and accusing her of favoring Haley and Megan, the family's two younger girls. The inquiry loomed. Could these tensions have pushed Sabrina to commit the heinous act of murdering Lisa? Several months after her arrest, Sabrina offered to cooperate with police in exchange for a 30-year parole possibility rather than a life sentence without parole. Sabrina made a shocking disclosure in her statements. She claimed to have had sex with her foster father, Kevin. Sabrina stated that this relationship began in the spring of 2012. Following Sabrina's arrest, she claimed that it was Kevin's idea to plan and carry out Lisa's murder. Kevin Nofel was facing charges for the murder of his wife, Lisa. He was charged with conspiracy to commit aggravated murder, complicity in aggravated murder, and 6 counts of sexual battery. During the trial, Kevin entered a not guilty plea, and the focus was solely on his charges. Sabrina, who had previously pleaded guilty, agreed to testify for the prosecution against Kevin. The prosecution argued that, while Sabrina was the one who physically stabbed Lisa to death, Kevin was aware of and involved in the murder. The prosecution claimed that Kevin wanted to end his relationship with Lisa, as evidenced by statements to friends about a possible divorce. They also claimed that Kevin stood to benefit financially from Lisa's death because of the existence of multiple insurance policies. During the trial, the prosecution presented evidence indicating a change in Lisa Nofel's behavior preceding her tragic death. Lisa's co-worker testified that in the months leading up to her murder, Lisa appeared distracted and made an effort to focus. She also mentioned delivering food to Kevin the day after Lisa died, noting that his demeanor seemed normal and seeing a picture of Sabrina on the refrigerator. Kevin's apparent lack of emotional response was accentuated when she saw him at Lisa's funeral and described him as emotionless. Another co-worker stated that Lisa underwent a significant change in 2012. Lisa began taking private phone calls away from her desk, which appeared to upset her. When she spoke with Kevin the day after Lisa's murder, he mentioned that recouping Lisa's $50,000 salary would be difficult. The prosecution called witnesses to testify about Kevin's behavior after learning of Lisa's death. Kevin was described as calm by the police officers involved in the case. Patrolman who met Kevin in the police station lobby a few hours after Lisa's death reported that he appeared relatively calm during the encounter. Detective Brian Jackson of the Willoughby Hills Police Department testified during the trial, recounting an interaction with Kevin the day after Lisa's murder. Kevin expressed a desire to enter the house, but Detective Jackson advised against it, explaining that the scene had not been cleaned. Despite the gruesome circumstances, Kevin showed no emotion and insisted on seeing the scene for himself, claiming that he had been in similar situations before. The prosecution presented evidence about the insurance money, revealing that Kevin had collected insurance funds following Lisa's death. Testimonies focused on Kevin Swift's actions on the morning of Lisa's murder. Kevin called Lisa's workplace to inquire about the paperwork required to file a claim on Lisa's life insurance policy with the union. Jill Reynolds, a benefits specialist at Gordon Food Services where Kevin worked as a transit driver, testified that on the day Lisa was killed, Kevin contacted her to report Lisa's death and stated that he planned to file an insurance claim. This information was critical in establishing a timeline of Kevin's actions and decisions in the immediate aftermath of the tragedy. which helped to shape the prosecution's narrative about the financial implications of Lisa's death. The prosecution informed the court that Kevin filed several insurance claims on November 16, including a $250,000 life policy for Lisa No. This policy, which was issued on May 16, 2012, provided coverage for her life. According to Christopher Eddy, a team leader at Guardian Life Insurance Company, which provides insurance for Cuyahoga children and family services, Kevin received a $250,000 check as payment for the claim. Farmers Insurance paid Kevin $150,000 for his term life insurance policy purchased in 2009. This is for Lisa. After Lisa died, Kevin changed the property's insurance policy from renters to homeowners and added a swimming pool. Kevin also purchased auto insurance for a 2013 Cruze, a 2011 Malibu, and 2 campers, using the funds not only to pay off his mortgage, but also to buy new cars and a home in Florida, as well as funding flying lessons. Lisa owned nearly $800,000. The prosecution called Sabrina as a witness in life insurance policies, which Kevin collected throughout the trial, and she testified that her relationship with her foster father Kevin began in the spring of 2012. Sabrina testified in court that Kevin typically drove her to Willoughby South High School, and that they engaged in sexual activities during these rides. She claimed that Kevin explained that he couldn't divorce Lisa because of concerns about sharing custody of Haley. According to Sabrina, the idea of killing Lisa started as a small thought. Kevin would occasionally text her, expressing his dislike for Lisa and suggesting that once Lisa was gone, they could buy their own home and live together, and Sabrina could attend college while acting as the children's mother. Sabrina told the court that she approached her friend Autumn Pavlik in early October to find someone to kill her foster mother. Autumn testified, asking me if I could get her a hitman. She declared that they were getting a divorce and that she was worth more dead than alive. However, Sabrina eventually decided to handle the situation herself. She testified that on November 15, 2012, Kevin drove her to school but started crying after parking. Sabrina claimed that Kevin revealed that they had a heated argument with Lisa the night before, and that he would consider suicide if Lisa wasn't dead. Sabrina told the court that I was scared for him because I had fallen in love with him. Sabrina responded by assuring Kevin that she would take responsibility for killing Lisa, and Lisa died less than 24 hours later. The prosecution called Dr. Joseph Andrew Philo, a forensic pathologist at the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office, to testify about Lisa's severe injuries. Lisa's autopsy was overseen by Dr. Philo. According to Dr. Philo's testimony, Lisa died as a result of a mandible jaw injury that penetrated deeply enough to sever the carotid artery connecting the brain. Another lethal wound was discovered in her breast, which penetrated and collapsed the underlying lung. Dr. Philo described several cuts on Lisa's body as intricate and complex, implying that either the knife was twisted upon entry or the body was in a twisting motion. One of Lisa's fingers and one thumb were almost severed. Lisa's body also showed signs of defensive wounds. Dr. Philo concluded that the death was caused by at least 178 stab and incised wounds to the head, neck, torso, and extremities, along with musculoskeletal, vascular, and visceral injuries. The brutality of the assault was highlighted by the fact that the knife used had bent as a result of the extreme violence inflicted during the attack. The defense argued that Kevin was not guilty and that Sabrina bore sole responsibility for Lisa's death. They emphasized the lack of physical evidence supporting Kevin and Sabrina's sexual relationship, as well as the prosecution's reliance on Sabrina's testimony, which they argued was untrustworthy given her agreement to a plea deal in exchange for a reduced sentence. The defense claimed Sabrina's motive for killing Lisa stemmed from a conversation 2 weeks before the tragedy. According to their case, Lisa informed Sabrina that she had to vacate by January 1, 2013. Kevin decided not to testify at the trial. The court was informed that, despite the inability to recover text messages or phone call records between Sabrina and Kevin, official records revealed a significant amount of communication. 1491 texts or calls exchanged between their cell phones from November 1 to November 16, 2012. Notably, there were 78 recorded calls or texts beginning at 7:12 p.m. from November 15 to 12:48 a.m. on November 16, half an hour before Lisa's tragic death. After nearly 10 hours of deliberation, the jury found Kevin guilty of all 11 counts. The charges included 6 counts of sexual battery, 3 counts of complicity in aggravated murder, and 2 counts of conspiracy in aggravated murder. Kevin was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Sabrina, who pleaded guilty to aggravated murder, was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The legal proceedings concluded with both individuals facing substantial penalties for their roles in the tragic events. As a result, Kevin's currently incarcerated at the Lake Erie Correctional Institution in Conneaut, Ohio, with a parole date of 2043. Sabrina is currently incarcerated at the Dayton Correctional Institution in Dayton, Ohio, with a parole date of 2042. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Michelle Young was born in 1977 in the thriving and harmonious city of New York. She had an outgoing personality from a young age and aspired to work in finance. After graduating from high school, Michelle took a significant step toward realizing her dream by enrolling in a university in Raleigh. By 2001, she had achieved financial success and met a man who had a significant impact on her personal life. Michelle met Jason Young on her 24th birthday while out celebrating with friends. Jason, who graduated from the same university, had a similar academic background and interests as Michelle. This connection led to a romantic relationship, which culminated in their marriage. On Friday, November 3, 2006, Jason Young requested that his sister-in-law Meredith Fisher visit his home and retrieve some eBay printouts. The goal was to keep his 29-year-old wife, Michelle Young, from discovering them. Jason informed Meredith that he had printed materials about Coach bags and planned to purchase one for Michelle as an anniversary gift. However, he forgot to put them away and was concerned that Michelle would come across them. At the time, Jason was on a business trip. Meredith agreed to pick up the printouts, which she was told were in the home office upstairs. Jason, Michelle, and their 2-year-old daughter Cassidy lived together on a Birchleaf Drive in Raleigh, North Carolina, where Michelle is 5 months pregnant with their second child, a baby boy. Meredith arrived at the house around 1 p.m. and went through the broken garage door before entering the unlocked kitchen door. When she entered the house, she noticed how cold it was. Michelle's car was in the garage, and Meredith discovered Michelle's purse and keys on the kitchen counter. Concerned, she called Michelle's name but received no response. Despite hearing Michelle's dog, Mr. G, whimpering, Meredith couldn't find him and was unsure of his location. As she walked upstairs, Meredith noticed what she thought was red hair dye near the top of the stairs. When she reached the top, she discovered her sister lying face down on the floor. Contrary to her initial assumption, the red substance was blood, not hair dye. Meredith discovered Michelle's body in a pool of blood after she had been brutally beaten to death. After calling 911, Meredith discovered Cassidy, Michelle's 2-year-old daughter, hiding under the bed covers, physically unharmed. Cassidy requested bandages, mentioning that her mother had boo-boos all over. Meredith mentioned Cassidy's claim that there might be someone else in the house to the operator. When asked about Michelle's issues, Meredith mentioned occasional fights between Michelle and her husband, Jason, but clarified that they were not overly severe. She also informed the operator that there were blood footprints throughout the house, including those left by Michelle's daughter. When paramedics arrived, Michelle was confirmed dead, and it was clear that she had been dead for some time. Cassidy, Michelle's daughter, was examined and found to have dried blood on her toes and the bottom of her pajama pants. Fortunately, she had received no physical injuries. Meredith promptly informed her mother, Linda Fisher, of Michelle's tragic death. Linda, in turn, contacted Jason's mother, Pat Young, to deliver the devastating news. Meanwhile, Jason was traveling from Virginia to Pat's house in Brevard. When he arrived, his stepfather told him about Michelle. Meredith then called Jason, revealing that Michelle's death had been ruled a homicide. When Jason learned of his wife's death, he hurriedly drove to Raleigh with some family members. During the journey, friends informed him that the police had inquired about any marital problems Michelle may have had, and he chose to remain silent until he obtained legal representation. Jason declined to answer police questions when he arrived in Raleigh. Citing his counsel's advice, The police discovered traces of blood on the doorknob connecting the kitchen to the garage, which was later confirmed to be Michelle's. Despite a broken garage door that had been in that condition for some time, there was no sign of forced entry. Notably, Michelle's jewelry box had 2 drawers removed, and several valuable items, including her wedding and engagement rings, were missing. However, the house was not otherwise damaged or ransacked. Michael's lifeless body was found dressed in sweatpants and a zip-up sweatshirt. Her body showed signs of discoloration, coldness, and stiffness. The scene revealed a large amount of her blood, with stains on the bedroom walls and inside the closet. Michelle was found next to a closet labeled his closet, and a small doll was discovered beside her head. The police wanted to question Jason about his whereabouts on the night of November 2 and early November 3. Despite Jason's reluctance and refusal to cooperate, investigators discovered that on November 2, he left the rally and headed to Virginia for a sales call scheduled for 10 a.m. on November 3rd. In Clintwood, Michael planned to spend the evening of November 2 with her friend Shelley. Shelley said she arrived at Michelle's house around 6:30 p.m. and found Jason still there when he offered to join them for dinner. Jason declined, mentioning that he planned to eat at Cracker Barrel on his way to Galax, Virginia. Jason had reserved a room in Galax for the night, intending to drive to Clintwoods the following morning for the sales call. Shelley told the police that after Jason left, Michelle bathed Cassidy and put her to bed, after which they watched Grey's Anatomy. During their time together, Michelle told Shelley about recent disagreements with Jason, particularly about holiday plans. Michelle wanted her mother Linda to stay with them from Thanksgiving to Christmas, which Jason was not thrilled about. According to investigations, Jason called Michelle 7 times that night. Shelley, Michelle's friend, told the police about her unsettling feeling of being watched that night, prompting her to ask Michelle to accompany her to her car when she left around 10 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. on November 3 between 3:30 and 4 a.m. A resident delivered newspapers in the area. They reported seeing a light-colored SUV parked in Michelle's yard or on the street in front of her house. Another resident passed by around 6:15 a.m. I noticed an empty SUV parked at the edge of the driveway. Police investigated Jason's movements and discovered that he left his Raleigh residence on November 2 to travel to Virginia. Around 7:30 p.m., Jason stopped at a gas station in Raleigh and called his mother, Pat Young, to let her know he was going to check with Michelle about staying at Pat's house on Friday night. Tat lived in Brevard when Jason returned from his business trip, and Jason planned to pick up some furniture she'd had offered him after calling his mother. Jason continued his journey to Virginia, stopping for food at a Cracker Barrel restaurant in Greensboro at 9:25 p.m. He later checked into a Hampton Inn at 10:54 p.m. and entered his room with a key card at 10:56 p.m. Although he used express checkout the following morning, his exact departure time from the hotel remained unknown. Jason made a call to his mother at 7:40 a.m. On November 3, he arrived in Virginia via a cell tower near Wytheville. He arrived at the sales call, and Clint would be 30 minutes late. Despite surveillance footage on the key card showing that Jason did not leave his hotel room after midnight, the police were skeptical. Further examination of the footage led them to suspect tampering, believing Jason may have driven back to Raleigh after midnight to commit the crime against Michelle before returning to Virginia. Investigators discovered internet searches on Young's computer for the anatomy of a knockout, head trauma blackout, head blown knockout, and head trauma, though the exact timing of the searches was unknown. 2 years after Michelle's body was discovered, Jason was charged with first-degree murder and pleaded not guilty. The prosecution based its case on the claim that Jason and Michelle had marital and financial difficulties, with Jason allegedly wanting to end the marriage. Several affairs were revealed during the trial, as well as evidence of strained relationships. The prosecution claims that after checking into the Hampton Inn in Hillsville, Virginia, Jason left the hotel during the night's return to Raleigh and committed the murder. They claimed he hacked the hotel surveillance camera and stopped for gas at a station between Hillsville and Raleigh. The prosecution presented to the jury the theory that Michelle was strangled and beaten to death, leaving her 2-year-old daughter Cassidy alone in the house with her mother's lifeless body for an extended period of time. Cassidy's small, bloody footprints were found scattered throughout the home. During the trial, the jury was shown surveillance footage from the Hampton Inn beginning at 10:49 p.m. On November 2nd, however, the footage went black at 11:20 p.m., leading the prosecution to believe Jason tampered with the camera. They claimed that he did so to prop open the security door, allowing him to leave without using his keycard. A hotel employee discovered that the first-floor emergency door leading from the western stairwell to the hotel's exterior had been propped open with a small red rock. Normally, this door was locked until 11 p.m. Keith discovered that the camera in the stairwell closest to the propped open door was not working, despite the fact that the other cameras were operational. The camera's last image was captured at 11:20 p.m. on November 2nd. Although staff members later plugged the camera back in at 5:50 a.m., on November 3rd someone redirected it to the ceiling between 6:34 a.m. and 6:35 a.m. The prosecution claimed that this sequence of events indicated that Jason unplugged the camera and left the door ajar, giving himself an alibi while returning home to commit the crime against his wife. The prosecution claimed that Jason stopped at a gas station in North Carolina around 5 a.m. on his way back to Virginia. The gas attendant testified in court, stating that she believed the person who visited the station that morning was Jason. She vividly remembered the encounter, explaining, "I don't forget anything like that when someone is cussing and fussing at me." According to Gracie's testimony, a man in a white SUV parked at the farthest pump repeatedly attempted to pump gas. Frustrated, he entered the store and verbally abused Gracie because the pump was not working. She informed him that at that early hour, customers were required to provide money or identification before using the gas pumps. To resolve the situation, the man handed her $20, pumped $15 worth of gas into his car, and then drove away without returning to the store for change. Grace's account was used as evidence to support the prosecution's claim. During the trial, details about Jason and Michelle's marriage were revealed. Some acquaintances believe that Michelle's pregnancy with their first child was the primary reason for their union. Meredith Fisher, Michelle's sister-in-law, testified that she advised her to leave Jason, but Michelle did not pursue a divorce. 3 weeks before Michelle's death, Jason allegedly told a friend he was done. The court also learned that the couple had frequent disagreements about Michelle's mother, Linda. Linda frequently paid extended visits to her daughter and expressed a desire to relocate to North Carolina in order to spend more time with Michelle and her granddaughter. Linda even offered to remodel their home to accommodate her presence. While Michelle was satisfied with the arrangement, Jason was not. Linda, Michelle's mother, testified in court about the moment she learned her daughter had died. Linda claims that her other daughter, Meredith, called and stated unequivocally that Mom Michelle had died. Linda initially asked if Michelle had simply passed out, but Meredith confirmed that she had died. Linda described trying to contact Jason, but her calls went unanswered, and he never returned them. Linda's testimony revealed a volatile relationship between Jason and Michelle, with Linda witnessing numerous fights and Jason allegedly belittling Michelle. Linda told the court that she advised Michelle to leave Jason, but Michelle was determined to save their marriage. According to Linda, Michelle told her that Jason did not make love to her and had a perverted approach to intimacy. Linda also testified that Jason would have female friends stay at his house. When Michelle was away on business, she expressed her sorrow. Linda told the jury she had a lot to offer. There was so much about Michelle other than the fact that she lived in North Carolina. Stay a cheerleader. I mean, she had that pep, that energy, that vivaciousness. You know, she loved life, and he stole it from her. He simply took it away from her. After Michelle's funeral, Jason moved in with his parents and their daughter, Cassidy. Linda hired a lawyer to help her arrange visits with Cassidy. Following legal proceedings, Meredith was granted full custody. Linda believed Jason did not want any further questions asked. During the trial, one of Jason's female friends, Carolyn Sauer B., testified that she had known him since they were teenagers. She went to see him in the fall of 2006, just 10 days before Michelle died, and confessed to having sexual relations with Jason on the living room couch one night while Michelle was out of town. Carol also claimed that Jason took her wedding ring, pretended to swallow it, and then returned it the next day. Michelle Money, another female friend and Michelle Young's college sorority sister, testified in court as well. Michelle Money believed her husband was unfaithful, and she revealed that she met Jason at his wedding. Their contact increased near the end of September 2006. Jason also visited Michelle Money in Orlando in October of that year, during which time they had a sexual relationship. Jason reportedly told a friend, that he loved Michelle Money. They remained in constant communication throughout October, exchanging messages 980 times in 1 month. The day before Michelle was murdered, they communicated 51 times in 1 day. Jason's last contact on November 2nd was Michelle Money, who was also the first person he called on November 3rd. Michelle Money testified that we would have regular conversations about work, life, and children. The court also heard about Michelle's severe injuries. Dr. Thomas Clark, who conducted the autopsy, testified that Michelle died from blunt force trauma to her head, having received at least 30 blows, the most serious of which was inflicted by a heavy blunt object with a rounded surface, resulting in crescent-shaped skull fractures. Dr. Clark also discovered signs of strangulation in Michelle, who had a broken jaw, skull fractures, brain hemorrhaging, lacerations, abrasions, and dislodged teeth. The court was told that there was no evidence that Jason had previously physically assaulted Michelle. However, the prosecution told the jury that even if this were true, it did not rule out the possibility that he assaulted her on the particular night in question. Their argument was based on the belief that Jason was capable of physical violence, and they called his former fiancée, Genevieve Carr, as a witness. Genevieve testified that she had been a victim of domestic violence at Jason's hands. One notable incident she described occurred at a Texas wedding, when Jason, who was intoxicated, forcibly removed her engagement ring during an argument over his level of intoxication. Genevieve said the ring was too small and tight on her finger. When she couldn't remove it, Jason, agitated, yanked it off forcefully. She recounted to the court, "I'd never seen him like this before. His eyes were completely deserted and glazed over, as if he didn't notice me." Genevieve claimed that the incident mentioned earlier was not an isolated occurrence. She described another incident in which Jason, enraged, punched the windshield of her car with his bare hand, causing damage. Furthermore, he punched a wall in their apartment, causing additional property damage. After several years of no contact, Genevieve received an email from Jason on September 12, 2006, expressing his feelings for her. The defense argued that the prosecution lacked credible evidence against their client. They stated that Jason's DNA and fingerprints were naturally found in the bedroom, but none of them were blood-stained. Furthermore, no blood was found in his car, clothes, or the Virginia hotel room where he stayed. During the police investigation, Jason was discovered to have no cuts, bruises, or other injuries on his hands or body, with the exception of a bruised and broken tooth. When given the opportunity to testify, Jason admitted that he was not a perfect husband, but said he was actively working to improve his marriage. He vehemently denied being involved in Michelle's murder. The court learned of the existing issues in Jason and Michelle's marriage. But we also learned that Jason genuinely loved his wife and was determined to make the relay chips outnumber the excitement surrounding their baby boy's impending birth. Emails exchanged on October 24, 2006, demonstrated Jason's willingness to attend counseling sessions. Jason did not believe their arguments were more frequent than those in other couples. The defense argued that Jason would not have had enough time to travel back to Raleigh, commit the murder, and return to Virginia. Given that the hotel was about 160 miles from their home, Jason had recently started a new job selling electronic health records software, and he was in Virginia because his employer had scheduled an early morning sales call for Clint on November 3. To avoid driving from Raleigh on the day of the call, Jason decided to stay overnight, nervous about the upcoming meeting. He spent the evening reviewing the demonstration software he planned to use during the presentation. In court, Jason claimed that he left his hotel room to get his laptop charger from his car, but realized he had left the keycard inside. He propped the exit door open, returned to his room, and then left to smoke a cigar. He also stopped by the front desk to get a copy of USA Today. He propped the exit door open once more for a cigar break. When asked about being 30 minutes late for a sales call, Clint and Jason claimed he got lost. Regarding the internet searches discovered on his computer, Jason explained that they were done at a different time and were related to an accident he witnessed. Despite the jury's deliberation, they were unable to reach a unanimous decision, resulting in a hung jury with an 8-4 vote for acquittal. Jason faced a second trial in which he did not testify, but a video of his testimony from the previous trial was shown. The second jury deliberated for 6 hours before convicting him of first-degree murder. Jason was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Jason appealed his conviction. During the appeal hearing, His new legal team argued that his trial attorney should have objected more strongly when the judge allowed jurors to hear about Jason's failure to respond to a civil wrongful death lawsuit in which he was found responsible for his wife's murder. Between the two criminal trials, Michelle's family filed a civil lawsuit against Jason, in which he was found to be responsible for Michelle's death. Jason's attorney argued that the jury should not have been informed of this information. They also claimed that the same judge, Superior Court Judge Donald Stevens, presided over both the civil case and the second criminal trial, possibly biasing the jury against Jason. The appellate court agreed with Jason's arguments. A unanimous panel of the Court of Appeals reversed his conviction and ordered a new trial, which would have been his third. However, before the third trial could begin, a state Court of Appeals panel overturned the Court of Appeals decision. As a result, Jason did not face a third trial, and his conviction for first-degree murder was upheld in the civil wrongful death suit. Michelle's family received $15.05 million in damages. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Cape Town is 400 miles away from the city of Port Elizabeth, which is at the western end of Algoa Bay, on the southeast coast of South Africa. This city is a major seaport and also has the sixth most people in South Africa. When Chris Panayiotou, then 18 years old, graduated from high school in this city in November 2004, he went to work for his dad's trading company. In the city and the areas around it, his father owned a large chain of stores and restaurants. Chris had always wanted to work in his dad's business, even when he was young. He was also very interested in running retail chains and growing the retail services industry. He was very active and determined, and his goals went far beyond being an executive and skilled worker under his father's supervision. Chris wanted to open his own fish restaurant near a 5-star hotel on Marina Drive and a big grocery store close to Kings Beach downtown. While Chris was helping his dad at a small diner on Market Street in the afternoon, he ran into an old high school friend. The friend invited Chris to a party on Friday night at Barney's Tavern, a popular beach spot for young people. Chris saw a pretty young girl drinking lemonade from a tall glass while sitting alone at the bar in a wicker bamboo chair and drinking beer from the establishment's specialty mug. Chris got up from his seat and went to meet her. She was 18 years old and her name was Jade Dinks. They hit it off right away, and they quickly found that they had a lot in common. Chris and Jade started dating after that party. They had no idea that their meeting at Barney's Tavern on Friday night would be the start of a terrible love triangle story that ended in tragedy. The girl named Jade was always happy and friendly, and she wanted to make other people feel good. Because she wanted to make a difference, she decided to become a teacher and started college in 2005. While Jade worked on her schoolwork, Chris started his own business. He started with a grocery store and then opened Infinite, a restaurant and bar in the neighborhood. Even though both Jade and Chris had a lot going on in their lives, their relationship grew stronger, like the roots of a young tree going deeper into the ground. They each made their own happy place where love and kindness seemed to last forever, and where days were full of smiles and hope for a bright future. Things started to go wrong in their relationship over time, mostly because Chris was seeing another woman. At first, Chanel Cooties was just working at the store that Chris owned, and their relationship was strictly business. But as time went on, their interactions turned into a secret love affair that they tried to hide with mysterious smiles and small movements. They met in secret in hotels in the area, and Chris even let Chanel stay with him while Jade was away. Chris and Jade seemed like a happy and successful young couple to their family and friends, especially after they got engaged and then married in 2012. Jade finished college and got a job at an elementary school, and Chris's business looked like it was doing well. However, Chris's relationship with Chanel continued, which made things difficult in their marriage. When Costa Panayiotou, Chris's father, found out that his son was having an affair with a sales clerk, he was very upset and angry. He couldn't understand how Chris, who had been seeing Jade for 8 years and knew she was smart, kind, and moral, could act so badly. Costa confronted Chris at Infinite while he was celebrating his engagement with friends, which turned into a heated argument. Costa told Chris that he would lose his inheritance if he kept seeing Chanel. Chris told his father that he was ending his relationship with Chanel, but they were still seeing each other behind his back. During this time, Jade didn't know that her fiancé was cheating on her. Chris's finances got worse as he tried to balance his two different lives. He spent a lot of money on gifts for Chanel, fancy hotel rooms, and other unnecessary things. While Chris was away from Jade more and more over the next 3 years, it hurt his business and his family. Jade started to feel more and more alone and ignored in her marriage. She told her friends how upset she was and how she had tried but failed to get them back to getting along. In September 2014, Jade was at the point of losing her mind. She wrote a very emotional letter on September 21st about how much she wanted love, a normal marriage, and a caring partner. She also told him how annoyed she was with Chris's secrecy and the distrust and uncertainty it caused. 3 big men in a rented car pulled up to the gate of Staringlad Village on April 20th, 2015, in the early morning. This is where the young Panayotou couple lived. They saw a young woman who was well-dressed and impatiently waiting by the road. 2 of the men got out of the car, but the driver told them to stay inside. A black BMW pulled up next to her and they watched. When she got in the car, it took off quickly, making the people who wanted to take her hostage angry. Like every other day, Jade left her house at 6:15 a.m., waiting for her friend and co-worker Cheryl to pick her up in her BMW for their daily trip to work. Cheryl was running a little behind, and she saw the car from the day before with tinted windows at the curb. When Jade reached for her phone to call Cheryl, she saw 2 people coming from the bushes next to the road. Cheryl was only 10 minutes late, but Jade wasn't there. Cheryl tried to call Jade's cell phone and knock on her door, but got no answer. Cheryl finally called the police, and by 10 a.m., Jade Panayotou was officially reported missing. This led to a large-scale search that included police, a K-9 unit, and volunteers from the community. The search for Jade went on, but on the first day, nothing was found. The search started up again the next morning, and there was a reward for anyone who could help find her. Around 10 a.m., Angel, a K-9 officer, found Jade's dead body in a bushy ravine close to Quano Bushley. Even though she was fully dressed, a medical exam showed that she had been shot 3 times in the back and fatally in the head. Her jewelry and bank cards were missing, making it look like the people who killed her were trying to hide why they did it. Jade's family and friends were shocked and couldn't understand what had happened. Her co-workers and students were also very sad. The news of her death spread all over the city, and people were sad and confused on social media. On October 22nd, Jade's family held a memorial service at a Catholic church. This was followed by a funeral that was attended by a huge number of people from Port Elizabeth. People who knew and loved Jade were deeply saddened by her death. South African police service officers were also at the city cemetery. They thought Chris Panayotou's behavior during the funeral was strange and staged. As suspicions grew, the court later found that Chris's farewell speech looked a lot like a dedication on the internet by Charles Atkins to his late wife. Even though it wasn't direct proof, this discovery made people think that Chris may have been involved in killing his wife. The authorities decided to keep a close eye on him. Several other strange events also pointed to Chris's involvement in the murder of his wife. Luthando Sioni, a security guard at Chris's nightclub, was arrested by the police the night before the funeral because they thought he might have worked with the killer. Luthando said Chris had asked him to hire killers for his wife, and that Chris had already found 3 friends to carry out the plan. There was proof that someone tried to use Jade's bank cards on the day she was killed, and surveillance footage showed 2 men that Luthando identified as the hired killers. As a reward for his help, the police let Luthando go on the condition that he gather more evidence, including Chris's confession to killing his wife. Because he was told to, Luthando called Chris for a private conversation that was recorded. During the conversation, Chris said something that led to his arrest. After that, 3 more suspects were caught, and the crime's details were put back together. Hit men were sent by Chris to kill Jade Panayotou in the early hours of April 20, 2015. But because of an unplanned change in her plans, the execution was moved to the next day. On April 21st, Jade was taken hostage, taken to a remote area, and brutally killed. The thieves took her valuables and ran away. They tried to take money out of her bank cards but couldn't because the PIN they were using was wrong. The trial against Chris and the two mercenaries began on October 11, 2015, and was widely watched and reported on by the media. The prosecution said that Chris killed one of the women because he was having money problems that were made worse by his double life and his desire to kill one of the women. At the trial, different types of evidence were shown, such as Chanel Coutis's testimony, call logs, ATM videos, and photos. Along with the two hired killers, Chris was found guilty by the court and given a life sentence. On December 9, 2019, Chris's father, Costa Panayotou, died in a mysterious accident. This added another sad turn to the story. This made the story even more complicated and left a lot of questions unanswered. If Chris had anything to do with his father's death, it made an already scary story even scarier. Overall, Chris Panayotou's actions showed how far some people are willing to go to put their own needs ahead of the lives and well-being of those they care about. People are angry and upset about what he did, which led to the brutal murder of his wife Jade. It's still not clear if Chris had anything to do with his father's death, but he is now facing the consequences of his horrible crimes, which means he will never get away. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. When we think about what makes a place great to live, we often think about how safe it is, how nice the neighborhood is, and how friendly the people who live there are. One country meets all of the requirements. Iceland is an island nation off the east coast of Greenland that has been voted one of the best places to live in the world over and over again. Just over 340,000 people live there, making it one of the world's smallest cities. But its stunning natural beauty makes up for it in a big way. People come from all over the world to see the natural springs and rolling hills. People from all over the world come to this small country to see its many attractions, such as its beautiful architecture and the aurora borealis. Because Iceland has harsh winters, there isn't always a lot of sunlight, but that just adds to the mystery of the place, which is so different from what most of us know and understand. One of the most appealing things about Iceland is the friendliness, openness, and kindness of its people. Due to the tough terrain and harsh winters, people rely on each other, value community, and take care of their neighbors. There are strong social attitudes against crime. They have no army, and their police officers do not carry guns. People often leave their doors unlocked and get lifts with strangers. The peace and quiet of Iceland would be broken one Friday night in 2017 by a brutal murder that seemed to have no reason. The country would be left in shock. We are going to talk about Birna Briansdottir. Birna Briansdottir lived in the southeast of Reykjavik. While her parents were no longer together, they remained on friendly terms, and she was the center of their world. She was bright and spirited, with her fiery personality reflected in her striking auburn hair. She was incredibly witty with a sharp sense of humor, which made her popular among her friends. She was carefree and whimsical, but always responsible, with this maturity reflected in her relationship with her family and her mature attitude toward work. Music was a big passion, and Birna wasn't picky. She would listen to anything from rap to pop and from rock to folk. It was this openness and free spirit that made so many people love her. Birna had a close group of friends and liked going out at night in Reykjavik. She worked in the fashion section of a busy department store. To relax, she would get drinks at the local bar after work and then go out to really let her hair down. For sure, this is what Birna did that night, January 13th, 2017. After closing the shop, she got drinks, played a few rounds of cards, and then went to the center of the capital to laugh, drink, and dance all night. They went to Horror, a place where new bands would play, and Birna was soon dancing on the stage. While her friends were ready to leave by 2 a.m., Birna wasn't. She wanted to keep having fun. She left the club just before 5 a.m., and walked out into the 9-degree weather. She then went to get falafel and then walked back to her house. A woman walking alone in Reykjavik was not rare. People trusted each other and looked out for each other. Due to her intoxication, she dropped coins and stumbled into a stranger on the side of the road. As she carried on walking, she turned a corner and walked down a narrow lane towards the sea. Then she vanished. Because she was known for being on time when she didn't show up for work, people were worried right away. Maria, a school friend who worked with Birna, was upset right away that she wasn't there. It got worse when she tried to call her cell phone. It wouldn't work and Birna never turned off her phone. People thought she had just gone back to her dad's house to sleep off her hangover. Her friends who had been out with her that night also thought this, but she wasn't there. Scylla, Birna's mother, was called because she was also worried about where her daughter was. She knew Birna and knew that this wasn't like her at all. Without waiting, her family called the police right away to say she wasn't there. Realizing the power of social media, Scylla posted to her Facebook page, "Dear friends, it's not like her that we can't reach her. Please share and let's find her, Scylla." Iceland is a small community, and before long, Scylla's desperate pleas on Facebook were being shared, and news of Birna's disappearance began to circulate. The stress and worry of having a child go missing are unimaginable. Her parents couldn't sleep, and they persistently made calls to all the emergency services, desperately seeking any new information on Birna's whereabouts. The following day, the police were able to trace her last known mobile interaction before it went dead or was turned off. Just before 6 a.m., her phone pinged off a mobile tower in a port town, Hafnarfjordur, 6 miles outside of the capital. Right away, Scylla got in her car and drove there, calling out to her daughter and looking around the area. A group of family and friends worked with her to get Birna back home alive. Soon, 36 hours had passed since Birna had disappeared into the night in Reykjavik. Her friends and family were sure that something bad had happened to her. She was a trustworthy young woman, and this was not like her at all. Not much was known to the police, though. There was no proof of a murder or kidnapping, so they couldn't do much. As word of her disappearance spread, it quickly made the front page of every newspaper. Every newscaster in Iceland talked about Birna all the time. Her face was on every newspaper page. In the early hours of Sunday morning, her parents went to the police and begged them to search for her. They said she would not have gone off on her own accord, much less not told anyone where she was going. She had no money troubles or relationship problems. Everyone who knew Birna adored her. A case as baffling and unusual as this required Iceland's best detectives, one of which was Grim Or Grimson. He had 30 years of investigative experience. He was even part of a special team who spent more than 5 years building a case against those whose misconduct and corruption contributed to the financial crash of 2009. After this, he returned to his roots as a police officer, saying he missed the fast-paced work. Like his colleagues, he too wasn't initially that concerned about Birna. There were many other factors that he had to consider. People do go missing in Iceland. Anything from mental health problems to simply staying at a friend's house and not telling people. Most missing people would eventually turn up. A lot of CCTV is set up in capital cities around the world, but Reykjavik isn't like most of them. The people of Iceland don't like being watched, and since crime isn't common, the people tend to police themselves. They watch out for each other and strangers, but someone saw her the night she went missing. CCTV showed her leaving the club with her coins in the ground and walking into a stranger. When Grimson checked the next camera less than a block away, she was gone. There were 2 options. Either she had gone down the side road off the corner or got into a car. Grimson paid close attention to the little things, and he was sure that the broken CCTV footage held a clue that would lead them to Birna. The red Kia Rio he saw was going the other way on the other side of the road from Birna. A short time after Birna had been seen at the Lebowski bar, he saw it drive by. The police had to follow up on this lead. What was next? They couldn't see the license plate, who was driving, or how many people were in the car. There were more than 100 of those kinds of cars in Iceland. This didn't make her parents feel better about their worries. Scylla was incandescent when they explained the quality of the tape was too poor to extract any more details from. Scylla said, "Can't you find it like in the movies?" Grimson replied, "It doesn't work like that." The police knew that even though they didn't have enough CCTV, the people in the area had hope. They asked the people of Iceland to help them. At a rare press conference, Grimson and Birna's upset family spoke in front of the cameras and begged Iceland to help them find her. In front of the media, Scylla showed what kind of person her daughter was by saying that she was very smart, bilingual, loved other cultures, and loved to travel. The police's hunch at the press conference would lead to a breakthrough. It proved right, and before long, they had their first lead. A pair of brothers decided to search Hafnarfjörður, where her phone had pinged off the tower, and when there, they headed towards the harbor. After searching in a fenced-off area, they found a pair of boots, black Doc Martens, identical to the pair that Birna had last been seen wearing. Using the power of social media, they posted a picture of them to Facebook, and before long, the officers arrived. They confirmed the shoes were Birna's. The police finally felt like they were making progress. Grimson told the police to carefully look through the CCTV footage, and soon they saw a picture they knew. At 6 a.m. on the morning Birna went missing, a red Kia Rio pulled into the harbor. A drunk man got out of the car and stumbled toward a fishing trawler that had already been docked. After that, the car drove off. Finally, they were able to read the license plate. The car had been rented by Thomas Muller Olsen, a 25-year-old fisherman from Greenland. A family had since rented the car and said there was a smell of chemicals coming from the back. After taking the car away, police were determined to find any sign of Birna. Eventually, they found a clue. There were blood spots in the back seat. So that they could find out if it was Birna, samples were quickly taken and sent to Sweden to be analyzed. For Grimson and his team, it was now a race against time. They needed to find the trawler and their only suspects, Thomas Muller Olsen and Nikolai Olsen. Thomas and Nikolai weren't related, but were crewmates on the trawler. Thomas was considered easygoing, approachable, and generally likable while on board. His phone pinged, and Thomas went pale. It was a news article saying that the ship he was on was linked to the disappearance of Birna. A journalist had contacted a Facebook group used by the men on board and asked who had rented the car and who was seen on the CCTV. Thomas was visibly shaken. His captain assured him if he was innocent, he would be fine. There was a huge challenge for Grimson and his team. The longer his suspects were on that boat, the longer they had to make up stories and get rid of anything that could be used against them. Not to worry, the ship's captain already had a plan. He read about the connection between the ship and Birna, so he turned the ship around and went back to Iceland. He and his top officers agreed that they would say the engine problems made them have to turn around, and the suspects couldn't read anything about the case because the Wi-Fi was turned off. In order to catch them off guard, the police sent members of their elite counter-terrorism squad, also known as the Viking Squad, to board the ship as soon as it arrived back in Iceland. Finally, the police were able to catch their two suspects after dropping officers off from a helicopter on the ship. The reaction of the public to the case was massive, and the whole country was waiting on tenterhooks for any news of what had happened to Birna. The case seemed to take over all aspects of Icelandic life. Although their intentions were good, online sleuths only added to the confusion, and it became hard to distinguish rumor from fact. Stories ranged from a body being found in a lake to Birna and other women being found alive on the trawler, swirled around social media. Grimson stayed calm and asked everyone else to do the same. People who meant well, though, were not helping the search for Birna. Around 11 p.m. on Wednesday, the ship came back into port, and the two suspects were handcuffed and brought back to Iceland. Then the terrible news came out. Birna's blood was found in the rental car. It didn't take the police long to question the two men. Nikolaj and Thomas were sure they hadn't hurt Birna, and they both told the same story about what happened that terrible night. They had split up and gone to different bars to drink before getting back together as the night was coming to a close. Nikolai was already very drunk, so it was hard for him to remember what they said. He had no idea who they were, but they said they had picked up 2 girls on the street, and one of them was Berna. Thomas said he left Nikolai at the ship and then drove off. Then he went to the back with the 2 girls and let them kiss. After an hour, he dropped them off. The police were inclined to believe Nikolai. He had been seen walking away and was clearly in no fit state to do anything. However, when it came to Thomas, they had a bad feeling, and the evidence against him was stacking up. He was examined by a doctor who determined that the wounds on his chest were signs of a struggle or fight. When searching the ship, the police found a driver's license in the bin. It belonged to Berna. They also found drugs with a street value of nearly £1.5 million. Thomas claimed to have slept in the car, but the police checked the odometer, which showed that the car had been taken for a long drive. They also had CCTV on his person, because he was seen buying plastic bags and cleaning fluid before cleaning the inside of the car. The police didn't believe his story that he was sick and just trying to clean the car because they knew the blood spots were Berna's. The back of the car lit up when they used luminol to bring out any blood that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. This showed that it was completely covered in blood. 4 days after she vanished, Iceland launched the biggest search in its history. The search and rescue project manager said, "Today, she is our sister, our daughter." And that became the mantra. We don't live in a society where we tolerate a 20-year-old woman being abducted in the night. It wouldn't be long before the police found what they were looking for. A Coast Guard helicopter noticed something floating in the water near a local lighthouse, and it was a body. They had found Berna. When this news came out, Iceland went into mourning, and people were shocked and couldn't believe what they were hearing. Things like this only happened in movies and other places. In Iceland, they didn't happen. People in Greenland were shocked and saddened along with their Nordic neighbors. The main street in Reykjavik, where Berna had gone, was turned into a shrine with candles lit up. The funeral for Berna took place at the Hallgrímskirkja, which is the country's largest church. Over 2,000 people, including the president and prime minister, were there. People needed answers from the police, and they had to give them. First, they had to figure out what killed the person. Berna had been found naked, but they could find no evidence of a sexual assault. The examiner found that she had suffered blunt force trauma to the head and had been strangled as well. However, the official cause of death was ruled as drowning. She had survived the initial attack and was alive when she was put into the water. Even though Grimson and his team looked at all the evidence, they couldn't find any link between Nikolai's death and the murder of Berna. They didn't think he had anything to do with it. He was freed after 2 weeks in jail and hours of questioning. They looked back at Thomas again. His story hadn't changed, and he wasn't going to change it either. During 9 interviews with the police, he insisted that he was not guilty. As more evidence came in, the police still couldn't figure out why Thomas would kill Berna, even though they had a crime scene and a suspect. His DNA was found on a lace of Berna's Doc Martens, and his fingerprints were on her old driver's license from March 30th, 2017. Breaking news alerts were spreading all over Iceland. The police had charged Thomas Müller Olsen with drug possession and murder. Media interest in the story reached a fever pitch as his trial began in August of that year. It was during his trial that he sensationally changed his story. He said that there were not 2 girls, only one, Berna. He claimed that he had left the car to go to the bathroom, and Nikolai had driven off with Berna in the back seat. When he returned, she wasn't with him, shocking the court. He was now trying to pin the murder on his crewmate, admitting to the drug possession, but denying murder. At the end of September, the 3 judges found him guilty on all charges. He was then taken to start his 19-year prison sentence. When Thomas Müller Olsen tried to appeal his conviction, the High Court upheld it. The next year, the High Court refused to look at another appeal. There was a lot of shock in Iceland when Berna Brjánsdóttir was killed. This case will be remembered. It changed us a bit, our feeling of safety, the chaplain who led Berna's funeral said. More CCTV was put up around Reykjavik, and women became more cautious around strangers. Even though Grimson had been a police officer for 30 years, This was his first murder case. People in Iceland saw him as a hero because he was calm and coordinated. He is now proud to work for his country at the European Union's agency in The Hague for law enforcement cooperation. Even though Birna Brjánsdóttir's murder was a terrible event, her memory is still alive, and the people of Iceland are determined that she will never be forgotten. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Parents can be very pushy, rude, and demanding in what they want. It's helpful sometimes and not so helpful other times. There are times when being so demanding can even be dangerous. Brett Ryan found himself in a just such case. He grew up in a wealthy and big Canadian family with 4 other sons. His parents were Bill and Susan. It might seem like having a lot of kids, especially boys, is a lot of hard work as a parent, but it wasn't for everyone. Their parents tried to show the younger Ryan the right way to do things. In addition to his well-known job at the Toronto Star daily newspaper, his dad was interested in many things, like sports, yoga, and psychology. In terms of Susan, she worked very hard, and the whole family home depended on her. She spent all of her time with her husband and children and kept their huge house in a nice part of Toronto in perfect shape without any help from gardeners or craftsmen. As people walked by the family home, they would stop and look through the fence at the huge flowering garden. It's not fair to say that Brett was the family favorite, because Susan loved everyone the same. However, it might have looked like Brett got in the most trouble for disobeying. He was always able to get out of trouble, even when there was a lot of proof that he was involved. He found a way to show that he wasn't fully involved, and it's amazing how that skill helped him make a lot of friends. Brett was well liked at school, and everyone wanted to be friends with him or at least be able to handshake with him like his brothers. Brett went to college after high school. With the goal of being better than his brothers, he put an ad in the newspaper offering to paint people's homes and fences in Toronto. Things were going great at first, and the young man made his first dollar. Susan was so proud of her son that she used him as an example for other people. It's one thing to make this much money from a part-time job, though, and quite another to quit college and paint houses full-time instead of going to school. Brett stopped going to college after a while. In the beginning, Brett felt sure of himself around his older brothers. But once Christopher and Leland graduated and got jobs in their fields, Brett's authority started to slip. Christopher worked as a transit officer for the city of Toronto, and Leland became an artist and designer for the family. After school, they moved out of their parents' house. Brett stayed with his father, mother, and younger brother, who went to a school for gifted kids so he wouldn't have to spend some of his money on rent. Brett was getting more and more desperate as the years went by because he couldn't pay off his debts. He fell into depression. Brett owed more than $60,000 by 2007 when he was 26 years old. People thought Brett was smart, but he didn't know how to use his brain. He didn't show how bad he was either. He always had a smile on his face, helped everyone, and took part in volunteer work. His soul was such a huge black hole that no one could believe it. At last, the terrible moment arrived when there was no way out. At least, not legally. Brett did not have any work around the house or paint the house on October 28, 2007. In the fall, there were almost no orders because everyone who wanted to paint their house had already done so in the spring or summer. Winter was coming, so you shouldn't expect to make a lot of money. We couldn't wait for anything. Brett put on all the old clothes in his closet, like a hat, a long sweater that his older brother had given him, and a scarf that his mom had knitted. The scarf was way too long, and Brett had never worn it before, but it came in handy in the end. It fit around his face just right, leaving a small opening for his eyes. He then walked to the bank on the edge of his neighborhood. He walked funny on his right foot while holding a thick folder. Brett waited his turn at the bank. When an employee finally called for him, he went up to her and told her in a low voice that he had a gun on him. Besides that, he told her to get all the cash from the bank register and give it to him. If she didn't, he said, he would shoot her and kill her first. He took all the cash from the register from the girl, whose hands were shaking. Brett then quietly left the building so as not to alert the security guards. As he ran down the street, he looked at the money he had stolen. A little over $1,000 wasn't much. He would have to rob about 60 banks to pay off his debts. It sounds great, but there was no other way out. The new thief didn't show up at home for a few days because he thought the police would still be able to catch him. He drove all night in his car because he had an order in a nearby town, which he told his mother. Brett would sneak up on his house every once in a while to see if there was a police car in the bushes. He wasn't being looked for because it was quiet. He was going in the right direction, which was good. After the first theft, there were 2 more, then 3 more, and finally 4. Every time, Brett changed clothes because he no longer wore his old ones. He either bought them used or found them in the trash. He burned the used clothes after each crime. A store that sold costumes for parties is where Brett also bought a beard. The bank workers he threatened always noticed his beard, and later said that the attacker was a man with a beard. Many articles were written about the bearded robber in Toronto newspapers, but the robber never made a lot of money from heists. $3,000 was the most that could be stolen. Brett finally made a mistake. He was followed all the way home by the police after seeing his car on surveillance footage. At that point, they still didn't have any direct proof that he was guilty. It was chosen to just keep going after the suspect. As if Brett knew he was being watched from outside, he didn't commit any more thefts for 15 days. Before that, he usually went 3 or 4 days without committing a crime. The police felt like they were going in the wrong direction and wasting time by suspecting someone who wasn't guilty. But finally, good luck came their way. After leaving the house, Brett got into a car and drove off. He got out of the car near the bank wearing a new, strange outfit. He went into the branch and stayed there for a while. When he came out, he was met by police who handcuffed him and said that the much-talked-about bearded robber had been caught. Brett was being looked into for 7 months. It was charged against him to rob with a gun. The bearded robber always came to the bank empty-handed, even though he had a gun permit. He didn't even have a knife with him in. He was told he was guilty on 19 counts and sent to prison. After that, Brett and his family filed several appeals. Only 8 of the 19 counts were upheld after this was done. Brett didn't stop there, though. As soon as he had the chance to ask for parole, he did so. Brett asked that the fact that he committed these crimes while he was deeply depressed from 2 failed relationships and having a lot of debt be taken into account in his petition. But he also said again that he didn't bring any weapons to the crimes and wasn't planning to hurt anyone. His comments were taken seriously, but he had to meet with a psychologist in order to get out of jail early. It was good for Brett that the sessions helped him. While he was in jail, he didn't talk to his family. Now that he was out, he had taken a step toward getting closer to them and fixing things with them. The commissioners saw the changes for the better. Brett was finally freed on November 24, 2010. The young man had fought so hard for freedom, but it turned out to be even more bitter and hard than before. Brett. What was his name before? A painter who has a lot on his mind. What was he doing now? Brett, the thief. Brett is the former prisoner with such a bad past. He was never hired by a business, and people who hired him to paint houses turned him down as soon as they saw the suspicious beard. Even Susan's neighbors who used to visit and compliment her garden started to spread some bad rumors about her. The Ryan family sold their house quickly and moved to Scarborough. Susan got back to working in her new garden, and Brett did get a job with a trading company, but the pay wasn't great. His parents also gave him money to help pay for his college education again. Brett kept seeing a psychologist, and every time, the expert told him the same thing: don't cut ties with your family. Brett's advice from the psychologist really helped, but his money situation still needed a lot of work. It was September 2011 when he had his first lucky accident. His name is Kristen Bechter. Kristen was a really great girl. She had her own apartment with windows that looked out over the sea, so the young couple could enjoy the view. And most importantly, she didn't care about Brett's past. She played sports, which kept her body in shape. They also took trips together from time to time and had even been to Australia. While Brett was seeing the girl, his parents were very happy about his relationship with her. For another thing, they were sure that their son would finally grow up and find his place in society. Kristen would push him to do so. Brett thought things were getting better, But something bad happened that he couldn't change, which slowed down the start of a new phase. Brett was shocked when his father died. Brett started going to see a psychologist more often because his depression started to come back. He also had to help his mother with money, which he didn't have much of, and spend a lot of time with her. He had to build a long-term relationship with Kristen. The young people weren't teenagers, for whom it's enough to hang out and have fun. Brett decided to take a big step because he was deeply in love with this beautiful blonde. He had some money saved up and had told his mother that he wanted to start a family with Kristen. To do this, he knew he had to make her an offer she couldn't refuse. She would remember this day for the rest of her life. She understood what her son meant and gave him money to buy a ring. The couple had already talked about their plans for the future. And no, Kristen didn't need an expensive gift or anything like that. She only needed Brett to make a proposal for her to know that he was serious. He spent a lot of money, though, and got his love a gold ring with a big diamond. It was clear that Kristen would say yes. Then, as young people do, they started making plans for their wedding. Brett agreed with all of Kristen's choices and nodded his head. However, he was shocked by how much it cost and how much he had to think about his job. He looked on the internet for an engineering job opening at a big tech company, put together a resume, and sent it in. He did so well in the interview that they accepted him. At that time, Brett was glad. When he told his fiancée and mother about it, they were thrilled. He then asked his mother for money to buy an expensive suit for work. Once more, his mother did not say no to her son. Brett got a call from the company after the suit was already bought to say they had to turn him down because the security service knew about his criminal past. Brett felt like thunder hit him. Right away, his mood started to get worse and he finally gave up. Why go through all of these interviews and wait for answers when no one wants to hire a criminal, even if they have changed? The most important question is, why study? Brett thought that the money his mother and older brothers gave him for college should be used for his wedding to Kristen, so that's what he did. Brett was back in the situation he had just gotten away from. Not only did he not tell his counselor, but he also did not tell his family that he had quit college. He also didn't tell anyone that an engineering job had turned him down. He dressed up with a shirt, tie, and suit and went to paint houses. On the way, he changed his clothes. He told his family that he was at work in an office. Brett also constantly shared different photos from the office or business events on his social networks. Of course, these were downloaded from the web before. When he was with his family, he often pretended that his phone was ringing and that he had to get to work right away. No one would have thought Brett was just a normal painter because he was so good at getting dust in their eyes. Brett was going to get married in September 2016 after being with Kristen for 5 years. Even more, he agreed to rent a fancy restaurant where each guest would have to pay $100. Brett finally took matters into his own hands, got a great job, moved into a nice apartment, and married a beautiful woman. This made the whole Ariane family very happy. But they didn't know that Brett's lies had gone too far, and there was no way out without getting hurt. That time, the wedding was only a month away, and it would cost a lot to put on. It happened over and over again. Our hero borrowed money from his mother. When he realized she could no longer help him, he told her she had to get a better-paying job. Another thing he did was plan a bachelor party for August and invite all of his brothers and friends. Brett still chose to tell his counselor everything, even though the bombshell was about to go off. Brett had been telling his family lies for a year about being an engineer at a tech company. The psychologist felt bad that the client he had been working with for a long time had gone off track again. He told Brett that he had to tell his mom the truth. Brett put it off for a long time and thought about it for a long time. His mom was so mad because she had spent so much time telling everyone what a great son she had. Brett had to tell Kristen everything too, because she would keep quiet if he didn't. Her son was warned that his brothers already knew what was going on and were on her side. Brett was not able to do that. He had a hard time telling his mother the truth, and he couldn't tell Kristen the lies he told her. He did know that the wedding wouldn't happen because he lied about it being less than a month away. It would have been better for Kristen to know everything ahead of time, but he didn't say anything. Brett's plans weren't clear, and he couldn't help but worry that his mother would really tell his fiancée everything, which would mean that the scandal would have to happen. Brett shook every time Kristen's phone rang. He stopped breathing for a moment when he realized it wasn't his mother calling, but a friend of his future wife, asking about her wedding plans and giving her advice. He finally found a way to permanently shut up his mother. Brett was not allowed to have guns after being found guilty of robbery. That's why the boy chose to use a crossbow as the best way to carry out his plan. Also, it's a pretty quiet way to kill someone. Brett's late father liked to shoot crossbows at targets in the garden, and he taught Brett how to do it. He did hit the targets well, but his late father probably didn't think he would use that skill in that way. Brett got the crossbow and arrows at a sporting goods store. He then hid them in Susan's garage behind some construction waste. He planned what he thought was a clever way to make up an alibi. He put a timer on the fan and tied a spoon to it. The fan turned on when the timer went off, and the spoon moved across the keyboard, sending comments that had already been written to YouTube. It must have looked like Brett had been at home all day, watching videos and leaving comments on them. Early on August 25th, Brett put on some strange clothes that covered his face. He then left the house through the back door to avoid the security cameras and took the train to his parents' house to get rid of anyone who could hurt him and Kristen for good. Susan was shocked when her son showed up out of the blue. That day, she wasn't feeling well, but Brett started to convince her again, even though his mother was sick. He even told her not to tell his future wife anything. The mother flatly turned him down. He got angry, and Susan knew something was wrong when she saw her son's angry eyes. She told him that she had already called Christopher, and he was on his way to help them. Brett was crazy. He ran to the garage and got a crossbow, but he was so angry and pumped up with adrenaline that he couldn't even shoot. He just hit his mother over the head with the gun. When he was sure she was dead, he wrapped the rope around her neck and put plastic bags over her body. Brett put some arrows in the crossbow and hid in the bushes until his brother came. Christopher finally showed up after some time and began calling for his mother or brother. As he did this, he was shot in the back of the neck, killing him within minutes. Alexander, the youngest brother, was the next person killed. It turns out that Susan also called him. He was also shot in the neck, but the arrow either didn't go very deep or didn't hit any important arteries. Alexander didn't die right away. He started to scream and call for help. Leland was inside the house, sleeping in his room on the second floor. He had no idea that his brother was killing people in the garage and garden. Leland woke up to the sound of screams and found Brett trying to choke Alexander downstairs. When Leland and Brett got into a fight, Leland quickly got the upper hand and pushed Brett aside. He then ran to the neighbors and called the police. Brett stayed home. He could not run away. At this very moment, he realized he had messed up his whole life. There was not anything to do. I asked Kristen to forgive him in a letter that he wrote on his phone. When the police got to the scene of the crime, they saw Brett, who was badly hurt, sitting next to his brother Alexander, who was also badly hurt but still alive. Alexander would later die in the hospital. When the police officer put his hands on him, Brett told them to take him to the station and he would tell them everything. He also said that his mother's body was buried under boxes in the garage, but no one could help her at the police station or during the trial. Brett told Susan that he didn't mean to kill her. His plan was just to scare her. On the other hand, he did plan to kill Christopher and Alexander that day, but only as witnesses. If they hadn't shown up, they would still be alive. That's how he tried to explain everything almost 10 years ago. He was depressed, but that didn't change the outcome of his sentence. It was important to the judge that Brett admitted to everything and didn't cause any problems for the police, but the young man still got 3 life sentences, 1 for each murder, with the chance to get out in 2041. Leland isn't talking to reporters, but everyone in Toronto knows him as the only person who made it out of that horrible scene alive. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.
Family members and loved ones come together to celebrate the holidays together. Certainly this happens. It's very tragic.
The Christmas.
To be the Christmas.
Christmas. From the decorations on each storefront along its historic Main Street to its endless list of holiday events and programs.
There's over 1,500 activities from the start November 22nd all the way to January 10th.
The city of Grapevine takes Christmas to a whole new level.
To be the Christmas capital of Texas, you can't buy it out of a catalog and have the same thing the next city has or the next state or county.
Every December 25th, individuals from all corners of the globe come together to celebrate the Christmas. Anticipation fills the air as people eagerly await the sumptuous feasts, the exchange of heartfelt gifts, and the delightful tradition of watching Christmas movies. In the midst of this festive season lies Grapevine, Texas, a charming suburban town spanning 16 square miles and boasting a population of approximately 50,000 residents. It's an understatement to say that the residents of Grapevine hold a deep affection for Christmas. Their devotion to the holiday even earned the town the prestigious title of Christmas Capital of Texas. The Christmas Day of 2011 in Grapevine unfolded as a tranquil and peaceful day. Families gathered, sharing cherished moments, and all appeared to be in its usual state of harmony. However, at precisely 11:34 a.m., an unexpected turn of events would disrupt this idyllic serenity.
Grapevine 911, where is your emergency? Hello, Grapevine 911. You need help? Are you sick? What was that? Do you need an ambulance or police? Hello? One moment. I'm just getting heavy breathing on the phone and I'm trying to talk to you, so please hang on.
The caller was breathing heavily, and it was unclear what they were saying or what the situation was.
We're sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service at this time.
Approximately 20 seconds elapsed in eerie silence after the caller's mysterious heavy breathing, and then the line abruptly went dead. The caller remained unresponsive. Originating from a local apartment's landline, this puzzling incident prompted an immediate dispatch of both police and firefighters, tasked with unraveling the enigma that unfolded on that unsettling Christmas morning. In a mere 3 minutes, the police arrived at the 2-story unit nestled within the Lincoln Vineyard Apartments, situated in the 2500 block on Hall Johnson Road. The apartment from which the call had emanated occupied a position towards the rear of the complex, affording a view of Colleyville Heritage High School's sprawling fields. Given that many residents had departed to enjoy the holiday with their loved ones, numerous apartments stood vacant. Upon reaching the apartment in question, the front door revealed itself to be securely locked from the inside. A series of knocks reverberated through the hushed corridor, yet the only response was an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life. Law enforcement officers, fueled by growing apprehension, peered through the windows, and what they encountered was a macabre tableau. Within the living room, 7 lifeless bodies lay strewn about, some on the sofa and others on the floor. Their demises bore the grim signature of gunshot wounds, with telltale defensive injuries, suggesting they had desperately sought refuge from the relentless bullets. It appeared that these unfortunate souls had just concluded the act of unwrapping their Christmas gifts when the horrifying massacre unfolded. Adding to the macabre scene, both of the adult males clutched firearms in their right hands. Strangely, no neighbors reported hearing the unmistakable sound of gunshots, though it was understandable given the sparse occupancy of the apartments at that time. As the police meticulously combed through the complex and embarked on crime scene examinations, a particular detail emerged as striking. An SUV was conspicuously parked outside the apartment. Subsequent checks revealed that the vehicle was registered to a man residing 2 miles away in the suburban enclave of Colleyville. The gravity of the situation spread rapidly throughout the community, but before any information could be released, the victims needed to be officially identified and their next of kin notified. The authorities believed they knew the victims' identities, but sought unequivocal confirmation, a process that would take longer than desired due to the unavailability of the state driver's license fingerprint database on that fateful Christmas day.
It's probably the worst investigation that we've had to, investigate in, many years. This is something that's very tragic, and, regardless of what day of the year it happens on, it's something that's very unfortunate, but it's certainly amplified given the fact that it is Christmas today. I've been with this police department for 12 years, and this is probably the most tragic thing that I've certainly been involved with. And I think, I can speak safely for the rest of the police department. I don't think any members of the police department has encountered something like this on Christmas Day.
Grapevine police say someone inside the family's apartment called 911 around 11:30 Sunday morning, but the line stayed silent. Officers soon arrived and broke down the door.
It appears that the victims are all in one central location, living area, kitchen area.
The 4 women and 3 men, ranging from their late teens to early 60s, had been shot with a pistol.
The bodies were removed from the house and taken away for autopsies to be carried out. After this, the names of the victims were eventually released, revealing that they were all part of the same family. Sergeant Robert Eberling, in a press briefing, divulged crucial details of the investigation. It was revealed that 2 firearms had been involved in this tragic event: a Glock 23, a .40 caliber pistol equipped with a 10-round clip, and a Smith & Wesson 9mm15 model, a 9mm pistol featuring a 15-round magazine. The latter weapon was registered to the owner of the SUV found parked outside the scene and had been acquired back in 1996, further deepening the intrigue surrounding this devastating incident.
It's still early in this investigation, obviously, though this did play out some almost 24 hours ago. No, there is no known motive, at least as one that police are telling us about. There is also no outward sign of the horrible tragedy that unplayed right through this sliding glass and door frame here of this apartment complex. Here is what we do know at this point. No one heard any of the gunshots that were fired inside of this home. Someone from inside of the home called 911 around 11:30 yesterday morning, but that person did not speak into the phone. An operator then sent police, Grapevine, Texas police, here to this scene to go and investigate, and they found the scene that we've been talking about. Their bodies were found in what was otherwise the evidence of a normal Christmas morning. There were Christmas presents that had been unwrapped, and there was paper strewn about the room, but obviously, no doubt, a very sad situation in this town on Christmas morning, which calls itself the Christmas capital of Texas. As far as what neighbors are saying, I can show you a bit here, Richard. This is a sort of tight-knit, very packed together apartment complex. We have spoken to several neighbors who are waking up this day after Christmas morning. They're all asking us what happened. They're speaking about a tragedy, something like this they would not otherwise expect. On the other side of this apartment complex, there is a brown fence, and beyond that is a high school here, Colleyville Heritage High School, which is noted to be one of the best high schools in the entire North Texas region. People move here because this is a safe community, and they're saying, obviously, they have to question that given what happened yesterday.
On the 26th of December, the owner of a local spa became concerned when one of her employees, who had worked for her for 4 years, failed to show up for work. She tried calling her employee but got no answer. For someone who's always early to work and who never misses a day, we expected the worst, she said. Residents were terrified. This was the worst gun violence that the community had ever seen, and the police needed to address their fears, Sergeant Eberling said. We are pretty confident that the shooter is among the deceased victims inside the apartment. We are not actively looking for a shooter that we believe is at large. As they began to piece together what they knew, the truth about who these people were and what had happened would eventually come out. Colleyville, Texas, a wealthy suburb of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, just a few miles away from Grapevine, was home to the Yazdan Panah family. The parents, 56-year-old Aziz and 55-year-old Nisreen, had both been born in Iran. They married in 1987 and moved to the United States, where they later welcomed 2 children, Nona and her younger brother Ali. Nisreen had worked in a salon doing manicures and often talked about her family with people. Family was everything to Nisreen. She was close to her sister Zori, and together they were described as 2 of the nicest people you could meet. Zori was married to a man called Mohammed Hussein, also known as Hussein, who was well known among the Iranian-American community. He owned a large ranch in Dallas, and the family was incredibly close. The Yazdanpanov family lived in a 3,000-square-foot property in Colleyville, and on the surface, things appeared to be fine. Neighbors would see the family having yard sales, and Aziz appeared to be very active in his children's lives. He volunteered as a debate coach at Knox High School. One neighbor said, "From everything we saw, he was actively engaged with his children." He was described as outgoing and would say hello to people if he passed them in the streets, but neighbors did note that he seemed to be very protective of his children. Nona and Ali were both doing well in school, so their parents had plenty to be proud of. Nona graduated from Colleyville Heritage High School and was a student at a local community college. She had big dreams of moving to the West Coast and attending school in California, with hopes of one day becoming a lawyer. One of Nona's friends said that she had implied that all was not well within her family and that things were becoming tougher for them, but she didn't provide further information. Her friend said that she was aware that Aziz was, in her words, really strict with his children, and would take Nona's phone and refuse to give it back. She added that Nisreen was far more understanding than Aziz was. Nisreen's brother, Ali, said he had been supporting the family financially, as Aziz had not been employed for a number of years, having previously worked in the mortgage and real estate business. His financial problems had been ongoing for years. In 1996, he was placed on probation for 3 years after pleading guilty to 1 count of subscribing to a false income tax return. He was issued a fine of $1,000 and ordered to pay $319 in restitution to the Department of Justice. Just 3 years later, Aziz and Nisreen jointly filed for bankruptcy. The case was discharged a few months later, but their financial problems continued to worsen. In August 2010, Nisreen filed for bankruptcy, hoping it would help them keep their family home. However, the house was foreclosed on. Aziz initially attended meetings with Nisreen during the proceedings, but this would soon change. During the proceedings, she separated from her husband and moved with their 2 children to an apartment in Grapevine, 2 miles away. Nisreen's brother had paid for the apartment as they were living without electricity or water due to the foreclosure. Nisreen was the only one bringing in money. Nona opened up to one of her friends and said she felt like her family was falling apart. The bankruptcy Nisreen had filed for was later dismissed because she had not made the planned payments. According to her lawyer, George Barnes, she had told him, "Please don't talk to my husband at all." Aziz had listed his employment as self-employed, even though he was out of work and not earning any money. Aziz allegedly sold the family's furniture and rugs to pay for sex workers. The separation and financial difficulties had been incredibly hard on Nisreen. She had a state cosmetology license, but disease had forbidden her from working after Aziz became unemployed, and the family's finances took a hit. She had worked 2 jobs at different spas to try and keep the money coming in after they separated. A family friend said that Nisreen had done everything she could to remain on good terms with Aziz. She, along with the help of her sister, had decided to buy only the basic necessities for her apartment. She was described as a quiet, super kind lady, a peacemaker who didn't want anything to happen to her kids or her family. She was a really wonderful mom, and always protective of her kids. After Nisreen moved out, Aziz stayed in the family home, and neighbors would often see him working in the yard. One neighbor said he wasn't even aware that Aziz's wife and children had left the home. Although separated, they appeared to be on good terms, and Aziz also had a key to the new apartment and would occasionally visit his children. As the year began to come to a close, it was soon time for what the people of Grapevine loved most: Christmas. On Christmas Eve, the extended family had all gathered at Mohammed's ranch to enjoy a large Christmas party and spend some much-needed time together. One of those in attendance was 22-year-old Sarah Zeri, Mohammed's daughter, who attended the University of Texas at Arlington as a pre-med student and was also a member of the Tri Delta sorority. Dozens of people were there, and the celebrations carried on late into the night. Aziz had not been invited. The following day on Christmas, Nisreen and her children were at the apartment in Grapevine. That morning, Aziz set off to the apartment in his sport utility vehicle, dressed as Santa Claus. He parked outside, and shortly after he arrived, Nisreen's sister, brother-in-law, and niece came to the apartment too. Just before 11 a.m., Sarah sent a text message to her friend which said, "So we're here. We just got here, and my uncle is here too, dressed as Santa. Awesome." She was, of course, referring to Aziz. Just 15 minutes later, she sent another message. Now he wants to be all fatherly and win Father of the Year. Within a few minutes after opening their gifts, Aziz revealed he had brought 2 guns with him. He opened fire and, in terrifyingly quick succession, killed 6 members of his family: Ali, Nona, Zori, Sarah, Muhammad, and Nisreen. All had multiple gunshot wounds and had been shot several times. At 11:34, less than 20 minutes after Sarah had sent that text message, the 911 call was made.
Grapevine 911, where is your emergency? You need help? Are you sick? What was that? Do you need an ambulance or police? Hello?
Although the dispatcher couldn't initially discern the contents of the call, the police opted to process it through specialized software to enhance the audio and extract more information about what had transpired. After this analysis, it became clear that someone had urgently said, "Help, help," followed by the caller stating, "I'm shooting people." This led them to the conclusion that Aziz had placed the call to emergency services.
Grapevine 911, where is your emergency? Hello, Grapevine 911. You need help? Are you sick? What was that?
Yet more revealing information, very hard to stomach this morning as we listen to Grapevine Police give us the latest update. They are now telling us that this gunman dressed as Santa Claus was definitely an invited guest, welcome at this Christmas celebration, that no one knew he had arrived with 2 handguns he intended to use, and when he did, police say, he caught his victims totally by surprise. We await more information, but what we already do know is that this family involved definitely had some financial problems. We know that mom and dad had separated back in March, and that dad was still living in the Colleyville home that the bank had foreclosed on last year.
7 family members shot and killed on Christmas Day.
Just to know that, like, the entire family was murdered is pretty awful.
It's certainly the worst signal shooting that we've had with this many victims.
Neighbors broke away from their holiday gatherings and watched as police searched the apartment for clues. They say the family kept to themselves and are stunned by the timing.
It's just crazy, unexpected, especially on Christmas Day, and family members most of all.
With so many unanswered questions, investigators are trying to determine why the gunman massacred his own family on what should have been a day of joy.
Mayor Tate Williams expressed profound shock and sorrow in the wake of this horrific tragedy, labeling it a profound and heart-wrenching event. He underlined the added anguish that had occurred on Christmas, a day that should have been filled with joy and celebration. Sergeant Eberling, who had been dedicatedly working on the case, echoed these sentiments, characterizing the incident as the most horrifying homicide Grapevine had ever witnessed, and highlighting that it marked the town's first murders since 2010. The community found it almost inconceivable that such a violent and inexplicable event had transpired right on their doorstep. Funeral arrangements were swiftly organized, with friends, family, and loved ones traveling from across the nation and beyond to pay their respects in Texas. In a somber and private ceremony, the 6 victims were laid to rest, leaving behind a heart-rending void in the lives of those who cherished them. Meanwhile, the police diligently continued their investigative efforts, turning their attention to the foreclosed home in Colleyville in search of potential clues. The hope was that Aziz's computer might yield information shedding light on a possible motive, but their inquiries hit a stumbling block when they discovered that the property's electricity had been disconnected, rendering the computer inaccessible. The perplexity surrounding the motivations behind such a violent attack persisted. As investigators conversed with friends and family members, a portrait emerged of a man profoundly discontented with his wife's apparent success without him. Amidst unemployment and the looming eviction from the house he called home, his situation appeared dire, with the bank scheduled to reclaim the property as early as the following March. The prospect of homelessness, coupled with his wife's flourishing life, could have conceivably fueled his actions. However, with Aziz no longer alive to account for his deeds, the exact workings of his mind would forever remain a mystery. Lieutenant Todd Deering reflected, "You can speculate about his bankruptcy. You can speculate about his family relationships. You can speculate about a bunch of different things, but we just don't know right now. Everybody who may have known what the motive was, or what set everything off, is now deceased." Sergeant Eberling added, "We really don't have a clear idea of why he did this. Sometimes there's not a really good explanation for irrational behavior." One of the family's friends voiced her belief that the murder stemmed from Aziz's resentment towards his wife's newfound independence and success. The shootings that transpired in Grapevine on that fateful Christmas day not only left the community in shock and the police department in disbelief due to their senselessness and brutality, but also inflicted irreparably pain on a shattered family. Nona, Ali, and Sarah, with their lives just beginning, had limitless opportunities and potential ahead of them. Zori and Muhammad, who meant so much to their local community and their family, left an irreplaceable void in the lives of those who loved them. For Nizreen, who was on the cusp of thriving and embracing a fresh start on her own, her life was tragically taken by the very person who had vowed to love and protect her, amplifying the devastation caused by this inexplicable act of violence. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Today, we will examine a case that unfolded in Minnesota in 2013. Kira Steger, a 30-year-old store clerk at a clothing store in the Mall of America, was known for her dedication to her job. She had never missed a shift. So when she didn't show up for work on February 23, 2013, her coworkers grew concerned. They attempted to reach Kira, but received no response to calls or text messages. Consequently, they alerted the police that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982, in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was the daughter of Marcy and Jay Steger, who lovingly described her as a lively, dedicated, and sweet daughter. Kira had been employed at the Mall of America, working at two stores, Wet Seal, and more recently, Delia's. Her co-workers were not just colleagues, she considered them family. Kira had a unique ability to recognize people's strengths, even when they didn't notice them themselves. She had ambitious plans and dreams for a bright and serene future. Tragically, all those dreams vanished in an instant when Kira mysteriously disappeared on Thursday, February 21, 2013. On that day, she had a shift at work, and her coworkers reported that she seemed in good spirits, planning to enjoy a nice dinner with her husband after her shift. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino had met 3 years prior and had ignited a spark, leading to a romantic relationship and ultimately a wedding. Overall, they appeared to be a happy and stable married couple. Although they had occasional disagreements, these seemed minor and were kept within their private circle. Neither their relatives, friends, nor co-workers were aware of any serious issues. However, 2 days after Kira failed to come to work, on Saturday, February 23rd, her co-workers grew increasingly concerned as her behavior was atypical for her. She was known for her punctuality and strict adherence to her schedule. Unable to reach Kira, her co-workers contacted Jeffrey, who had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Jeffrey explained that Kira had left their home the previous morning and hadn't returned. He didn't find it particularly concerning since Kira had a history of occasionally disappearing for a day or two, staying at a friend's or relative's place unannounced. One possible cause for concern was the heavy snowfall that day, which could have resulted in difficulties on the road, such as her car getting stuck or her phone battery dying. Receiving no news from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. This mysterious disappearance shocked Kira's loved ones profoundly. Detectives immediately started working on Kira Steger's missing persons case upon receiving the report. Typically, investigations in such cases begin by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate vicinity. This case was no exception, and detectives visited Jeffrey's residence to speak with him. Jeffrey told the detectives that on Thursday, he and Kira had spent time together after work, having dinner, playing bowling, and eventually leaving the mall. According to Jeffrey, they went straight home as Kira intended to watch a movie. Jeffrey also mentioned that his wife left their house the next morning, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m., as she had a work event that required her presence. He didn't find her absence unusual, given her history of occasional disappearances. Jeffrey, however, did admit to some relationship problems over the past few months. He considered these disagreements to be minor, typical of any family. When the detectives asked if Kira might have had a lover or been staying with someone else, Jeffrey denied this possibility. He claimed to trust his wife and love her deeply. The investigators gathered information about Kira and her car, and they personally visited the Mall of America to verify Jeffrey's account. The mall, one of the largest in the world, is located in Bloomington, boasting 520 stores, theme parks, an oceanarium, movie theaters, a golf course, and more. Given its size, it had numerous security cameras. After reviewing the surveillance footage, detectives confirmed that Jeffrey's account held true. They observed that he met Kira after work, and they spent time together at the mall before heading to the parking lot and leaving. There were no signs of any arguments, and the evening seemed ordinary. However, the anxiety of not knowing Kira's whereabouts weighed heavily on her loved ones as each day passed without any news. Unable to bear the uncertainty, Kira's family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They distributed flyers with her pictures in an effort to raise awareness and garner public help. While Kira's family distributed flyers, investigators continued their efforts. During interviews with neighbors, officers noticed a surveillance camera at one neighbor's house, which partially captured the area around Kira and Jeffrey's home. They asked the homeowner to provide them with the camera footage in hopes of finding clues. Meanwhile, cell phone records provided a new lead. Kira had another man in her life besides Jeffrey, Ryan Wendt, who managed one of the stores she worked at. They had a significant and ongoing romantic relationship, as evidenced by frequent correspondence. Ryan was out of state at the time of Kira's disappearance, traveling towards Colorado. This raised questions for investigators. Was it a mere coincidence, or was there more to Ryan's sudden move? They had to find the answer, but they eventually cleared him of suspicion, as the timing of their text messages indicated he was not involved in her disappearance. Examining the video footage from the neighbor's surveillance camera became crucial for investigators. The camera's rapid rotation made it challenging to observe anything carefully. Still, they managed to capture a few seconds of Kira and Jeffrey's house. Jeffrey's account of their evening appeared to align with the footage. However, upon closer examination, they noticed Kira's car reversing into their yard shortly after 2 a.m., although the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant motion made it hard to discern details. Nonetheless, the car soon left the property. Jeffrey explained that he drove to a gas station because Kira had asked him to fill up her car before her morning commute. Surveillance footage confirmed his trip to the gas station around 3:30 a.m. Surprisingly, after leaving the gas station, Jeffrey didn't return home but instead headed towards the highway. The neighbor's camera didn't capture his return, but this could have been due to the camera's constant rotation. Investigators considered the possibility that Jeffrey might have returned home later when the camera was facing another direction. Further analysis of the footage showed Kira's Chevrolet leaving at 9:21 a.m., but it was impossible to determine the driver. A missing persons report had been filed on Saturday, February 23rd. On Monday, February 25th, the police received a call about a suspicious vehicle near the shopping center where Kira worked. Security guards at the multi-story parking lots had noticed a car parked there for several days and called a tow truck. Upon closer inspection, the tow truck driver found red smudges on the trunk lid and reported it to the police. It turned out to be Kira's white Chevy, containing a few small bloodstains. Inside her purse, they discovered divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. Additionally, a rolled-up trunk mat found in the snow behind the car was stained with Kira's blood, confirmed through DNA testing. This grim discovery suggested that Kira was likely no longer alive. It devastated her family and friends, as her last hope of seeing her again had faded. Many questions remained unanswered. How had she died? Had she suffered? And who could have harbored such resentment as to take her life? The absence of Kira's body made the situation even more difficult to bear for her loved ones. The detectives' top priority became identifying the person who abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m., and the mall's cameras captured it shortly after. Although there were no cameras in the parking lot where the car was found, one camera pointed towards the path leading to the car. This camera captured the arrival of the car, followed by the appearance of a hooded man. Given the cold weather, the hooded attire wasn't unusual. The man crossed the street, had a brief conversation with a taxi driver at a nearby stand, and then got into the cab. The police identified the taxi company based on the timing of the interaction and the license plate number. All the taxis in the parking lot were equipped with GPS tracking devices, allowing the police to determine that the hooded man's journey ended near Kira and Jeffrey's house. He paid cash and left the neighborhood, passing by the same camera that partially recorded the couple's home. 2 minutes later, another hooded man entered the frame. Although the footage had low resolution, they noticed a white logo on his hoodie. As they continued watching, the hooded man entered the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira was still missing at this point, making it highly likely that the hooded man was Jeffrey. With a search warrant secured, law enforcement officers headed to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary home, but upon closer inspection, forensic experts discovered dark red stains in the bedroom. Stains were found on the wall next to the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. Luminol revealed more hidden bloodstains on the carpet that extended from the bedroom into other areas of the house. Forensic analysis confirmed that it was Kira's blood, strengthening the investigators' belief that she was no longer alive. The police also examined Jeffrey's car but found no blood or signs of a struggle. However, they did discover something interesting. A gas station receipt in Jeffrey's car, issued an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was discovered in the mall's parking lot. The receipt showed that Jeffrey had used his card to make a purchase at the gas station, followed by a cash withdrawal from an ATM. To gather more evidence, detectives reviewed the gas station's security footage, which showed Jeffrey filling his car with gas, going inside the station, and withdrawing cash from the ATM. The footage briefly revealed his face, as well as a logo on his jacket that resembled the logo on the man seen in the earlier surveillance footage. Based on this new information and the evidence found in the house, Jeffrey Trevino, 39 years old, was arrested. He was taken to the police station for questioning and became the prime and only suspect in the case. During questioning, Jeffrey immediately invoked his right to remain silent, seeking advice from his attorney. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but locating Kira's body was crucial to further cementing his guilt. Everyone believed Kira was no longer alive. As the police, Kira's family, and volunteers conducted extensive searches, they made a disturbing discovery in late March. Near Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's house, volunteers found a peculiar bag by the roadside and contacted the police. Inside the bag were a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra, all linked to Kira through DNA analysis. Although divers searched the lake, they found no remains in the water. The area around the lake was also scoured multiple times using search dogs specifically trained to find bodies, yet their efforts yielded no results. After 2.5 months, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a troubling call. A caller reported seeing what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. Police retrieved the body, and dental records confirmed it was Kyra Steger. Kyra had suffered severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, the exact cause of death could not be determined. With this new evidence, investigators sought to reconstruct the timeline of events leading to Kyra's death and its aftermath. It was speculated that upon returning home and discovering Kyra's romantic correspondence with someone else, Jeffrey grew increasingly angry. When Kyra refused to show him the messages, he forcibly took her phone, resulting in a broken finger. As his rage intensified, he tragically took Kyra's life and attempted to hide the evidence. Using Kyra's car, he transported her body to the house, then later used the car to dispose of her remains in the river. He made a stop at a gas station and withdrew cash, knowing he would need to pay for a taxi after abandoning Kyra's car at the mall. Returning home, Jeffrey attempted to create the impression that Kyra had left on her own that morning and was fine. However, surveillance cameras foiled his plan. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino. His defense argued that the act was not premeditated and resulted from a heated and sudden argument sparked by the discovery of his wife's infidelity. Before sentencing, Kyra's family members made statements in court. Her sister, Carrie Ann Steger, referred to Jeffrey as a calculated criminal and expressed that he deserved no mercy. Marcy, Kyra's mother, pointed out that Jeffrey had shown her daughter no mercy and had discarded her like trash in a polluted river. Jay, Kyra's father, emphasized that no punishment could ever compensate for the pain Jeffrey had caused their family. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino was sentenced to 27.5 years in prison. He became eligible for parole in 2031. The Irene Cortez case, a tragic accident or a planned murder of a mother of many. A scorned woman is said to be capable of unpredictable and desperate acts, the most fearsome of which is cold and cruel revenge. But what about the scorned man? Many people believe that an offended man will either resort to physical violence, drown his sorrows in alcohol, or combine the two. Men, on the other hand, tend to hold fewer grudges and can be more inventive when it comes to vengeance. The case of Irene Cortez, a Spanish citizen who died mysteriously during a trip to Colombia, is complex and ambiguous. While her assailants were apprehended, convicted, and are currently serving lengthy sentences, the deceased woman's family claims the true perpetrator is still at large and portraying himself as a victim. Let us begin by delving into this complex story and determining whether a third party was involved or if the murder was unintentional. It's worth noting that each party is still attempting to prove their version of the truth. Who was Irene Cortez? Irene Cortez, born Lucas, was born in 1980 in the sunny city of Granada, Spain, which is the capital of the same province. She grew up in a wealthy family with a brother and sister. Her parents operated a small but profitable business. According to some reports, her father died young, but her mother, Maria Lucas, took over the business, expanded it, and made sure her children had everything they needed. Maria's older brother, Uncle Pedro Lucas, was also very helpful. Irene was the oldest of the 3 children. A beautiful and sociable girl, she enjoyed being the center of attention and was drawn to boys from a young age. She married shortly after finishing school and was already pregnant. She gave birth to her first child at the age of 17, and 2 years later, she had her second. Despite being a young mother, her mother and uncle provided her with significant support, allowing her to continue her education. Irene relocated to Malaga, a resort city, with her husband and 2 children in early 2000. She opened an entertainment venue, which quickly became popular and profitable. Originally a small disco bar, it grew into a full-fledged nightclub in Malaga. The couple had their 3rd child, and life appeared prosperous and stable. At the age of 25, Irene's husband was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison for trafficking illegal substances. Tragically, he died in prison under mysterious circumstances. Irene was solely responsible for raising her children. Irene was determined to persevere after witnessing her mother raising 3 children on her own. She ran her business successfully, made good money, and had big plans for the future. Relationship with Farid Linus Ariza. Farid Linus Ariza, a native of Barranquilla, Colombia, was born in 1976. He grew up in a large, impoverished family as the youngest of 6 siblings. His parents divorced in the early 1990s when he was still a teenager. His older siblings had become self-sufficient by then, so Farid remained with his mother. Farid moved to Spain with his elderly mother in 2001 at the age of 25 in search of a better life. They settled in Malaga, and Farid worked any job he could to support himself and his mother. In 2005, he began working as a waiter at a nightclub owned by Irene. Irene immediately recognized Farid's dedication and dependability. She was also attracted to him, and Farid did his best to please her. Irene's husband was incarcerated at the time, and she had planned to file for divorce, but was unable to do so before his untimely death. Irene and Farid's employee relationship quickly developed into romance. Farid was not put off by Irene's 3 children from previous relationships, nor was Irene concerned about Farid's humble background as a waiter whose salary she paid. Within months of starting their relationship, the couple decided to live together. They moved into Irene's spacious apartment, and soon after, Irene became pregnant with Farid's child. They had 2 children together. It's unclear whether they were legally married, but Irene retained her first husband's surname, while Farid's children took the surname Linus Ariza. Surname: imprisonment and infidelity. In 2009, Irene's past appeared to repeat itself. Farid, like her first husband, was arrested for distributing illegal substances and sentenced to prison. Irene was once again left alone, but this time with 5 children. Farid was sentenced to 3 years, but served only 1.5, being released early due to good behavior and cooperation with the investigation. However, shortly after Farid's imprisonment, Irene found solace in the arms of another man and lived with him for 1.5 years. Farid learned of her infidelity only after he was released. Understandably enraged, he threatened Irene and her lover and nearly assaulted the man, narrowly avoiding another legal scuffle. They eventually reached a peaceful resolution to the situation. Farid forgave Irene for the sake of their children, and they resumed their relationship as if the imprisonment and infidelity had never happened. Irene's relatives were always skeptical of Farid. Her mother and uncle disapproved of their relationship, believing Farid was only interested in Irene's money. Furthermore, Irene's older children from her first marriage rejected Farid, whereas the youngest, whom Farid had raised since the child was 2, saw him as a father figure. A fateful trip to Colombia. Farid, Irene's husband, expressed a desire to return to Colombia due to his father's serious illness in early 2011. According to reports, Farid's estranged father has been diagnosed with advanced cancer, and his sister in Barranquilla informed him of the dire situation. Irene, who had long wanted to visit Farid's homeland, agreed to accompany him. She was excited to meet Farid's father, whom she had never met before, as well as participate in the legendary Barranquilla Carnival, which takes place in late February. Furthermore, Irene, who had not taken a vacation in years, due to her commitment to her job and raising her 5 children, saw this trip as an opportunity for a much-needed break. The couple planned a 10-day trip across the ocean, with Irene's mother and younger sister agreeing to look after her children during this time. Despite her mother Maria Lucas's attempts to dissuade her from the journey due to a bad omen, Irene ignored her fears. At the same time, the family was experiencing financial difficulties due to a seasonal downturn in their business. Despite this, Irene had personal savings of $3,000 in cash hidden at home, but on the eve of their trip, she discovered the money had mysteriously vanished, nearly derailing their plans. Irene quickly borrowed the money from her uncle and close friends. She also reserved their flight tickets in a hotel in the city center, thoroughly preparing for what would tragically be her final journey. Mysterious murder. On February 27th of 2011, the couple arrived in Colombia. The flight was uneventful, and they immediately checked into their hotel. Irene called home to reassure her mom. However, 2 days later, Farid informed Irene's eldest son, 14, that his mother had died. Farid initially claimed an accident, but it was later discovered that Irene was murdered during a robbery at a Barranquilla entertainment venue. The case quickly became a major headline in Colombia. The story was that Irene, a Spanish tourist, was murdered by robbers who fled the scene, sparking a citywide police manhunt. However, the circumstances surrounding the robbery and murder appeared unusual and suspicious. The attackers did not appear to be attempting to steal anything. Instead, they shot Irene in the heart and fled quickly. Police and local media representatives arrived quickly. Despite the fact that Farid witnessed his partner's shooting during an interview with journalists, he appeared calm, not like a grieving widower. The Spanish embassy in Bogotá confirmed the murder and stated that Irene's remains would be repatriated following the necessary investigations. Investigators are still determining the exact events of the night of March 2nd. In the meantime, authorities are actively pursuing the perpetrators of this senseless crime. Surveillance footage. The case of Irene Cortez's mysterious death appeared to be gaining clarity. After reviewing surveillance footage from cameras installed at the murder scene on March 1st, Irene and her partner, Farid Alinas Ariza, had arranged to meet Farid's brother, sister, and their spouses. The 6-person group attended the carnival, walked around town, and then went to a local bar for dinner and entertainment, as suggested by Farid. By 1 a.m., Irene, Farid, and his relatives were the only customers at the bar, according to surveillance footage. Around 2 a.m., 2 young men sitting away from the crowd entered the bar. They didn't order anything and didn't appear to be comfortable, which drew the bar manager's attention due to their suspicious behavior. Furthermore, their young appearance prompted the manager to inquire as to their legal age. The young men refused to show their IDs, and when asked to leave, one of them pulled out a gun and pointed it at the manager. His accomplice produced a knife, but quickly retreated out of the camera's view. The armed assailant pushed the manager aside and approached Irene's table, announcing the robbery and demanding mobile phones and cash. His knife-wielding partner reappeared, presumably to collect valuables, while the gunman continued to threaten the group. However, he did not have the opportunity to act, confronting Irene. The gunman instructed Farid to stand for a pocket search. As Irene reached for her purse, the assailant lunged at her while holding the gun. As he grabbed the purse, he fired a shot that struck Irene directly in the chest. She collapsed on the floor as the assailants fled without taking anything. Farid and his brother pursued them while his sister attempted to stop Irene's bleeding and his brother's wife requested emergency assistance. Unfortunately, the criminals were too quick to apprehend. The men returned to the bar and attempted to help Irene, but it was too late. Emergency personnel arrived quickly, but Irene died from her injuries en route to the hospital, leaving behind a perplexing case and a bereaved family. The manhunt for the perpetrators, arrest and trial. Following the robbery and homicide that claimed Irene Cortez's life, law enforcement deployed all available resources. The city was teeming with tourists for the carnival, so ensuring their safety was critical. A reward of $10 million, or approximately $3,500, was announced for information leading to the culprits. The first suspect, gunman Brian Dario, was apprehended the following day. He promptly implicated his accomplice, Juan Carlos. Juan, 18, surrendered to authorities, hoping for leniency. During interrogation, Dario claimed that dire financial straits, debts, and a sick child in need of costly treatment drove him to commit the crime, which his relatives later confirmed. He insisted that Irene's shooting was unintentional, occurring while attempting to steal her purse. Juan Carlos claimed he was an unwitting participant. He claimed Brian did not reveal his plans, but rather requested backup in a job for which he claimed to have only a small knife for intimidation, not harm, and fled the scene when he realized Brian's intentions. However, surveillance footage contradicted his claims, revealing that he returned to Brian with both perpetrators in custody and their confessions. With prison sentences looming, the court found Dario guilty of robbery and homicide in aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to 23 years. Carlos was sentenced to 17 years for complicity in these crimes. Farid is accused, and new details about the crime have emerged. The family of the deceased woman accused Farid of orchestrating his wife's murder from the start of the investigation. Irene's mother and uncle hired a detective to conduct an independent investigation, gathering additional materials and evidence to hold the man accountable and prove his role in the crime. Starting with the previously mentioned disappearance of year 3000 from Cortez's hiding place. According to Maria Lucas, Farid was the only one who knew about the money and could have discreetly taken it. The woman told her daughter about this from the start, but she refused to listen. Now, she believed her son-in-law used the money to pay Dario to murder his wife. Another compelling argument was the man's father's fabricated illness, which he was eager to see. The elderly parent was not diagnosed with cancer, and he appeared to be in good health for his age. Farid made up this story, which served as the main pretext for the trip to Colombia. Furthermore, it was Linus Ariza who initiated the visit to that fateful establishment. Furthermore, he insisted on continuing the feast late into the night, when all of the other visitors had left and their company was alone in the hall. Furthermore, the detective conducted a detailed analysis of the camera recordings, assessing what was going on and drawing his own conclusions. He noticed that the criminals behaved strangely. Juan was obviously terrified, and he most likely had no idea what was happening. While Brian approached, the company approached Farid and raised him without directly threatening him with a gun. It appeared that the men knew each other and acted together. Then Farid moved strangely behind Irene, who was sitting at the table, and reached into her bag for her wallet. The criminal with the gun stared at the man, as if waiting for a signal. It's unclear whether he received any kind of sign when the victim and her husband returned to the camera after the shot. The man chased the killer, but the expert believes he intentionally let him escape. However, the latter statement may be considered controversial because Brian was armed and Farid could reasonably fear for his life. The man's behavior was also called into question. After his chosen one was declared dead, he willingly gave interviews to the arriving correspondents, discussing the details of what happened while remaining composed and not appearing upset or depressed. Another important question is why, after the tragedy, Linus Ariza called her 14-year-old son rather than Irene's mother, uncle, or any other adult relative. According to Maria Lucas, he intended to personally inflict pain on the teenager, punishing him for failing to recognize the stepfather's authority and treating him disrespectfully. The woman's uncle was the first to give an interview to the press, openly discussing his suspicions and the findings of the investigation. Pedro Lucas was certain that Farid had planned the trip in advance, effectively luring Efrain into a trap. The money stolen from her was used to pay for the services of a hired killer, and after her death, he intended to establish guardianship over the children and take over his wife's business. Farid's mother did not stand silently by as her son was accused of a heinous crime. Instead, she openly defended her son. The woman claimed that her offspring adored Irene and her children and would never harm them. However, the parent inadvertently said that the chosen one did not have to cheat on Farid, which greatly offended his pride. In addition, an unpleasant detail emerged about Linus Ariza leaving Spain on fake documents because he was not permitted to leave the country after being released from prison on parole. The man denied this information, claiming that he left legally and Irene served as his guarantor. Funeral without the widower. Irene's body was returned to her native Spain 12 days after the tragedy occurred. The funeral was held with a closed casket because the remains had begun to decompose after such a long time. Hundreds attended the funeral. Family, friends, neighbors, and even those who didn't know Cortez but had heard the moving story wanted to send their condolences to the family. Farid was the only person who did not attend the farewell ceremony because he was afraid of retribution if he returned from Colombia. Farid claimed that his late wife's relatives had repeatedly threatened both him and his elderly mother. As a result, before flying back to Spain, he planned to appeal to the authorities to ensure his safety. He sought a protective order so that he could attend the funeral, but his request was denied, and Linus Ariza decided not to take the risk. In response, Farid filed a court complaint against his deceased wife's relatives, alleging that they obstructed his return home. Maria and Pedro Lucas, on the other hand, denied his claims, stating that their primary concern was his return to Spain to face trial. Additional court proceedings, with new circumstances and accusations against Farid, further investigation and court proceedings were launched. Dario and Carlos, who were already serving their sentences in a Colombian prison, were questioned about their relationship with Linus Ariza and a possible premeditated conspiracy. However, Brian categorically rejected this assumption, He insisted that the murder was an accident caused by a failed robbery attempt. He claimed he had never met Fareed before, let alone hired him as a hitman for his wife. The accusations appeared to be grasping at straws, with no conclusive evidence of premeditation or a contract killing, only assumptions and interpretations of the events on the recording. Dario also admitted to being under the influence of alcohol and prohibited substances that evening, which explains his poor recollection of the events. Carlos insisted that his friend had not included him in his plans, and that everything that happened in the bar was as shocking to him as it was to those they assaulted. Juan appeared to be telling the truth, but Brian's statement about who fired the fatal shot raised some doubts. Consider this. He failed to commit the robbery, was imprisoned, and his sick child received the necessary expensive treatment. Brian claimed that when kind-hearted people discovered his motivation, they helped him. However, the Lucas family's lawyers attempted to show that the year 3000 stolen from Irene, which Fareed paid for her murder, was spent on treatment. Brian allegedly agreed to sacrifice himself and go to prison to save his child while secretly passing the money to his wife. This version, however, was never verified. Returned to Spain. Linus Ariza only decided to return to Spain after obtaining a court order guaranteeing his safety. A few months had passed since the tragedy, and the media frenzy had subsided. When he returned, Linus Ariza claimed to have brought investigation materials that proved his innocence in his wife's murder. He stated that his main reason for returning was to care for the children he shared with Irene, who had been cared for by the deceased's relatives while he was away. 6 months later, Fareed decided to give a major interview, in which he revealed that he had lost almost everything. He was unemployed, and his passport had been revoked, preventing him from leaving the country. To make matters worse, his friends abandoned him, and his late wife's mother and uncle forbade him from seeing his children. Linus Ariza confronted Maria and Pedro Lucas in court several times. He claimed they threatened him while trying to prove his involvement in Irene's murder. However, neither side could back up their claims. Finally, the children remained in the care of their grandmother and uncle, and the widower was unable to claim any of his late wife's belongings. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On the fateful day of May 31, 2007, Alan Bailey's heart was filled with unease after seeing his daughter, Kate Beagley, brimming with excitement as she prepared for a night out. Little did he know that this ordinary evening would turn into a terrifying mystery. Their last encounter occurred on May 30. Kate's excitement about her plans became contagious around 6:30 p.m. Alan smiled as he left her, unaware that it would be his last time seeing her. But on May 31, as the day progressed without Kate's presence, concern began to grow. Kate was a dedicated and driven woman who was 32 years old at the time. She had a degree in sports administration and had spent a decade climbing the ranks at British Gas, demonstrating her dedication and ambition. Her strong work ethic and vibrant personality made her a popular figure at her workplace. What set Kate apart was her unwavering bond with her loved ones. She was the type of person who stayed in touch, providing a reassuring presence in the lives of her friends and family. When she did not show up for appointments or work on May 31, her father became concerned. Alan felt uneasy about his daughter's character. It had been less than 24 hours since they had last seen each other, but something felt off. Kate's absence was out of character, and the silence in her Walton-on-Thames apartment spoke louder than words. Unable to ignore his instincts, Alan took the step that no parent wants to take. He reported his daughter missing to the authorities, setting off a chain of events that would eventually solve the mystery surrounding Kate's sudden disappearance. The story takes a chilling turn when Kate's friends reveal crucial information to the police. They told the police that on that fateful night of May 30, she agreed to a first date with a man she had met a few weeks before. This man was Carl Taylor, a 27-year-old fitness trainer. Kate Carl's paths crossed in central London on May 18. When they met at a club, Carl approached her with charm and charisma, and Kate gave him her contact information. In the days that followed, they exchanged text messages and eventually agreed on a date of May 30. Kate was open with her friends about her plans, including her upcoming date with Carl. They were going to meet at the Roebuck Bar, which had a beautiful view of the Thames. The night went as planned, and Kate texted several of her friends throughout their date. But, as the evening progressed, those messages would be her last known communication. After that, silence enveloped her, and her whereabouts remained a haunting mystery. The police naturally questioned Carl Taylor about Kate's disappearance. Initially, he claimed ignorance of her whereabouts or what had happened following their date. However, his account quickly began to shift and fluctuate. He claimed that Kate had dropped him off at Twickenham after their date. However, his story kept changing, and he remained uncooperative, refusing to answer some questions, leading to his arrest on suspicion of kidnapping. As the investigation progressed, Carl Taylor eventually dashed any remaining hope that Kate was still alive. He admitted to a heinous crime, stabbing Kate to death while they were sitting on a bench on Richmond Hill. He then revealed that he had taken her lifeless body to a nature reserve in Hertfordshire, where it was partially concealed near a car park. Following his confession, Carl led the police to the grim location where he had disposed of Kate's and their bodies among the nettles. They discovered a tragic truth. Despite his confessions to police, Carl Taylor shockingly entered a not guilty plea when charged with murder, setting the stage for a tumultuous legal battle and a search for justice in a case. In court, the prosecution presented a compelling case against Carl Taylor, alleging that he went on a date with Kate Beagley with the sinister intent to murder her and steal her car. The narrative presented to the court unfolded as follows. On the night of May 30, their date began as scheduled. They drove to a picture-perfect spot on Richmond Hill with stunning views of the Thames and entered the Roebuck Bar. They went there to buy drinks and spend some time. They then moved outside to a bench, as is customary in the scenic area, where people often gather to admire the breathtaking views. The court heard this while they were inside Roebuck Bar. Kate didn't seem to be interested in Carl. The court heard critical testimony from a woman named Maureen Rong Khan, who was present at the bar that evening. Maureen stated that as soon as they sat down, the girl had her head down, texting on her mobile phone. There was no conversation, only he spoke to her. She continued texting. She was still texting as they left. The prosecution claimed that once they were outside and away from potential witnesses, Carol launched a vicious, frenzied attack on Kate, which resulted in her tragic death. Carl, according to the court, came prepared for this heinous act, having stolen scissors and a carving knife from a friend's house prior to the date. Surprisingly, he had kept the knife hidden up his sleeve while in Kate's company at the bar, an unsettling detail that would later become a critical component of the case. The prosecutor informed the court that Carl gave the police varying accounts of what happened that night. In one of these accounts, Carl admitted to stabbing Kate during an argument and saying the chilling words, "All I want is your car." He then revealed that she pushed me away. She grabbed me, so I stabbed her in the throat. I constantly hurt her neck because she was aiming for my face. The gruesome reality of the situation became clear when the court learned that Kate had 31 stab wounds on her face and neck. Further disturbing revelations gripped the courtroom, as it was revealed that Carl Taylor brutally stabbed Kate to death before placing her lifeless body in the trunk of her own car and driving through London's streets. As he drove, he had a phone conversation with his girlfriend Lauren. Sean Luck. Lauren had no idea where he had been or what had happened. The jury was presented with compelling evidence, including CCTV footage that captured Carl's calculated actions at 12:20 on May 31. The footage showed Carl driving Kate's car into a garage and then refueling the vehicle. Surprisingly, he interacted with other drivers on the forecourt, appearing relaxed and unconcerned. Despite the grisly secret hidden in the car's trunk, Carl removed Kate's clothing and attempted to meticulously wash away any potential DNA traces from her body using bottles of mineral water found in her car. In a chilling display of detachment, he disposed of Kate's lifeless body among the nettles in the woods. Carl returned home and shockingly displayed Kate's stolen car to friends and family, flaunting it. He also sold Kate's phone to an acquaintance and generously distributed Marks and Spencer gift cards found in Kate's car's glove box to friends. During the subsequent investigation, police were able to locate Kate's car and recover the knife used as the murder weapon. They also recovered Kate's clothing and personal belongings, which added to the evidence of a cold-blooded crime. The courtroom drama surrounding Kate Beagley's tragic death took an unexpected turn when the defense presented a vastly different view of the case. Despite Carl Taylor's conflicting statements to the police, the defense claimed he was not responsible for Kate's death. Instead, they claimed Kate killed herself because of her alleged dark and cold side. In an unexpected twist, Carl testified at the trial that Kate committed suicide by intentionally moving her head onto his knife. He claimed that just before this tragic incident, Kate confided in him about her problems. Carl admitted to bringing the knife that night because he was feeling suicidal. According to his account, when the knife fell from his sleeve, Kate grabbed it and started prodding herself in the neck. Under cross-examination by the prosecutor, Carl was asked to describe and demonstrate how Kate could have inflicted 31 injuries on herself. He hesitated and declined to give a detailed account, citing emotional distress. However, the judge in the case reminded him of his responsibility as a witness to answer the questions posed. The judge insisted Carl show the jury how Kate met her tragic death, saying, "You are not going to boss us around. You are not there to dictate terms. You are there to show how she lost her life." To demonstrate the events, the prosecutor created a makeshift paper knife about 6 inches long and asked Carl to reenact the scene. Carl cautiously prided himself in the neck with the paper knife, recounting how he had discovered Kate had died. He described breaking down in tears and lying on the grass, staring at the sky. The prosecution argued that Carl's claim that Kate remained standing while inflicting these wounds was implausible. Among the 31 injuries she'd sustained, some had severed her carotid artery and jugular vein, making it extremely unlikely that she would have remained on her feet. The prosecutor also questioned Carl about his background as a fitness instructor with martial arts training, asking why he didn't intervene to assist Kate. Carl's response was simple: it was an awkward situation. The jury deliberated for only 2 hours before reaching a guilty verdict. They found Carl Taylor's latest account of events that night unconvincing, and he was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 30 years behind bars. Alan Beagley's moving words following Carl's life sentence revealed the deep pain and sorrow that his family has experienced. On Wednesday, May 30, 2007, I left my only daughter, Kate, looking forward to an evening out. She was brutally murdered by the man she had gone to meet, and we never saw her again. Since then, our lives have been turned upside down. Kate was a loving, thoughtful daughter, sister, and friend who cared about us all just as much as we did her. She was a lot of fun to be around, and everyone who knew her will miss her greatly. She had a gung-ho attitude toward life and lived it to the full. We cherish and are grateful. We cherish and are grateful for all of the memories of our wonderful time together. Kate's family and friends have been devastated by her tragic and unexpected death, and I speak for everyone when I say that our lives will never be the same again. Our family has been devastated, and life without Kate feels empty and meaningless. The worst episode of our lives has now been resolved through the judicial system. However, we must now rebuild our lives around the void left by Kate's tragic death, recalling the positive impact she had on all of us. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Saturday, June 28, 2014, Erin Corwin, 19, informed her husband Jonathan John Corwin that she planned to hike some trails in Joshua Tree National Park. Her mother, Laura Evelyn, was due to visit the following week, and Erin expressed a desire to go on some walks together. Erin and John had been married for over a year and had known each other since 5th grade when they met in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. When Erin turned 16, John asked her parents and Bill for permission to date her, and they agreed. John appeared to be a good match for their daughter, with gentlemanly characteristics. The couple married in November 2012 and moved to California in September 2013. John lives at the 29 Palms Marine Base, where he served as a Marine. 2 other young couples, Connor and Isley Malachi, live next door to John and Erin, sharing a downstairs apartment with their son Brian. While Chris and Nicole Lee lived next door with their daughter Liberty, Erin and John had a difficult start to 2014 as Erin miscarried. Seeking solace, she volunteered at the White Rock Horse Rescue Ranch, where she cared for horses and made friends. Erin discovered she was pregnant again in April 2014, which excited John on the morning of June 28. When Erin left early, John expected her to return later in the day. However, as the day went on without her, He contacted her best friend to inquire about her whereabouts, but she had no idea. Concerned, John reported Erin missing to the police on the morning of June 29, claiming she had left around 6 or 7 a.m. on June 28 to explore some trails. He mentioned that she had expressed love before leaving, and he returned to sleep after seeing her off. Erin has not communicated since then. When John informed Erin's parents about her disappearance, their first concern was that she might be lost in the vast desert. Without provisions, you will face harsh conditions. Military troops joined the search, conducting a massive operation across 300 rugged acres of desert. The San Bernardino Sheriff Search and Rescue Team worked with Nancy's agents to navigate the treacherous terrain, which included over 1,000 abandoned mines. Questions arose about John's decision to wait 24 hours before reporting Erin missing. He then underwent a polygraph test, which he passed, allowing the police to rule him out as a suspect. Erin's car was discovered 20 to 30 miles east of the military base, parked quite far from the Joshua Tree National Park entrance. Authorities were perplexed as to why Erin did not park closer if she intended to explore the nearby trails. Notably, shoe prints were discovered leading from the driver's side of Erin's vehicle to a location where investigators suspected another car had been parked. The question arose, had Erin gotten into another vehicle? According to John's information, Erin intended to go alone that day and had not mentioned meeting anyone else. Lore, Erin's mother, contacted one of her best friends, Jessica, who revealed that Erin had planned a special date at Joshua Tree National Park on June 28th. Erin was secretly having an extramarital affair, which shocked her. It seemed at odds with Erin's apparent devotion to John, as she had written him love letters and poems. Jessica informed the authorities that Erin intended to meet Chris Lee, a Marine living next to John, and that Erin lived with his wife Nicole and their 6-year-old daughter. When police approached Chris and asked about Erin's whereabouts, he initially claimed he didn't know her well and that they had only exchanged brief greetings. Chris claims that on the day Erin went missing, he was coyote hunting near Gold Crown Road and had no contact with her. The police then brought Chris to the station for further questioning. Following a series of questions, Chris admitted to having a close relationship with Erin, acknowledging that they were romantically involved. However, he claimed that their physical interactions were limited to kissing and no sexual intercourse occurred. Despite his familiarity with Erin, Chris insisted that he was unaware of her current location. Chris was released from police custody without being charged. The search for Erin persisted. But, given the large number of mines in Joshua Tree National Park and its surroundings, hope faded. Erin's remains were discovered on August 16th, nearly 2 months after she disappeared. A caver alerted by a strong gasoline odor investigated one of the mines and discovered Erin's body within. A tire, a homemade torch, and a bottle of Sprite sat beside her. The autopsy determined that Erin's death was a homicide, with strangulation as the cause. She was choked to death with a homemade garrote, and her body was dropped 250 feet down the rows of the Peruman shaft while the garrote remained around her neck. Police discovered a propane tank inside the mine, indicating an attempt to burn her body. Because of Erin's advanced state of decomposition, it was impossible to say for certain whether she was pregnant. The garrote found around Erin's neck was made from 2 rebar handles and paracord. The autopsy revealed several skull fractures, one of which happened shortly before or during her death. In addition, fractures to her left collarbone and left rib were discovered shortly before or during her death. The remaining skull fractures were caused post-mortem, most likely during the process of dragging or throwing her into the mine. DNA testing on the items discovered alongside Erin's body in the shaft produced significant results. Chris's DNA was discovered on the shirt tied around the torch, and the Sprite bottle, which still had the lid on, contained both Chris's and Erin's DNA. Chris was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. With the added circumstance of lying in wait, Chris pleaded not guilty to the charges following his arrest. The prosecution claimed that Erin and Chris were having an affair, and when Erin discovered she was pregnant, she confided in Chris. According to police, Chris, unwilling to jeopardize his relationship with his wife, considered a drastic solution to the problem: murder Erin. The prosecution claimed that Chris meticulously planned the murder over several weeks, researching effective methods for disposing of a body. He had a plan in place, He allegedly enticed Erin to the desert and killed her with a garrote he had brought with him. They claimed that the murder was premeditated. During Chris's arrest, officers discovered 2 spools of paracord and a blue climbing rope in his car. The paracord matched the cord around Erin's neck. Erin had told her friend Jessica that Chris was the baby's father and that she loved him more than John. She even expressed a desire to move to Alaska, Chris' hometown, to be with him. The court heard that their affair became public in April 2014 when their neighbor Islington saw them kissing. Nicole informed John, who confronted Chris, explicitly stating that he did not want to see him near Erin again. During the trial, Islington testified for the prosecution, stating that Chris frequently discussed murder, mentioning it more than I can count. She remembered him talking about hiding a body in the desert corner. Ling's husband also testified that Chris had discussed murder with him. Just a few weeks before Erin disappeared, Chris allegedly told Connor that if you put a body in a fire with tires, it will disintegrate and that they would be unable to find anything. Another Marine, Andrew Johnson, testified about his conversation with Chris in June 2014. Chris reportedly inquired about nearby chloride plants, specifically how a body could be destroyed using chemicals found there. Chris also inquired about the presence of security cameras in those locations. Andrew stated that he did not find the conversation unusual at the time because his experiences in Afghanistan had desensitized him, and he knew Chris felt the same way. The court learned that a propane tank and a tire were discovered inside the mine shaft, next to Erin's body. The prosecution informed the court that Chris borrowed a propane tank from a horse ranch, and a fellow Marine discovered one in Chris's car on the morning of June 28. When questioned, Chris allegedly told the Marine he planned to blow up a mine shaft. The jury was presented with compelling evidence about the DNA found on the shirt and Sprite bottle, as well as incriminating Google searches like how to dispose of a body. The prosecution urges the jury to consider these elements and convict Chris, claiming that the evidence strongly points to him as the sole person responsible for Erin's death. They urge the jury to investigate Chris's actions, including previous conversations, research, and the weapons he brought, to determine whether the murder was premeditated. In a significant turn, Chris may have recognized the weight of the evidence against him and initially pleaded not guilty. He later recanted during the trial and admitted to Erin's murder. However, he claimed that the action was impulsive rather than planned. This admission complicated the trial, forcing the jury to consider the degree of premeditation in Chris's actions leading up to Erin's tragic death. The defense presented its case by admitting Chris was responsible for Erin's death. In contrast to his previous denials, Chris now admits to having a sexual relationship with Erin. The defense told the jury that Chris, wanting to save his marriage, but unwilling to let go of Erin, planned to meet her on June 28th to discuss their situation. According to Chris, the original plan was for Erin and others to go hunting, but when the others were unable to attend, the meeting became an opportunity for a private conversation. Chris claimed that on that day, he planned to blow up a mine shaft with tires. In preparation, he brought gasoline and diesel fuel to the desert, as well as a propane tank. He described how he threw these materials into his mind, realizing he had used up all of the gasoline for God to apply to the torch. When he realized he couldn't carry out the plant explosion, he also discarded the torch in his mind. This, according to Chris, these items were discovered inside the mine shaft. The defense called only one witness, Chris, who claimed that Erin occasionally babysat his daughter. According to Chris, during their time in the desert together, Erin discussed their future as a family and expressed a desire to care for his daughter. Chris described an incident in which his wife Nicole expressed concern for their daughter's well-being, implying that Erin may be engaging in inappropriate behavior. In response to these concerns, Chris claimed that he confronted Erin while they were in the desert and asked her directly, "Have you ever touched Liberty? Have you molested my daughter?" According to Chris's testimony, Erin's admission to touching his daughter elicited a strong emotional response. He described feeling an overwhelming surge of hatred and rage, as if someone had rammed a red-hot knife into his heart. During this intense emotional turmoil, Chris claimed to have picked up a garrote from his car. "I felt so much hatred and rage. I grabbed it, stood up, and noticed she had turned around at some point. I couldn't think clearly. I just felt a lot of hatred, and I came up behind her, put it around her neck, and my training kicked in. Then I turned around and began pulling, but I couldn't pull hard enough because I was so angry." Chris went on to explain, I just continued choking her. I'm not sure how long it was. It could have been 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It seemed like forever, and I just kept choking her. After Erin stopped moving, Chris admitted to using the garrote to drag her body to the mineshaft's edge and push her inside. The defense asks the jury to find him not guilty of first-degree murder based on his claim that he did not intend to kill Erin and only killed her in the heat of the moment. The prosecution strongly contested Chris's defense, claiming that it was a fabrication. The emphasis emphasizes that no one had previously expressed concern about Erin's behavior. The alleged abuse was not reported to police, and Chris and his wife did not seek medical attention for their daughter as a result of the alleged abuse. The prosecution claimed that Chris made up this story during the trial in order to get a lesser charge of involuntary manslaughter, with the expectation of a shorter prison sentence due to the overwhelming evidence against him. The prosecutor pointed out that Chris only admitted his involvement in front of the jury, implying a calculated move for attention. The prosecutor addressed Chris directly, saying, "You chose to do it in front of the jury. It's about you. You sought attention." Ultimately, the jury did not believe Chris's defense. They quickly returned a guilty verdict for first-degree murder with a special circumstance. Chris was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after a 15-minute trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In downtown Melbourne, Australia, on an ordinary Wednesday evening in January 2019, to a sinister turn. What began as a casual outing with friends for a young international student quickly escalated into a terrifying ordeal that stunned the entire country and the world. Kaya Mayasarwe was born in 1997 in Baqa al-Gharbia. At the age of 21, I moved to Israel with my Palestinian Muslim family. Aya Mayasarwe, a Palestinian citizen of Israel, embarked on a journey that was meant to be transformative. She had come to Australia for a one-year exchange program at La Trobe University in Bundoora, Melbourne. Her thirst for knowledge and love of languages drove her decision to study abroad. However, the January night proved fatal for her. Aya Mayasarwe's night of January 16, 2019 began just like any other. After attending a less talkative English social event, she went to a comedy show in North Melbourne with her friends. For Aya, these gatherings were more than just social occasions. They provided opportunities for her to improve her English and connect with people from various backgrounds. Aya's time in Australia was part of an on-campus exchange program with La Trobe University in Bundoora, Melbourne. She was a dedicated student who studied Chinese and English at a Shanghai university. Her time in Australia was intended to help her improve her English language skills, which are an important part of her academic journey. Australia had quickly become a place she adored, a place where she could discover new places, try new experiences, and form meaningful bonds. Her enthusiasm for life was contagious, and she possessed an innate ability to see the beauty in every moment. But Aya was more than just an adventurous spirit. She was a conscientious student who took her studies seriously. Her language skills were impressive, as she was fluent in Arabic, Hebrew, and Mandarin. Her commitment to learning and personal development was demonstrated by her decision to spend a year in Australia, pushing her limits and broadening her horizons. Throughout her time in Australia, Aya maintained regular contact with her family back home. She spoke with her parents and sisters almost every day. Her family was preparing to visit her in Australia, a prospect filled with excitement and anticipation. The prospect of reuniting with her loved ones on the other side of the world sparked great excitement. On that fateful Wednesday night, after attending a comedy show with friends, Aya returned to her student housing at La Trobe University. The night appeared ordinary, with Aya taking the tram to her destination. She disembarked at her usual stop on 23 at 12:05 a.m. He was concerned for her safety, as he often was when walking alone at night. Aya made a phone call to her sister Ruba. This precautionary measure was Aya's way of feeling more secure during late-night walks. Ruba was at home in Israel and answered the phone, not expecting her sister to answer at that time. What happened during that phone call sent terror through Ruba's heart and soul. The sound of her sister's screams and shouts pierced the telephone line. In a matter of moments, Ruba went from hearing her sister's voice to witnessing a terrifying and unexpected silence. Ruba remained on the line, heart racing as she listened to the eerie silence. She could hear the distant hum of a passing car, but her sister never returned her call. It was a moment of terror, helplessness, and dread. You were panicked and worried because you had no idea what had happened on the other end of the line. Ruba immediately contacted her other sisters who were in China at the time. They tried to contact Aya by phone and text message. However, there was no response. Their anxiety increased with each unanswered attempt to reach Aya. Dawn approached, but Aya had still not returned their calls. Ruba and her sister took a fateful decision. They reported the disappearance to the Australian police. It was approximately 6 a.m. When they took the step, they had no idea a horrifying truth that would soon be revealed. Around the same time, a passerby on his way to work discovered the lifeless body of a young woman behind a hedge, changing his life forever. That young woman was Aya's. The discovery of Aya Mayasarwe's lifeless body behind a hedge on the fateful morning of January 16, 2009, marked the start of a perilous journey into the heart of a heinous crime. Her body was discovered just 100 meters from the tram stop, where she had disembarked and less than a mile from her student housing at La Trobe University, and word of Aya's brutal murder spread. The Australian authorities responded quickly, and when police arrived at the crime scene, they were met with a killing tableau of violence and brutality. Aya had sustained serious head injuries as a result of a relentless and brutal assault. Her body was covered in burn marks, adding to the horror she had experienced. The discovery of a hat and a shirt thought to have been left behind by the person responsible for Aya's murder was one of the first clues that proved critical to the investigation. These items would be sent for forensic testing, providing crucial evidence in the pursuit of justice. From the start, the authorities assumed they were dealing with a random attack. The community, still reeling from the shock of Aya's murder, was gripped by fear and anxiety as they tried to comprehend how such a heinous act could have occurred. Seemingly at random, the police, determined to bring Aya's killer to justice, launched a thorough investigation. They meticulously reviewed CCTV footage from the area, piecing together the events leading up to the murder. They interviewed people who had been in the area at the time of the crime, hoping to learn anything that could lead them to the perpetrator. In their unwavering pursuit of justice, the authorities also focused on a known offender, investigating their whereabouts in the hopes of determining a connection to Aya's murder. The investigator felt compelled to solve this case because he recognized the profound impact it had on the community and the international community as a whole. Only 2 days after Aya's lifeless body was discovered, a breakthrough occurred. Australian police arrested Cody Herman, 21, and charged him with rape and murder in connection with Aya's death. For those following the case, the arrest brought both relief and shocks. The swift apprehending of a suspect demonstrated law enforcement's dedication to finding answers. Cody's arrest sent shockwaves through the community and around the world as the horrific details surrounding Aya's death emerged. Surveillance footage and forensic evidence were crucial in his identification. What was most astonishing in this case was Cody's decision to plead guilty to rape and murder charges before the trial began. This plea spared Aya's family and the court from a long and painful trial. However, the key questions about the crime's motivations and circumstances remain unanswered. The guilty plea was a significant development in the case because it indicated that there would be no traditional trial. Instead, the court would hold a sentencing hearing in which the prosecutor would explain the details of the attack. This would provide a glimpse into the horrifying chain of events that resulted in tragic and premature deaths. The court proceedings revealed a chilling account of what occurred on that fateful night. While Aya had never met Cody prior to the attack, disturbing details about his previous interactions and intentions emerged in the month before the murder. Cody had made attempts to enter her apartment complex, raising suspicions of premeditation. In December 2018, just 4 months after arriving in Australia, Aya attempted to gain entry into the apartment building by falsely claiming to have misplaced his key. However, he did not live there and was at the time without a permanent address and abode. Cody returned a few days later, and residents noticed him standing outside the building, evoking an unsettling connection to Aya. Cody's online activities increased the case's intrigue. Under the rap name Makodes, he posted disturbing lyrics on Facebook, including references to suicide and demons in my head. Despite the alarming online posts and attempts to gain access to Aya's apartment complex, police initially suspected that these incidents were linked to Aya's murder. The motivation for the attack remained a perplexing mystery. The court proceedings also shed light on the events leading up to Aya's murder. While Aya was at the comedy show with her friends, Cody was hanging out at the Palazzo shopping center. At 12:07 a.m., he left the shopping center, cutting through the parking lot and arriving at Main Drive. Cody spotted Aya walking down the street that night, and without warning or provocation, he launched a vicious attack. He struck her 4 times in the head with a metal pipe, causing her to drop her phone and fall to the ground, unconscious. The speed and ferocity of the assault rendered Aya defenseless, with no way to protect herself or flee. Cody's actions after the initial attack were equally horrific. He dragged the unconscious Aya behind a low hedge between the footpath and the car park, where he brutally assaulted her. The brutality didn't stop there. He continued to strike her head with a metal pipe 9 times. The details of the injuries were equally distressing. The force of the blows had fractured her skull multiple times, and while lacerations on her brain would be fatal, the nature of a neck injury is unknown, leaving investigators puzzled as to whether it occurred during strangulation or while she was being dragged into the bushes. Following the assaults, Cody attempted to eliminate any evidence linking him to Aya's body. He fled the scene, carrying Aya's belongings with him. Surveillance footage shows his escape as he climbs over the fence of a nearby nature reserve, leaving behind a black cap that was caught. He also discarded his shirt, the murder weapon, and the can of WD-40 fluid used to burn the bodies. One critical question went unanswered throughout the proceedings: whether the attack was premeditated. Did Cody roam the shopping center looking for a potential victim? Was he waiting specifically for Aya? The evidence indicated that he had the metal pipe in his possession prior to the attack, indicating a deliberate action. Cody claimed he couldn't recall anything from the 2 hours preceding the attack, leaving investigators in the court to grapple with the motivations for the senseless act of violence. During the sentencing hearing, the prosecutor meticulously recounted the terrifying sequence of events that occurred that fateful night. The details were chilling, emphasizing the brutality of the crime. Cody had relentlessly assaulted Aya, a young woman he had never met before. Cody began the attack by striking Aya 4 times over the head with a metal pipe without provocation, knocking her unconscious in her vulnerable state. He dragged her behind a low hedge and assaulted her in a horrific manner. This was followed by 9 additional strikes to her head with the metal pipe, resulting in a catastrophic brain injury. Aya suffered horrific injuries, with multiple skull fractures, brain lacerations, and an unexplained neck injury. Investigators were unsure whether she was strangled or dragged into the buses. The gruesome details were revealed in court, leaving the audience in shock and disbelief. The victim's humanity, the brutality of the crime, and the attack's apparent motivelessness left everyone in attendance feeling deeply saddened and outraged. Throughout the preceding period, opposing viewpoints emerged regarding Cody Herman's sentencing. The defense claimed that Cody had a troubled upbringing characterized by instability and substance abuse. His attorney acknowledged the gravity of the crime, claiming that there was no justification for the attack. He portrayed Cody as someone who, despite committing a heinous act, was not inherently a monster. Instead, he contended that Cody's life had been plagued by extraordinary disadvantages, resulting in a distorted view of the world. A forensic psychiatrist provided insight into Cody's psychological profile, describing him as having a severe personality disorder. A forensic psychiatrist described the attack as the result of male rage directed at a female. He suggested that Cody's actions were motivated by a combination of humiliating experiences, including a broken relationship, substance abuse, a worsening mood state, and unresolved anger. In a handwritten letter to the court, Cody apologized for his actions. Recognizing that there was no excuse for what he had done, he expressed deep regret and promised to spend the rest of his life trying to make amends. On the other side of the courtroom, the prosecution argued for a harsh sentence, claiming that Cody should not receive leniency. They highlight the attack's sheer violence and depravity, emphasizing the importance of justice being served. Throughout the preceding period, Aya's family provided victim impact statements, which provided a moving glimpse into the profound loss they had suffered and would continue to suffer. Ruba, Aya's sister, described Aya as someone who looked up to those who knew how to deal with difficult situations. Her mother, Kidam Aya, described her daughter as a beautiful girl, and expressed his deep sadness when speaking of her. She described their daily conversations and her longing for her mother's embrace, while another sister remembered Aya as always cheerful and energetic. Justice Elizabeth Hollingworth presided over the sentencing hearing, and she addressed Cody directly. He emphasized the importance of women's freedom to walk the streets without fear of being violently attacked by strangers, as well as the gravity of his actions. According to Justice Hollingworth, Cody struck Aya with the clear intention of killing her, and his savage attack left her physically small, unprepared, and alone with no way to defend herself. Justice Hollingworth also addressed the issue of premeditation, stating that there was no evidence to suggest that the attack occurred while Cody was intoxicated or in a drug-induced psychosis. Instead, he noted that Cody's actions were influenced by a number of factors, including previous violent experiences, relationship breakdown, substance abuse, worsening mood states, and unresolved anger. Finally, Cody Herman sentenced Justice Holly to 36 years in prison with a 30-year non-parole period. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the quiet town of Aspen, Colorado, a chilling mystery unfolded on a cold winter's day in 2014. A heinous crime committed in secret shocked and stunned the community. An individual known and loved by many died tragically and unexpectedly, forever altering the tranquility of this picturesque mountain town. Nancy Pfister's life story begins in Orofino, Idaho, in July 1956, with her birth. She grew up in the picturesque suburb of Basalt, Colorado, and attended Bayside High School. Nancy's family had a unique connection to the development of the Buttermilk Ski Resort. Her father, Art Pfister, transformed the family cattle ranch into this well-known ski resort in 1958, making a large fortune in the process. Nancy's mother, Betty, has a remarkable background as well. She was a member of the Women's Air Force Service Pilots during World War IE. She began her college career at Brooklyn's Pratt Institute before dropping out and returning to her roots in Colorado at the age of 20. Back home, she continued to play an important role in managing her family's business, which was well known in the local tourism industry at the age of 29. Despite never being married, Nancy welcomed her daughter Julia into the world. At the age of 39, she gave birth to a son. Nancy Pfister's life was defined by her dedication as a single mother, raising her 2 children in the log home her father lovingly built for her in 1991. On the fateful day of February 26, a visit to Nancy and her friend Kathy Carpenter's home took an unexpected and terrifying turn. It had been 3 days since they had last seen or spoken, and Kathy's concern had grown too strong to ignore. Kathy walked into Nancy's house and called out for her friend, desperate for a response. However, the eerie silence that greeted her sent chills down her spine. Her heart sank as she noticed a chilling detail: a small smear of blood on Nancy's headboard. The room itself was disorganized, with the covers thrown aside as if there had been a fight, but the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. Nancy's bedroom featured a large walk-in closet, and Kathy's concern grew when she discovered the door was locked. Desperate to learn the truth, she retrieved a spare key from the closet and cautiously opened the door. What she sensed was beyond her worst nightmares: a nauseating, unbearable stench. Inside the closet was a lifeless body. Kathy called 911 at 6:15 p.m., her voice trembling as she described the grisly discovery. She believed that the lifeless figure in the closet was Nancy herself. The arrival of the cops only confirmed Kathy's suspicions. Nancy's lifeless body was indeed hidden in the closet, shrouded in a heavy-duty trash bag from the neck down, with additional kitchen trash bags covering her head. The scene was a horrific display of violence. Nancy had been brutally beaten to death, her head showing signs of multiple blunt force traumas. An electrical extension cord had been cruelly wrapped around her neck, adding a chilling element to the crime. Despite the brutality of Nancy's attack, there was very little blood at the scene, with the exception of a small smear on the headboard. But when the investigators turned the mattress over, they discovered a large pool of blood soaked into the fabric. It soon became clear that whoever had attacked Nancy had taken the chilling step of flipping the mattress to conceal the gruesome aftermath before fleeing. The question that haunted both Kathy and the police was who could commit such a heinous and brutal act against Nancy. It was a question that sent shockwaves through their peaceful community, leaving them to deal with the unsettling realization that a heartless killer lived among them. Kathy Carpenter's revelation added another layer of complexity to an already perplexing case. She informed the police about recent tensions between Nancy and her tenants, William Trey Styler and his wife, Nancy Styler. This information immediately cast doubt on the Stylers and sparked speculation about their possible involvement in Nancy's brutal murder. The day after Nancy's lifeless body was found, an autopsy was performed by Dr. Steve Ayers, the Pitkin County coroner. His findings shed light on the severity of the crime. Dr. Ayers determined that Nancy died from 3 or 4 vicious blows to the head delivered with a hard object with a slightly curved edge. Although he couldn't identify the exact weapon used, he could tell that the business end of the instrument was small, about an inch or 2. The exact timeline of Nancy's death remained unclear. Dr. Ayers estimated that the fatal assault occurred between the evening of February 24th and the morning of February 25th. Nancy's injuries were concentrated between her right forehead and right temporal bone, indicating 3 or 4 severe blows. In addition, several bruises covered her left upper arm, right neck, and right jaw, painting a bleak picture of the brutal violence she endured. Dr. Ayers concluded that Nancy Foster's death was the result of a homicide. The investigation took a significant step forward, escalating the search for truth and justice. The focus was now squarely on uncovering the truth about the Stylers' involvement, as well as any other potential suspects who could hold the key to solving this chilling and deeply unsettling murder mystery. The police investigation took a critical turn when they looked into the complex relationships between Nancy Foster, the victim, and the Stylers. Her tenants made it clear that there was more to the story than what first appeared. Nancy Foster's decision to rent out her luxurious mountain home during her annual warm weather vacations became an important piece of the puzzle. Her ad, on in the Aspen Times, was straightforward, offering a 3-bedroom home with 3.5 bathrooms, strategically located on the mountainside. The only rule was no cats. This advertisement piqued the interest of Trey and Nancy Styler, who were considering a fresh start in Aspen, away from their troubles in Denver. At first glance, the Stylists seemed to be ideal tenants. Nancy Styler, a world-renowned expert, and Lily Paget, a retired anesthesiologist who was forced to leave his position due to a debilitating neurological disease, appeared to be responsible people who would take good care of the property. However, their seemingly peaceful lives had been upended by a series of setbacks. Lawsuits had depleted their savings, leaving them in financial distress. Trey's illness forced him to resign from his position as chief of staff at a Denver hospital, causing additional hardship. In a desperate attempt to reinvent themselves, they decided to relocate to Aspen, a wealthy and promising destination. Nancy Styler's medical background had led her to consider new possibilities. She had taken Botox and laser treatment courses in the hopes of opening her own spa in Aspen. The presence of wealthy residents, celebrities, and tourists in the area made it an appealing prospect. When they came across Nancy Foster's advertisement, it appeared to be the ideal opportunity for them to establish themselves and make connections in their new community. So the Stylists became Nancy Foster's tenants. The once promising landlord-tenant relationship had mysteriously deteriorated to the point where Nancy Foster died brutally in her own home. The police were now faced with the daunting task of unraveling the events that had led to this tragic outcome, attempting to determine the motives and circumstances surrounding Nancy Foster's disturbing murder. The police's conversation with Trey and Nancy Styler provided a vivid picture of their deteriorating relationship with Nancy Foster. It was clear that their initial enthusiasm for the tendency had faded, resulting in a deep animosity. Nancy Styler described their initial interactions with Nancy Foster as positive. They had quickly responded to her ad in October and were warmly welcomed into her home. Nancy Foster even expressed an interest in investing in their new business venture. However, the situation worsened after they moved in. The Stylists claimed that Nancy Foster's behavior changed dramatically, becoming demanding and, in their words, akin to being treated like a slave. As a result, when Nancy Foster left for Australia in November 2013, the Stylists were relieved of her absence. During Nancy Foster's absence, she had asked her friend Kathy to collect rent and care for her Labradoodle. However, by January 2014, tensions had risen. Nancy Pfister began posting complaints on Facebook, alleging that the stylists had stopped paying their rent and owed her money for utilities. Nancy Styler acknowledged receiving several messages and emails from Nancy Pfister during this time. In an unexpected turn of events, Nancy Foster informed the Stylers in February 2014 that she was returning 3 months earlier than planned and demanded that they vacate her home before she arrived. When Nancy Pfister returned home, she discovered that some of the stylist's belongings, including spa equipment for their business, were still stored in her garage. When Nancy Foster returned, she wasted no time in addressing the situation. She entrusted Kathy with delivering a note to Trey outlining her claims that they owed her $14,000 for utilities and property damage and demanding payment. Nancy Foster allegedly threatened to seek a restraining order to keep the Stylers off her property. Although the Stylers questioned the legality of such an action, Nancy Styler's version of events indicates that they went to the house to retrieve their belongings after receiving Nancy Foster's note. Nancy Foster was not present at the time, so they entered the house to collect their belongings, staying until 4 p.m. The next morning, they returned to complete the task, but they still did not encounter Nancy Pfister. However, during their visit, they noticed Nancy's dog was left alone in the house. Nancy Styler claimed to be unaware of what had happened to Nancy Pfister, as they had not seen her during their visits to the property. The Nancy Foster case, which involved her complicated relationship with the Stylers and her disappearance, added intrigue to an already enigmatic story. Investigators were intent on determining what happened when Nancy confronted the Stylers about the alleged deaths. The police's initial release of Trey and Nancy Styler following a 12-hour interview raised concerns about their involvement in Nancy Foster's murder. Aside from Kathy's report of a dispute, there was no concrete evidence linking them to the crime. However, the discovery of crucial evidence soon after their release would cast new light on the case. The breakthrough came when a man collecting trash just 100 yards from the motel where the stylists were staying stumbled upon Nancy Foster's belongings. I learned about her murder from the news. He recognized the significance of the discovery and immediately notified the police. After investigating, law enforcement discovered the bag mentioned by the informant, which contained some of Nancy Foster's personal belongings. Intriguingly, the Stylers' Jaguar vehicle registration was found in the same bag, raising questions about why it was in Nancy's possession, but the discoveries did not end there. The police on Earth have an old hammer that they believe is the murder weapon. Testing revealed that the hammer contained traces of Nancy Pfister's blood. Even more damning, Trey Styler DNA was discovered on the plastic bag containing the hammer. Furthermore, a key to Nancy's closet was discovered just a few yards from the Stylers' motel room. With this new evidence, the police rearrested Trey and Nancy Styler, charging them with first-degree murder. It appeared that the pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together, pointing to their role in Nancy Pfister's brutal death. However, a cloud of uncertainty hung over the case, and the police were open to the possibility of other people being involved or the Stylers being framed. Some of the evidence appeared to be strategically placed, raising suspicions of a hidden hand manipulating the situation. Furthermore, Trey's fragile physical condition, as a result of his neurological ailment, raised concerns about his ability to commit such heinous crimes alone. As the investigation progressed, the search for the full truth expanded to include the possibility that other players were involved in this chilling murder mystery. The arrest of Kathy Carpenter, a friend of Nancy Foster, and a local bank teller shocked the Aspen community. The investigation took an unexpected turn. As the police investigation progressed, they discovered a number of facts that raised questions about Kathy's involvement in the case, despite her friendship with Nancy Pfister. There were underlying tensions because Kathy felt Nancy treated her more like a personal assistant, even though she had never been compensated for that role. The police suspected Kathy had made a connection with Nancy Styler, sharing stories about their common grievances against Nancy Foster. One particularly disturbing discovery was that Kathy went to Nancy's Alpine Bank safety deposit box and removed $6,000 of Nancy's money, as well as 2 family rings, just one day after discovering her lifeless body. When questioned about this, Kathy stated that Nancy had granted her legal access to the safe deposit box and that she had taken these items with the intent of delivering them to Nancy's daughter, Juliana. Despite the complexities of their relationship, Kathy remained devoted to Nancy and considered her a close friend. She admitted that Nancy could be demanding and frequently gave orders, but she also emphasized the enjoyable times they had together, which fueled the police's suspicions. According to records, Nancy Styler called Kathy 3 or 4 times on February 26th, shortly before Nancy Foster's lifeless body was discovered. This communication pattern fueled the investigators' belief that the 3 individuals were somehow connected to Nancy Foster's murder. The twists and turns of Nancy Foster's tragic death continued with a shocking revelation. Just weeks before the trial was scheduled to begin, Trey, a key figure in the investigation, made an unexpected decision. He approached the judge and expressed his willingness to confess to the crime. Trey's confession resulted in a shocking plea deal in which he pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and accepted a 20-year prison sentence. Trey offered to reveal the horrific details of what had happened to Nancy Foster. However, a critical and fateful aspect of this plea agreement was that Nancy Styler, Trey's wife, would be granted unconditional freedom from all charges relating to Nancy Foster's death. Before the judge, Trey said the words that sealed his fate. "Your Honor, I am guilty." He went on to give a chilling account of what happened that fateful night. Trey confessed that he initially went to Nancy Foster's house to reason with her. When he left his motel room, his wife was sleeping, unaware of the approaching tragedy. As he entered Nancy Foster's unlocked home, he discovered her sleeping peacefully in her bedroom. The sight of Nancy sleeping peacefully became unbearable to Trey's already troubled mind. His life was unraveling, plagued by financial ruin, and Nancy Foster's relentless demands for money, combined with her retention of his spa equipment, left Nancy seemingly unaffected by the chaos, sleeping soundly in her bed. It was a tipping point for Trey, causing him to lose his grip on reality. In a shocking turn of events, Trey described going to the garage and retrieving a trash bag and a hammer. He returned to Nancy's bedroom and brutally bludgeoned her with the hammer, striking her repeatedly until she died, to reduce the evidence of the heinous crime. After Nancy died, he placed the bag over her head and carefully moved her body to a sheet on the floor. She dragged Nancy Foster's lifeless body into the closet, concealing it from the outside world, tying it with an extension cord tray. Trey's 20-year sentence, as stipulated in his plea agreement, marked the start of a dark chapter for him inside the prison walls. Simultaneously, Nancy Styler, now known as Nancy Styler, now known as Nancy Massey, made a dramatic escape from the shadows of her past. She changed her identity, moved to a different state, and filed for divorce from Trey. However, the narrative took another tragic turn. On August 6, 2015, Trey was discovered dead inside his prison cell, and the cause of death was determined to be suicide. Following her death, Nancy Styler Nancy Masson was able to collect a significant sum of $1 million from a life insurance policy. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On an ordinary November day in 2003, a chilling mystery began to play out in the peaceful town of Grand Forks, North Dakota. Druce Joden, a vibrant young woman known for her compassion and community service, went missing after leaving Victoria's Secret. What followed was a harrowing journey through cryptic phone calls, shocking revelations, and a never-ending pursuit of truth and justice. Drew, a vibrant and ambitious 22-year-old, had deep roots in the town. She worked part-time at Victoria's Secret while attending the University of North Dakota and majoring in visual arts. Drew, however, was much more than her academics and work. She was a unique combination of creativity and compassion. Her passion for art knew no bounds, and she expressed herself in a variety of ways, from sketching to painting to capturing the world's beauty with her lens. However, it was her unwavering commitment to assisting others that truly distinguished her. Drew, affectionately known as Doodles in her younger years, had a heart as big as her dreams. She was an athlete who enjoyed volleyball and golf, but her volunteer work exemplified her exceptional spirit. She devoted her time to underprivileged children, organizing bowling parties and teaching them the joys of reading. She also focused her efforts on fundraising for organizations such as the American Diabetes Association, leaving an indelible impression on her community. On Saturday, November 22, Drew finished her shift at Victoria's Secret at 4 p.m. Her vibrant spirit has not diminished. Little did she know that her workplace, a stepping stone to her dreams, would soon become the setting for an unfolding mystery. Drew had her sights set on an upcoming adventure, a trip to Australia in the spring of 2000, and each paycheck brought her closer to achieving her goal. As the clock struck 5 p.m., Drew exited the mall, carrying a purse she'd found, and began walking towards her car. It appeared to be a normal end to the day, but fate had other plans. Unbeknownst to her, the next few moments would be shrouded in mystery, triggering a chain of events that would captivate an entire community. As Drew approached her car, she had no idea that her life was about to take a terrifying turn into the unknown. She was scheduled to work that evening, but when she didn't show up, her friends and colleagues became concerned. It was unusual for Drew to miss work without notice, and her absence raised concerns. Drew's boyfriend, Chris Lange, was one of the first to notice that something was wrong. He stated to the police that he had not seen her that afternoon, but he did receive a phone call from her shortly after she left the mall at 5 p.m. The conversation ended abruptly, leaving him with a strange feeling. In the background, he heard Drew say the words, "Okay, I understand." Then the call was abruptly disconnected. At the time, he dismissed it as a dropped call. But as the evening turned into night, and there was still no sign of Drew, worry turned to fear at 7:42 p.m. The same night, Chris received another call from her phone. This time, he only heard static and the sound of someone fumbling with the phone's buttons. It was far from reassuring. The alarms rang louder, and the police took action. They started searching the parking lot where Drew's car was still parked outside the mall. What they discovered sent chills down their spines. A knife sheath was discovered beside her car. The ominous prospect of an abduction loomed large. Desperation grew, and the police contacted Drew's phone service provider in the hopes of getting a lead. The information they received was both perplexing and disturbing. Drew's phone had pinged off a cell tower near Crookston, Minnesota, indicating she had been transported across state lines. Drew's normal day had turned into a perplexing and ominous mystery. The search for Drew, led by volunteers and law enforcement, demonstrated the community's unwavering determination. The fields and forests were scoured. Every lead was diligently pursued. However, the young woman remained elusive. 3 days after her disappearance, a chilling discovery shook the investigation to its core. One of Drew's shoes was discovered along a bypass road near Crookston, Minnesota. The fact that she was so close to where her phone had last pinged added to her sense of unease. It was a cruel reminder that Drew had been in this area, and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance became increasingly mysterious. The atmosphere in Grand Forks became heavier with each passing day. Hope was still present, but it was fragile, like a flickering candle in the growing darkness. Drew's family, friends, and the entire community held on to the hope that she would be found safe and sound. However, it was during this period that the investigation took a dark and disturbing turn. The police received a tip from a concerned citizen who directed them to a man named Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who lived in the area and was in Grand Forks on the day Drew went missing. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr.'s background sent shockwaves throughout law enforcement. He had been released from prison only 6 months before and was living with his mother in Crookston. Even more concerning was his classification as a Level 3 sex offender, the most dangerous category, with a chilling history of 23 years in prison for multiple rapes and an attempted rape. The police immediately contacted Alfonso. He admitted to being in Grand Forks on November 22nd and even claimed to have visited the same mall where Drew worked. However, when pressed, his story began to unravel. When questioned about the movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico, which he claimed to have seen in the mall theater, the theater records and local listings contradicted his account. There had been no screenings of the film in Grand Forks that day. Suspicion grew, but the evidence discovered in his possession sent shockwaves through the investigation. When the police searched his 2002 Mercury Sable, they discovered a knife concealed in the trunk. Even more incriminating, they discovered blood traces on the car's rear window, and DNA testing proved conclusive. It was a match to Drew's DNA. The evidence against Alfonso was overwhelming, but the most haunting truth remained: the location of Drew Jourdan. Despite the chilling evidence against Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., Nigma Alfonso was arrested and continued to deny responsibility for Drew's disappearance. Several months later, On April 17, 2004, a tragic event occurred when Drew's lifeless body was discovered in a drainage ditch near Crookston. The bleak scene revealed Drew partially naked from the waist down, her hands cruelly bound behind her back, and her lifeless body lying face down. The area where her body was discovered had previously been searched, but it remained hidden under the snow until the thaw revealed the horrific truth. Disturbingly, there were signs of brutality or rope, as well as remnants of a plastic grocery bag around her neck. The autopsy performed on Drew's body sought to determine the exact cause of her death. The findings suggested that she died as a result of asphyxiation or suffocation caused by the slash wound to her neck or exposure to the harsh elements. The fact that Alfonso was accused of transporting Drew across state lines prior to her tragic death added to the gravity of the crime. As a result, he faced federal charges, allowing the prosecution to consider seeking the death penalty, which they made abundantly clear. Throughout the trial, the prosecution maintained that there was no room for doubt. Drew was kidnapped outside the mall, transported across state lines, and eventually murdered. They also expressed their belief that she had been violated. The jury was presented with compelling evidence, including a knife found in Alfonso's car and a knife sheath discovered near Drew's vehicle. DNA analysis linked Alfonso to the crime, as did the recovery of hair and fiber samples from Drew's body and belongings. Dr. Michael McGee, the medical examiner, was an important figure in the courtroom drama. He testified about Drew's injuries and the circumstances of her death. He identified significant cuts on her neck as the likely cause of her death, though he couldn't rule out suffocation or exposure. Dr. McGee's expert opinion, based on his extensive experience and thousands of autopsies, suggested that Drew died violently during the assault. The condition of her clothing, particularly a torn pink sweater and displaced peacoat, indicated a struggle. The defense's perspective differed significantly from the prosecution's. Alfonso had offered to plead guilty in order to avoid the death penalty, but this was declined. The main point of contention was whether Drew was raped, as well as the critical question of where she died. The latter would decide whether to impose the death penalty. The defense claimed that there was insufficient evidence to support a rape allegation and that Drew died from suffocation mere minutes after being abducted. Alfonso was eventually found guilty in federal court of kidnapping, which resulted in Drew's death. After considering both sides' arguments, the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, marking a historic decision for North Dakota, which had not seen a death sentence in nearly a century. Because the death penalty is illegal in the state, it is only considered in federal cases. The sentencing was a difficult moment for Judge Ralph R. Erickson, who acknowledged the gravity of the situation, saying it was the worst day of his life. Alfonso and his attorneys immediately requested a new trial, which was denied. They appealed and asked for a stay of execution until the appeal was heard. In 2021, Ralph R. Erickson, the same judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, overturned his sentence and ordered a new sentencing phase due to misleading testimony from a medical examiner and limitations on mental health evidence. Michael McGee, the Ramsey County medical examiner, testified in court in an untrustworthy, misleading, and inaccurate manner, and Rodriguez's attorneys did him a disservice by limiting Rodriguez's mental health evaluation, which could have resulted in their client using the insanity defense. On March 14, 2023, prosecutors announced that they would no longer seek the death penalty for Rodriguez, who had been sentenced to life without parole on May 18, 2023. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Thursday, December 16, 2004, Bobby Jo Stinnett, a 23-year-old woman who was 8 months pregnant with her first child, eagerly awaited the arrival of her baby girl. Born on December 4, 1981, she graduated from Nottoway High School in Graham, Missouri, in 2000. Bobby, who lived in Skidmore, Missouri with her husband, Zeb Stinnett, was a well-known and gentle person in the small farming community. Her love of animals, particularly dogs and horses, was evident, and she ran a dog breeding business called Happy Haven Farms from her home. Specializing in the breeding of rat terriers, Bobby actively participated in dog shows and discussions in the online dog breeding community. Her business involves listing puppies for sale, and on December 15, 2004, she received an instant message from Darlene Fisher, a woman from Fairfax, Missouri, whom she had met through their interactions on the Router Chatter forum. Bobby and Darlene had been exchanging messages for weeks, bonding not only over their shared love of rat terriers, but also over their shared pregnancy experiences. Darlene informed Bobby that she was interested in purchasing one of her puppies, and they agreed to meet the next day. Bobby made plans to meet Darlene and informed her mother, Becky Harper, that she would pick her up from work at 3:30 p.m. On the scheduled date, December 16th, Becky called Bobby at 2:30 p.m. Bobby reassured her as they confirmed the arrangement for picking her up from work. However, when Becky finished work at 3:30 p.m., Bobby was nowhere to be found. Becky tried to call Bobby, but there was no response, so she walked to Bobby's house, which was only 2 blocks from her workplace. When Becky got to the house, she noticed the front door was open. She entered and called out to Bobby without getting a response. As she entered the dining room, she saw a terrifying scene. Her daughter was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, distraught. Becky immediately dialed 911, urgently describing the dire situation, mentioning that her daughter was 8 months pregnant and that Bobby's stomach appeared to have been severely injured. When the police arrived, they discovered that Bobby's unborn baby had been forcibly removed from her womb, and the infant's whereabouts and survival were unknown. Locating the perpetrator became an urgent priority because the baby could still be alive. Unfortunately, Bobby did not survive the brutal attack. Both Becky and Bobby's husband informed the police that Bobby was going to meet a woman named Darlene, who expressed an interest in buying a puppy. Aside from that, they had no idea how many other visitors would be arriving that day. Through a quick investigation, the police tracked Darlene down using text messages and IP addresses from the computer she used to communicate. It was discovered that the woman posing as Darlene was not named Darlene and did not live in Fairfax. Her real name was Lisa Montgomery, and she lived in Melbourne. Lisa drove from Melbourne to Skidmore on December 16th and arrived at Bobby's house around 12:30 p.m. Police believe the baby was taken between 2:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. On December 17th, the police arrived at Lisa Montgomery's home, and her husband Kevin greeted them at the door. They entered and found Lisa in the living room, cradling a newborn baby. The police informed Kevin and Lisa that they were looking into the murder of Bobby Joe Stinnett and inquired about the baby. Lisa claimed that her child was born at a women's clinic in Topeka. "I am looking for a private conversation." The police approached Lisa outside her home. She informed them of this and requested that Kevin not know about it due to financial constraints. She had actually given birth at home, not at the women's clinic. Lisa claimed she was alone in her kitchen during the birth, but she did have the phone numbers of 2 friends in case she needed help. When asked about the placenta, Lisa says she disposed of it in a nearby creek. Lisa requested that the matter be discussed further at the sheriff's office to maintain privacy, and the police agreed. Lisa confessed to officers at the sheriff's office. After killing Bobby, she extracted the baby from her womb and abducted her. The baby was eventually returned to Bobby's husband, who named her Victoria Jo Stinnett. Lisa was charged with kidnapping, which led to her death. During Lisa's trial, the court learned that she and Bobby met at a dog show in April 2004. "We were both members of an online dog breeding community when Bobby announced her pregnancy. Lisa, a member, learned of her pregnancy in the spring of 2004. Around the same time, Lisa informed her family and friends that she was expecting. Lisa failed to disclose that she had a sterilization procedure more than a decade ago, rendering her infertile. Lisa deceived people for 8 months by pretending to be pregnant. She went so far as to wear maternity clothes and purchase baby items. Despite her sterilization, Lisa persuaded her husband, Kevin, and her children that she was actually pregnant. On the other hand, Lisa's first husband and wife, who were aware of her sterilization, accused her of lying. In response, Lisa insisted on proving them wrong. During the court proceedings, it was revealed that on December 16th, Lisa arrived at Bobby's house with a sharp kitchen knife and a white cord in her jacket pocket. When Bobby answered the door, Lisa asked to see the puppy she wanted to buy. Bobby retrieved the puppies and took them outside for Lisa to interact with. Lisa attacked Becky shortly after she called Bobby to pick her up. Lisa strangled Bobby with the cord she had brought until she lost consciousness. When Bobby regained consciousness and resisted, Lisa tightened the cord, resulting in Bobby's death. Lisa then cut into Bobby's abdomen with a kitchen knife, successfully removing the baby. Lisa left after cutting the umbilical cord. Surprisingly, the baby remained unharmed. Throughout her journey, Lisa took precautions to ensure the baby's well-being, such as clapping the umbilical cord and clearing mucus from his mouth. Lisa had a car seat ready in her vehicle for the baby. When Lisa arrived at a parking lot near a women's clinic in Topeka, Kansas, she called her husband, Kevin, to tell him she had given birth. Kevin met her in the parking lot and named the baby Abigail. The next day, they went out for breakfast, proudly introducing their new baby, Abigail, to everyone. The prosecution contended that Bobby's tragic death and the baby's abduction were the result of Lisa's calculated and cold-blooded plan to protect the lies she had told her friends and family. According to the prosecution, Lisa was afraid that her first husband, Carl Bowman, would discover her lies during their custody battle. Lisa was concerned that this revelation would jeopardize her position in court proceedings, so she felt compelled to have a baby as proof that her pregnancy was genuine. The prosecution claimed that Lisa purposefully misled her family and friends about her pregnancy and meticulously planned the abduction of a baby to maintain the illusion. They claimed Lisa's plan was meticulously planned and executed with precision. To hide her identity, Lisa contacted Bobby under a fictitious name, hoping that the crime could not be traced back to her. Concurrently, she continued to inform everyone she knew about her pregnancy. Lisa went so far as to purchase a home birth kit and conduct online research on how to perform a cesarean section. Sheriff Strong, who played a role in the case, stated that the crime was meticulously planned, and Lisa persisted in lying until she was caught. Lisa even tried to implicate her own brother, claiming he was with her when the baby was abducted. However, his verified alibi revealed that this was yet another falsehood. The prosecution claimed Lisa was involved in a custody battle with her first husband, who, upon learning that she had informed her second husband, Kevin, about her pregnancy, questioned the veracity of her claim. Aware of Lisa's inability to conceive, he sent emails expressing his intention to reveal the alleged lie to Kevin, whom he exploited during custody proceedings. In response, Lisa, determined to prove him wrong, took a series of actions that culminated in the tragic events less than a week before Bobby's death on December 10th. Lisa's first husband formally filed a motion seeking a change of custody for the two minor children who lived with Lisa. To back up their case, the prosecution called Dr. Dietz as an expert witness. This move was prompted by the defense's prior notification that they intended to pursue an insanity defense, claiming Lisa was experiencing pseudopsychoses. During the trial, Dr. Dietz testified that there are two types of phenomena known as pseudoscience, the first of which involves a woman genuinely and sincerely believing she is pregnant. Typically, this belief ends when the woman is presented with concrete evidence that she is not pregnant. Individuals with this type of pseudopsychosis are not considered mentally ill and do not have delusions. Dr. Dietz describes a second type of pseudoscience that is linked to mental illness, specifically schizophrenia. Individuals suffering from this condition experience delusions, particularly the delusion of being pregnant. Notably, this form is distinguished by the presence of a strong conviction. In contrast to the first example, people who believe in pseudoscience refuse to accept evidence that contradicts their beliefs. They have a firm and unwavering belief in their pregnancy, which demonstrates the impact of mental illness. Dr. Dietz, in his expert opinion, concluded that Lisa did not have pseudopsychosis at the time of Bobby's death. He came to this conclusion based on his belief that Lisa did not truly believe she was pregnant. In court, Dr. Dietz explained his reasoning by emphasizing several key points. To begin, Dr. Dietz stated that Lisa was well aware that she had undergone permanent sterilization, which removed any doubt about her reproductive abilities. Lisa had consistently sought medical and prenatal care in previous pregnancies, but this was not the case during the current period. Dr. Dietz provided additional evidence in the form of Lisa's insurance application from September 2004, in which she explicitly stated that she was not pregnant. Furthermore, Dr. Dietz stated that Lisa's behavior was not consistent with delusional thinking. He explained that in cases of pregnancy delusion, people would stick to the same story and willingly disclose it despite being persuaded or presented with contradictory evidence. However, Lisa lacked these characteristics, prompting Dr. Dietz to dismiss the idea that she was having a pregnancy delusion. Lisa's case was characterized by inconsistent and contradictory accounts of key details. Notably, her stories differed on the sex of the fetus, whether she was expecting twins or a single fetus, and how she planned to deliver. These differences were noticeable depending on the audience to whom she spoke, indicating a lack of consistency and reliability in her statements. Furthermore, Lisa provided conflicting information about the location where she claimed to have given birth. She initially claimed that the birth occurred at a women's clinic, but later changed her story to say that it happened at home. When confronted with her brother's alleged presence at Bobby's house during the incident, Lisa claimed that she had had amnesia both before and during Bobby's murder. Dr. Dietz concluded that Lisa was a malingerer during the 2004 pregnancy, and the court heard that Lisa had faked previous pregnancies. Lisa claimed to have had multiple pregnancies in the years since her sterilization procedure, each with its own set of complications. Lisa's feigned pregnancies date back to 1994. Subsequently, in 2000, before marrying Kevin, she informed him of her pregnancy and expressed a desire for an abortion. Kevin gave her $40, but there was no further discussion or evidence of pregnancy. Lisa claimed to be pregnant again in 2002, informing Kevin of a doctor's appointment while denying him the opportunity to accompany her. However, her doctor testified that he only tweeted Lisa about unrelated issues, such as ankle pain and a cold, and did not provide prenatal care. Lisa later informed Kevin that the baby had died and claimed to have donated the body to science, adding to her history of deception surrounding food and pregnancies. The defense's case focused on the defense of insanity, and they planned to call experts to testify about Lisa's mental disease or defect. Lisa's life was described in court as troubled. They claimed she had been physically and sexually abused by her stepfather. Lisa married her stepbrother Carl Bowman when she was 18 years old, and they had 4 children before undergoing sterilization. Following their divorce in 1998, Carl remarried, and Lisa later married Kevin to back up their insanity claims. Dr. Logan and Dr. Ramachandran were called as expert witnesses by the defense. Lisa was diagnosed by both experts with a variety of mental health issues, including depression, borderline personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and pseudopsychosis. Dr. Ramachandran testified about pseudopsychosis, describing it as a somatoform disorder in which the patient develops the delusion of being pregnant. According to his testimony, this delusion is driven by a strong desire to become pregnant, which causes hormonal changes that result in physical changes consistent with pregnancy. Dr. Ramachandran believed Lisa suffered from an intense pseudopsychosis delusion. During his testimony, he claimed that Lisa was in a dissociative state when she killed Bobby and delivered the baby. Dr. Ramachandran suggested that Lisa's childhood sexual abuse made her susceptible to pseudopsychosis. He claimed Lisa's internet searches and purchases of baby-related items indicated pseudopsychosis. Furthermore, Dr. Ramachandran believed Lisa was suffering from a severe mental illness or defect that prevented her from fully understanding the nature and quality of her actions. Following 5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Lisa guilty of kidnapping resulting in death. The following day, she received a death sentence. The jury unanimously agreed that the government had proven all statutory and non-statutory aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution contended that these factors included the crime being committed in a particularly heinous or depraved manner, involving serious physical abuse of Bobby Joe Stinnett. The jury agreed with this argument, and Elise was sentenced to death by lethal injection with pentobarbital at Terre Haute Prison in Indiana. Lisa eventually found herself on death row in a federal prison in Texas, designed for female inmates with special medical and psychological needs. She received psychiatric care while incarcerated there. Lisa formed a new defense team in an effort to have her death sentence commuted to life in prison. Their central argument was that, given Lisa's history of horrific abuse, the death penalty was unjust. They claimed that her legal representation during her initial trial failed to fully disclose the extent of her thesis's profound hardships and that the defense presented was inadequate. Lisa was in a psychotic state, according to the new defense team, when she committed the crime. Furthermore, they presented evidence that Lisa's history of abuse began before her birth, as she was born with fetal alcohol syndrome as a result of her mother's heavy drinking. The defense detailed specific instances of abuse, claiming that Lisa was subjected to physical beatings and that the mistreatment worsened after her mother remarried. They claimed Lisa had been sexually abused by her stepfather. Despite the efforts of Lisa's legal team, who argued that pressure and the threat of exposure from her first husband drove her to fabricate a pregnancy, Their objections and appeals to have her removed from death row were denied. The execution went as planned. Lisa received a lethal injection in Terre Haute, Indiana, after the United States Supreme Court lifted a last-minute stay of execution. As the sole female inmate on federal death row in the United States, she was the first female federal inmate executed by the government in 67 years preceding her execution. When asked if she wanted to make a statement, Lisa declined. She was officially declared dead at 1:31 on January 13th, 2021. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a typical Sunday evening in Dallas, Texas, a young woman named Zoe Hastings went missing on her way to church class. Her disappearance prompted a disturbing investigation and trial. Zoe Hastings was born on November 21, 1996, to Jim and Cheryl Hastings. So she was an excellent big sister, spending a lot of time with her younger brother and sisters. Zoe Hastings' parents described her as someone who made it a daily goal to make others happy. She was extremely talented in the spring of 2014. Zoe Hastings graduated from Booker Washington High School for the Performing and Visual Arts. Her interests centered on visual arts and theater. While studying there, she dabbled in acting and costume design. He was also very proud of her work as a lifeguard at the pool. And by the end of the summer, she had been promoted to supervisor. Zoe Hastings was also a graduate of theological seminary at the Church of Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ and was deeply committed to her faith. She considered an offer from 6 top Texas universities, which included the opportunity to serve on an 18-month mission trip for the church. She genuinely cared about others, sometimes neglecting her own needs. She liked to give small gifts. Zoe Hastings aspired to be a doctor and to assist people in gaining theoretical knowledge by watching documentaries and surgical videos. On that fateful Sunday, October 11, 2015, Zoe Hastings set out to attend a Bible study class at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Dallas, Texas. Zoe, a young and enthusiastic 18-year-old, had recently graduated and was looking forward to a mission trip with her church in November. Her departure that afternoon was no different from any other day. She bid her parents farewell and promised to return home for their traditional family dinner. Dinner together was a treasured tradition. But Zoe's excitement about her upcoming mission trip caused her to prioritize the Bible study class that day. So we left her house around 4:30 p.m., driving the family minivan, with the Bible study class beginning at 5 p.m. Her parents expected her to return around 6:30 p.m. And became increasingly concerned as time passed with no sign of their daughter. Not only was her absence unusual, but she also missed the 5 p.m. Bible study class, which added to their concern. They are anxious. Jim and Cheryl attempted to contact Zoe Hastings via text messages and numerous phone calls. However, their efforts were met with silence. They contacted friends in the hopes of finding out where she was, but none of them could provide any information. To make matters worse, the Hastings family discovered that Zoe Hastings did not show up for the Bible study class. As the hours passed and there was no sign of Zoe, her parents decided to contact the police at 10 p.m. However, by midnight, the authorities had not responded to their call. Fearing for their daughter's safety, they took action and filed a missing persons report while continuing their search. The breakthrough came in the early hours of Monday morning when Zoe's parents discovered she needed to find My iPhone app, which was installed on her phone. They used this tool to track her phone's location, which led them to a nearby creek only a 5-minute drive from their house. They rushed to the scene full of urgency. They found a scene of chaos and concern. Police, paramedics, and flashing lights surrounded the area, which was cordoned off with police tape. Zoe Hastings' minivan was discovered in a precarious and alarming position, nose down in the creek bed, nearly vertically submerged in water. The tragic events that occurred on that fateful Sunday evening and early Monday morning shed light on a disturbing series of incidents. The chain of events began when Kurt Rem, a concerned member of the public, was walking his dog near Easton Road and Lippett Avenue. He came across a man who approached him urgently, reporting a car crash involving a young girl in the creek. The stranger, visibly shaken, asked Kurt to join him in investigating the scene. Together, they went down to the creek, and the man informed Kurt that the girl would later identify Kurt, immediately dialed 911 after Zoe Hastings tragically died, fearing the worst. However, the mysterious man who had initially alerted him fled the scene before police arrived. Upon their arrival, the police discovered Zoe Hastings' lifeless body. She lay face down in a pool of blood about 10 to 20 feet from the driver's door of the minivan. The initial assumption that her death was caused by the crash was quickly dispelled when police discovered that she died as a result of homicidal violence. The horrific nature of the crime became clear as details emerged. Zoe's clothing had been disturbed. Her dress had pulled up above her waist, and her underwear had rolled down to her mid-thighs, indicating sexual assault. Zoe had several deep cuts on her neck. Throughout their investigation, the police thoroughly searched the area for evidence. All of the minivan doors except the driver's door were locked. They discovered a blood-covered knife at the top of the embankment, which they suspected was used to inflict Zoe's fatal wounds on her neck. So his phone, which has location services, provided a timeline for the investigation. It showed that her phone had been at the creek since 5 p.m. She remained there from Sunday evening until Monday morning, when her body was discovered. As the investigation progressed, it was discovered that after leaving her house, Zoe Hastings stopped briefly at a Walgreens on Garland Road to return a Redbox movie on her way to the Bible study. The Walgreens was so close to her house that she could see it from the parking lot. She returned the movie at 4:42 p.m. However, authorities wanted to know what happened after that and why she didn't show up for the 5 p.m. Bible study. As the investigation into Zoe Hastings' tragic death continued, two key witnesses came forward. The witnesses said they saw a woman near a minivan in the parking lot outside the Walgreens store. One of the witnesses described seeing an African-American man approach the woman quickly. To their surprise, both people entered the minivan with the man behind the wheel. The second witness stated that the man appeared to be holding something in his hand during the encounter. After exchanging words with the woman, they both quickly entered the minivan, which drove away from the scene. The discovery of DNA on the knife found in the creek sparked a breakthrough in the case. The DNA evidence was linked to a man whose genetic profile had already been recorded in the law enforcement database. This individual was identified as Antonio Cochran. Antonio vehemently denied being involved in Zoe's murder. Nonetheless, based on DNA evidence and witness statements, he was charged with capital murder. The charges were based on the belief that Zoe's murder occurred during a kidnapping or attempted kidnapping. The prevailing theory among law enforcement was that Zoe's abduction and subsequent murder were random, with no prior relationship between her and Antonio. When Antonio Coltrane's trial began, he pleaded not guilty. The prosecution's case centered on the theory that Zoe Hastings was kidnapped from the Walgreens parking lot while returning a Redbox movie just across the street from her house on that fateful Sunday afternoon. This theory was supported by the testimony of two key witnesses who appeared in court to give their versions of events. The first witness, Lester Lee Clark, identified himself as a tattoo artist who worked near the intersection of Garland Road and PV Road in East Dallas. He testified at around 4:45 p.m. As he approached the Walgreens, he noticed a woman, presumably Zoe, near the Redbox kiosk. She appeared to be returning or retrieving a movie as she entered her minivan. A short, heavy-set African-American male quickly approached her and grabbed the car door, sparking an animated but brief conversation between the two that lasted no more than 5 seconds. Lester stated that he couldn't hear what they were saying, but he did notice that the woman at the driver's side door had moved to the passenger side. The man got into the minivan and quickly drove away. The second witness, Gary Whitman, was homeless at the time and stated that he was across the street from the Walgreens around 4:04 p.m. On Sunday afternoon, he described a stout, heavy-set African-American man who stood about 5 feet, 8 or 9 inches tall, and walked aggressively but discreetly. He thought the man was trying not to draw attention to himself. Gary reported that the man approached the woman in a minivan in the Walgreens parking lot from behind as she attempted to enter it. He claimed that the man extended his arms to block her path and appeared to pull something from his pocket. Although he couldn't see the exact object, Gary saw both people get into the minivan, with the man taking the wheel and driving away. Gary's immediate response, according to the court, was to seek help because he did not have access to a phone. He approached an employee at a nearby convenience store and asked them to dial 911. The court heard testimony from several researchers who carried out the tests. Gloria John Dimmick, a mitochondrial DNA analyst, told the court that several hairs were discovered at the scene. While mitochondrial DNA does not provide a unique identifier, it can be used to exclude people. According to the analysis, the hair found on Zoe's left arm could belong to Antonio Cochran. There was more evidence against the defendant. Copeland's DNA was discovered on the handle of a knife, which had been covered in Zoe's blood. The prosecution claimed that after abducting Zoe Hastings from the parking lot, Cochran drove her to a creek, where he raped and killed her cell tower. Data confirms that Cochran's cell phone pinged on Sunday, near the location where Zoe's body was discovered. Prior to Zoe's abduction, Cochran sent several text messages to various people. At 1:48 a.m., the first text message was sent to Gillis Pina Cochran's neighbor, Antonio, who stated that he intended to leave the house he and Gillis rented together. At 2 p.m., he messaged his ex-girlfriend, Angie Simon, informing her that Raina, who had been like a mother to him, had died the day before. He also messaged someone named Mimi at 2:25 p.m. and 3:19 p.m., telling her that he had been crying, drinking alcohol, and driving aimlessly around town. At 4:34 p.m., Antonio's cell phone communicated with a specific transceiver on a Dallas radio tower, which covered the Walgreens store. Antonio sent another text message from his smartphone. This time, it was addressed to Frank Torres, Gillis Pina's brother. "I really need you, brother. I'm not sure what's wrong with me, Frank. A lot has happened. I need you, brother." Antonio, according to the court, began working as a checker at a Fiesta Mart grocery store just 2 days before Zoe's murder. He was supposed to work the day after Zoe died, but he did not show up for his shift. The prosecutor also informed the judge that a detailed search history was conducted on Cocker's cell phone between October 13 and October 13 and October 23. He searched for local and crime news 32 times, 5 of which were about Zoe's death. Prior to that, Antonio had shown little interest in crime stories, having only opened the news once in the previous month with a report on local gang crimes. The defense presented a compelling case, attempting to cast doubt on the prosecution's claim that Antonio Cochran was responsible for Zoe Hastings' murder. They questioned the DNA evidence's validity, as well as the witnesses' reliability. Paul Johnson, Antonio's defense attorney, stated that at the time of Zoe's murder, Antonio was assisting a friend in presenting an alibi that placed him in a different location. He challenged the testimony of 2 key witnesses who claimed to have witnessed Zoe's abduction. Lester's timeline and description of the man involved were called into question, raising concerns about the veracity of his story. The defense also questioned the credibility of the second witness, Gary, who had a criminal record and a history of illegal substance use. Paul Johnson questioned how Gary could have witnessed the events from across the street and suggested that his testimony might be suspect. Despite the potential consequences for himself, Gary insisted that he had come forward to do the right thing and was later apprehended due to an active arrest warrant. The defense's challenge included the DNA evidence. They acknowledged that Antonio's DNA was discovered on the knife handle, but proposed an alternative explanation. They speculated that his DNA could have been on the knife from a previous occasion, possibly while working at a local movie theater and coming into contact with it. Furthermore, the absence of fingerprints on or inside the minivan called into question the witnesses' claims that Antonio grabbed the door during the alleged abduction. The defense also pointed out that the medical examiner found no evidence of sexual assault and that Antonio was not charged with sexual assault, implying that this information was used to incite the jury. Finally, Paul Johnson urged the jury to find Antonio not guilty, emphasizing the importance of making a decision based on the evidence presented, rather than reacting to popular sentiment. He encouraged the jury to do what they thought was right. The prosecution disagreed and urged the jury to find Antonio guilty. The jury deliberated for nearly 23 hours over several days. During this time, they requested additional information and clarification from the judge on 3 specific issues, including a photo of the Walgreens store, mitochondrial DNA, and the timeline of police interviews with the 2 witnesses. Ultimately, the jury convicted Antonio of the lesser offense of murder, rather than capital murder. Antonio was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, with a $10,000 fine. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Greed, envy, and the desire to accumulate wealth with little effort frequently drive people to commit the most heinous and cynical crimes. It's difficult to imagine how cruel a person can be in the pursuit of quick riches. As an example, consider the murder of a close relative. The story of Elizabeth Vasquez is truly shocking and terrifying. This kind and hardworking woman dedicated her entire life to the betterment of her family, striving to provide her beloved daughter with the best possible education. But the greedy heiress and her boyfriend did the unthinkable. For several years, this complex case sparked controversy and shocked the public with its inhumanity, demonstrating how a young woman can easily decide to murder her own mother. Let us try to understand how a prosperous and well-off family produced a true monster devoid of any feelings of pity, remorse, or conscience. The Vasquez family is large and happy. Elizabeth Lillian Vasquez Movila was born in Catamarca, northwestern Peru, in 1967. She was the oldest of 6 children born to Ernesto Vasquez and Maria Movila. Her parents were hardworking, simple people who worked hard to provide for their large family, including an education and a chance at a better life. The Vasquez family was friendly and happy. Elizabeth began helping her mother care for her younger siblings at a young age. She was an excellent student who graduated with honors, allowing her to easily gain admission to the prestigious university's Faculty of Law and Economics. While attending university, she met a young man named Alejandro Espino, who was also studying law and was regarded as one of the best students in his class. The two developed a romantic relationship that grew quickly, and they were officially married in 1987. Elizabeth's parents supported her decision from the start and happily welcomed her son-in-law into the family. Alejandro was a serious, intelligent, ambitious, and purposeful man who could properly care for their eldest daughter. Initially, the newlyweds lived in the Vasquez family home. However, after 6 months, Elizabeth became pregnant, and they decided to move into their separate home with only their daughter about a year after their marriage in 1988. The couple welcomed their only joint heir, whom they named Elizabeth Vasquez Espino, affectionately known as Alita in the family. The girl became the focus of all her numerous relatives' attention, as well as her parents' greatest joy. Several years after the birth of their daughter, the couple, whose careers were steadily improving, decided to relocate to Peru's capital, Lima. Alejandro was then vying for a prosecutor position in an anti-corruption department, while Elizabeth had started her own legal consulting firm. Both worked tirelessly for the benefit of their family, but were unable to devote enough time to their young daughter. Confronted with an unsatisfactory experience hiring a nanny who did not perform her duties diligently, the young mother decided to send her daughter to her parents' entire market so that they could care for the heiress. Maria and Ernesto readily agreed and were overjoyed to have their granddaughter stay with them for a while. Notably, their youngest daughter, Giovanna, is elite. His aunt was only a few years older than Alita, so they got along well and interacted like sisters. Because of their complete dedication to work, the parents rarely saw their daughter and compensated by showering her with gifts during visits. Alita's stay at her grandparents' home lasted several years, and when her parents decided to bring her back to Lima, she had already begun school. It's worth noting that the abrupt change in environments did not help the girl, and she took some time to adjust to life in the bustling, noisy capital, after the quiet, almost provincial Catamarca and the difficult parent-daughter relationship. As a child, Alita was quiet and well-behaved. She strived for academic excellence by studying music and foreign languages. She had a close and trusting relationship with her parents, who tried to make up for the years of forced separation. Elizabeth aspires to be more than just his mother. She wants to be his best friend, someone with whom she can share her most intimate thoughts. This remained true until Alita turned 15, when her elitist personality deteriorated rapidly. Tantra transformed her into a rude person. I stopped listening to her parents. She abandoned her studies, became involved in bad company, and worst of all, began stealing money from her parents' wallet. Elizabeth tried a variety of methods to connect with her daughter, hoping it was just a phase that Alita would outgrow. However, the girl frequently instigated heated arguments with her mother, resulting in hysterics and tears. During these times, Alejandro usually remained neutral, but if Alita sought his help, he frequently took her side. Alita was deeply hurt and offended by being constantly compared to her smart, beautiful, successful, and hard-working mother. Next to Elizabeth, Alita appeared to be the ugly duckling, completely opposite of her mother in every way. She lacked striking features, was overweight, lazy, and temperamental, frequently lied, and did not hesitate to steal. Alita had numerous complexes about her appearance, and when she expressed a desire for plastic surgery, Elizabeth, eager to please her daughter and mend their relationship, did not stop her. Elizabeth paid for her daughter's first rhinoplasty, followed by several more surgeries. When Alejandro and Elizabeth decided to divorce in 2007, their 18-year-old daughter reacted with a hysterical outburst, screaming, insulting, and blaming her mother for driving her father away. At the time, the family was in the United States, and the divorce caused some complications for citizens of the countries. Nonetheless, they returned home as divorced people and started living separately. By mutual agreement, the now adult but still dependent daughter remained at her mother's house. They continued to have heated arguments, and Alita would call her father, crying and begging him to take her in. However, Alejandro, who had moved on with a new love, was reluctant to do so. He always persuaded the leader to reconcile with her mother and wait a little longer until she completed university and began her independent life. Despite her poor academic performance, bad character, and provocative behavior, elitist parents enrolled her in the law faculty of one of Peru's most prestigious universities. Our father and mother decided not to skimp on their only child's education, despite the cost. Elite has an untrustworthy boyfriend, and Alita has had her fair share of teen romances. But at 19, she felt truly in love for the first time. It all began on a Sunday morning at church, where she met a charming young man named Fernando Gonzalez. He couldn't take his gaze away from her during the service, and afterward, he approached her to introduce himself to Alita. Fernando appeared like a prince, handsome, attentive, and pleasant in voice. He invited her for coffee and conversation. As it turned out, he had a habit of scouting churches for young, well-dressed girls who arrived in luxury cars, then striking up a conversation, charming them, and playing on their emotions. He'd tell stories about his difficult childhood in a large family abandoned by their father, and how he was now supporting his mother, brothers, and sisters while working multiple jobs. Wealthy and naive girls would sympathize and offer him money. He occasionally managed to keep a wealthy girlfriend for a few months, but they usually left him once the truth was revealed. He was just an unemployed slacker who enjoyed the high life. Alita fell easily into Fernando's trap because she had complexes and always considered herself unattractive. She couldn't believe such a handsome man had noticed her and was willing to give him everything she had, or rather, everything her mother possessed. She told her mother everything, resulting in their first candid conversation in years. Elizabeth believed she had a chance to mend their relationship, especially since the leader had met the boy in church, which appeared promising, and assumed he was a good person. Fernando made a good first impression on Elizabeth. He told her his dramatic life story, and she believed him, concluding that such a good boy deserved help. She rented him a cozy apartment near Central Lima and agreed to pay 70s of the monthly rent. She also paid for his business school tuition, promising him a job with her company later. Fernando appeared to appreciate her generosity and was eager to begin studying. He was not interested in attending boring lectures or working. He only wanted to have fun and spend someone else's money. He gladly moved into the rented apartment but never paid anything for it, claiming to be broke and promising to repay later. It soon became clear that Fernando had only attended a few business school classes before quitting. Following a serious conversation with Elizabeth, he appeared to be sorry. She decided to give him a second chance and hired him as a courier for her company. On his first day, he not only failed to complete a simple task but also betrayed other employees who had trusted him with sensitive documents. Elizabeth finally realized that this young man had charmed her daughter only to exploit her for his own gain. He had no intention of studying or working. She then forbade Alita from seeing him, causing her daughter to become angry and resentful. The leader screamed and cried, accusing her mother of attempting to destroy her life and steal her happiness. She refused to listen to reason and insisted on continuing to see Fernando despite the couple's failed separation attempt. Elizabeth decided to send her daughter to her parents' house for a while, naively believing that if Alida didn't see her boyfriend for a few months, her feelings would subside and Fernando would find another wealthy fool to exploit. But Elizabeth was gravely mistaken. Alida continued to communicate with her boyfriend via phone and social media, and her resentment of her mother only grew. Fernando had to leave the rental apartment because Elizabeth refused to pay for it. However, he found a smaller place rented for him by his young lover using her mother's money. As a spoiled child, Alida had some financial freedom and was able to use some of her mother's accounts. When summer vacation ended and university resumed, Alida rushed to see her boyfriend, who once again asked for money. She withdrew a significant amount from her mother's account and gave it to him, resulting in a heated argument with her mother later that evening. When Elizabeth noticed the missing funds, she decided to block access to her accounts, leaving her with only a small weekly allowance for personal expenses. This decision strained an already tense relationship. They barely spoke, mostly arguing, and Elizabeth's attempts to contact her daughter were unsuccessful. The monstrous plan. Fernando became enraged during one of their romantic dates when Alida failed to deliver the money he demanded. He cursed Elizabeth, screaming that she had a lot of money but wouldn't give it to her only daughter, and added that if Elizabeth died, adult Alida would inherit all of her wealth and they could live lavishly. This terrible idea took root in the minds of the elitists and grew stronger with each day. She was constantly complaining about how much she despised her mother, blaming her for all of her misfortunes, and fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if she disappeared. The young lovers began to devise a monstrous and cynical plan to eliminate Vasquez, including who they could recruit as accomplices. At the time, Elizabeth had nearly $3 million in her accounts, a successful business that could be sold, a large house in an affluent area of the capital, several cars, and significant life insurance coverage. If she dies, her only child will inherit everything. Alida Elizabeth seemed to sense danger, and she realized she couldn't keep her daughter away from the mercenary and deceitful young man who had a negative influence on her. The situation was escalating and could end in the most unexpected way. Elizabeth, an experienced lawyer, drafted a will stating that in the event of her sudden disappearance or untimely death, all money and property should be transferred to Ernesto Vasquez, her father. She even managed to visit her parents and inform them of her decision. Meanwhile, Alida intends to stage her mother's kidnapping and murder by suspected criminals who will never be found. She and Fernando decided to enlist the help of a tough guy, or, at the very least, a courtenay holder, with the promise of generous payment for his services. He accepted the offer without hesitation, a crime against his own mother. On January 24, 2010, 21-year-old Alida met with her 23-year-old boyfriend to finalize the plan for the crime that would occur the following day. She remained calm and collected, already planning how she would spend the millions she had inherited. The next morning, January 25, Alida chose to stay at home rather than attend university due to illness. When her mother left to work, Fernando and Jorge were already lurking outside the house, waiting for Alida to distract the guard and let them in. Alida approached the guard on duty and asked him to get pain relievers from the nearest pharmacy, which was only a 5-minute walk away. This brief absence allowed the young men to enter the house and hide in the master bedroom. When Elizabeth returned, the leader loudly dropped the glass in the kitchen, signaling her attackers to assemble. When Elizabeth entered her room, Fernando knocked her to the ground and began choking her, while Jorge held her down. Elizabeth miraculously managed to break free and run into the hallway, where her own daughter kicked her in the head. They restrained Elizabeth while she was conscious. However, their plans were thwarted by Maria Celine, a young servant girl who Alida tricked into another room and locked inside. When Elizabeth regained consciousness, her daughter, boyfriend, and accomplice brutally tortured her in an attempt to obtain the safe code and bank account passwords. Terrified, Elizabeth knew her daughter was in trouble, but she had always blamed it on Gonzalez as a negative influence. She now saw her only daughter's monstrous nature. Elizabeth was able to loosen the restraints and fight back against her daughter, scratching and punching her until Fernando knocked her to the ground. Alida became enraged and kicked her mother, eventually smothering her with a pillow until she stopped breathing. The trio then bound Elizabeth's lifeless body, duct-taped her mouth shut, and placed her in the trunk of her own car. Staging a kidnapping, Alida then dispatched another guard to get medication, allowing her accomplices to drive off the property. She released her to terrified Maria, falsely claiming that she and her mother had quarreled but reconciled and that her mother had gone to bed. A strange story about a kidnapping during the search for a missing woman. As was customary in the morning, the maid prepared breakfast. But Alida entered the kitchen and informed her that her mother had gone to work early due to an important meeting. Alida then left the house to visit her mother's workplace. She walked into the office of Jessica Hippo, her mother's best friend and accountant, and broke down in tears, reporting that her mother was missing and that she was receiving strange, threatening, and ransom calls. The accountant immediately began blocking the accounts to prevent the intruders from accessing them, reported the incident to the police, and then left the office for a while. When she returned, Alida had left, and the office was in disarray, as if someone was searching for something. Later, it was discovered that Elizabeth's will had gone missing, which Alida had learned the day before by overhearing a phone conversation with a key she had stolen from her mother. Alida had also taken a copy of the will and cash from the safe while her mother was studying. Police arrived and inspected the house, interviewing both the missing woman's daughter and the office staff, but found no useful information. Everyone claimed that Vasquez had no enemies and that no one had threatened her, so no one was initially named as a suspect. The primary hypothesis was that it was a kidnapping for ransom. All that remained was to wait for a call from the criminals to receive additional instructions and demands. A terrifying discovery and the initial suspect. Elizabeth's disappearance was discovered the following day. It was reported that her car had been abandoned in a vacant lot outside of town. The inside was empty, but when law enforcement officers opened the trunk, they were astounded by what they discovered. Inside was the lifeless body of a missing woman, with signs of beatings. Forensic experts found dozens of bruises, severe head trauma, and rope marks on the victim's body, indicating that she was tied up and attempted to free herself. It was also determined that Vasquez died as a result of asphyxiation. Particles of blood and epithelium were discovered under her fingernails, indicating that she had resisted. It was now necessary to identify who the blood belonged to. Alida appeared in the lineup as a grieving daughter, crying, wailing, and appearing almost unconscious. However, during the interrogation, she behaves very differently. She was calm, even cold-blooded, and she was visibly annoyed by the investigators' questions. Furthermore, she contradicted herself repeatedly during her testimony when the police decided to check the information about the kidnappers' calls and sent a request to the cell phone company. It turned out that Alida had not received any calls. It also turned out that in the days preceding and following her mother's disappearance, Alicia had been in frequent contact with Juan Fernando Gonzalez, whom they also decided to question. However, the young man either insisted on his innocence or remained silent, resulting in irrefutable evidence and an arrest. Elizabeth's maternal grandparents were in charge of her funeral, while Elizabeth herself was unconcerned, focusing solely on how to get out of the situation, remain free, and save money. She called her father, who was already aware of the incident and crying, and told him she was innocent and asked for help. Her father advised her not to say too much and promised to get her out of the situation, despite knowing full well who had committed the crime. However, he did not want his daughter to go to prison because it would have brought shame to Alejandro, who was a powerful and respected man at the time, serving as Justice of the Peace and President of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, forensic analysis revealed that the blood and skin particles under the deceased's fingernails belonged to her daughter. Alida attempted to claim that she had a serious disagreement with her mother, and that they had briefly quarreled before reconciling, but no one believed her. Further inspection of Elizabeth's room with special equipment revealed numerous white traces of blood throughout the house, including in the elitist room, despite her attempts to wipe away the evidence. At the very least, a story that she had an argument with her mother in the evening, but then made up, and that her mother left early for work the next morning and was never seen again, quickly fell apart. She contradicted herself, first claiming that she had not entered her mother's room, and then recalling that the ransom calls were entirely her creation. The testimony of the maid, Maria Solen, was crucial in the case. She described how, on the night of the crime, she was locked in a room where she could hear Elizabeth's screams and sounds of struggle, but could not intervene. After that night, she never saw her employer again, and Alida insisted that everything was fine with her mother, who had simply left for work early. All of this culminated in the arrest of Alida and her boyfriend, the criminal trio, and the battle for the inheritance. Elita was arrested at her mother's home. Her boyfriend was apprehended a few hours later at an entertainment venue. The next morning, George was arrested after Fernando betrayed him by attempting to blame him for the crime. It is worth noting that Gonzalez was the first to testify, in the hopes that cooperating with the investigation would benefit him and help to mitigate his sentence. Meanwhile, Alejandro hires the best lawyers for his daughter, but realizes she will not be able to avoid punishment. At the same time, he began dealing with Vasquez's inheritance, intending to claim it for himself, since the will had vanished and the heiress faced a lengthy prison sentence. He claimed that he and Elizabeth never divorced, but instead lived apart while remaining legally married. Meanwhile, Ernesto Vasquez, an elitist grandfather, decided to pay a visit to his favorite granddaughter in prison to look her in the eyes, and he couldn't believe that the girl he had known and raised since infancy could commit such a heinous crime. However, Elita acted arrogantly, shouting, insulting the older man, and stating that she did not want to see him again. This encounter deeply upset him, resulting in a heart attack from which he was unable to recover and died 6 months later. The Vasquez family was unable to prove the existence of the will left in their Nestos name because the document vanished from Elizabeth's office and the notary's database, seemingly taken care by Alejandro. All documents and references to the couple's divorce have mysteriously vanished, leaving Alejandro with the right to claim the deceased's inheritance, as well as the trial and verdict. Despite Elita, Fernando, and George's attempts to shift blame to one another, the investigation successfully reconstructed the events of that fateful evening, determining each participant's role in the crime. It was also established that the trio engaged in a deliberate conspiracy, which aggravated their guilt. Maria, the maid, testified that Alejandro threatened her and demanded that she give a different version of events, but she refused. In May 2012, the court convicted all 3 defendants. Initially, the prosecutor requested that each murderer be sentenced to 30 years in prison. While the men pleaded guilty, Elita repeatedly played the victim. Fernando and George were eventually sentenced to 28 years each, but the elitist trial was postponed. Elita claimed that the perpetrators were hired by relatives on her mother's side, who fabricated the inheritance story to seize Elizabeth's property and money. Her father had the same version of events. Attempts to declare Elita mentally ill and vulnerable to manipulation by criminals were also unsuccessful. Alejandro proposed sending her to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison, declaring her insane and incapable of fully inheriting his wife's estate. Finally, in December 2012, the court issued its final decision, sentencing Elita to a maximum of 30 years in prison. She and her accomplices are still serving their sentences in prison. The disputed inheritance remains unresolved. In the spring of 2021, Ala 100 died without becoming the sole heir. The Vasquez family, through the court, seeks to exclude Elita from the list of claimants to Elizabeth's property, citing her incarceration for murder. Currently, the primary claimant for the Maria Muvila is Elizabeth's mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, doomsday spouses. Religiously motivated crimes are common in criminal practice. According to statistics, religious fanatics kill over 100,000 people each year around the world. Frequently, these victims do not share the fanatics' traditional beliefs. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, a deranged couple, shocked the world a few years ago and has yet to be resolved. This story has been covered by media outlets in multiple countries, shocking and perplexing people. It's a story about corrupt passion, belief in one's own superiority, greed, and a complete lack of moral principles. This couple harmed 5 members of their own families, 2 of them children. The legal proceedings against the so-called spouses from hell are still ongoing. They face the death penalty for their heinous actions. However, they not only deny their guilt, but they also sincerely hope to avoid punishment or receive lenient sentences. But let us begin at the beginning and try to unravel this horrifying and complex story in order to understand how people who claim to have discovered God have completely lost their humanity. Who is Chad Daybell, and how did he become the head of a religious movement? Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968, in the small town of Provo, Utah, 18 miles south of Salt Lake City. He grew up in a simple, even modest family and was a quiet, shy child. Chad was an average student at school with no notable talents or athletic accomplishments, and he was self-conscious about his weight. Chad not easily enrolled at Brigham Young University, Bayou in Utah after graduating from high school, and he earned a bachelor's degree in journalism in 1992. During his college years, he married a modest woman named Tamara Douglas, or simply Tammy. The couple quickly had 5 children, sons Seth, Mark, and Garth, as well as daughters Emma and Leah. After finishing his studies, the young father worked as an editor for a local daily newspaper. However, due to the family's constant financial difficulties, he also worked as a night watchman at a small church and a gravedigger at the cemetery next door. Tammy did not work outside the home and was solely responsible for household chores and raising their children, so the family struggled to get by. Chad decided to use his journalism background to write his own religious-themed book. His debut work, published in 1999, resembled a collection of religious stories or religious-themed fantasy. Surprisingly, the book was a success, and he made a good living from it. Chad immediately left his jobs at the cemetery and the newspaper to pursue his writing career. A year and a half later, he released a book called 1 Foot in the Grave. This was a popular science book in which he described his experiences as a gravedigger and discussed death, the afterlife, and soul reincarnations. Daybell founded Spring Creek Books in 2004, through which he self-published his works. These works discussed his beliefs regarding the impending end of the world, Judgment Day, and other topics. According to some, Chad's religious beliefs have become increasingly extreme over time. Chad Daybell has written dozens of fiction and popular science books with religious themes. He began giving podcasts, audio and video lectures to help people prepare for Christ's second coming. Chad referred to himself as an apocalyptic writer and claimed to be able to see into the future, hearing voices of the dead deliver prophecies intended solely for him. Lori Ryan Vallow Nicox was born on June 26, 1973, in the beautiful city of Loma Linda, California. She grew up in a big family, with 2 older brothers and 3 sisters. Her parents, Denise and Barry Cox, worked tirelessly to provide for their numerous children from a young age. Lori was especially close to her brother Alex, with whom she had a trustworthy relationship. He always stood up for and protected his younger sister. Lori developed into a true beauty with many admirers, as well as an attractive, charismatic blonde with a slim figure and a captivating smile. She enjoyed being the center of attention and was an outgoing and adventurous person. Lori married Nelson Yanis, her high school sweetheart, in the spring of 1992 when she was 18 years old. However, the young couple quickly realized they had rushed into marriage and were unprepared for family life, resulting in the dissolution of their marriage in less than a year. They did not have children together. Lori remarried in the fall of 1995 to a man named William LaJoya. A year later, the couple welcomed a son, Colby, but their marriage ended in 1998. Only 2 years later, the boy remained in his mother's custody. Lori married Joseph Anthony Ryan for the 3rd time in early 2001, and he officially adopted her son from her previous marriage. A year later, the couple had their daughter, Tylee, but this marriage, too, ended in 2005. Notably, shortly after her divorce from Joseph, an incident occurred when her ex-husband arrived to see the children. He was assaulted by Lori's brother Alex, who claimed in court that he was defending his sister's honor after Ryan insulted her. As a result, Cox was sentenced to a fine and a short-term prison marriage with Charles Vallow. Lori met Charles Anthony Vallow shortly after divorcing her 3rd husband, and the two married in February 2006. He was 17 years her senior, but their age difference was not an issue. Charles had been married before and had 2 teenage sons from previous relationships, Zachary and Nicholas. The couple initially lived in Nevada with Lori's children from previous marriages, with Charles and his sons visiting on holidays and weekends. Charles owned a small business that provided a steady income for his family. Lori, who had not pursued further education, did not work, and her husband never approached her about it. Charles' grandnephew, Joshua Jackson, or simply JJ Vallow, was officially adopted by the couple in 2014. JJ had autism and needed expensive therapy, which a relative could provide. Toward the end of 2014, the family decided to relocate to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the island of Kauai. By this point, Colby and Charles' older children were adults living independently, so the Vallows relocated to the island as a group of 4. Lori, Charles Tylee, and JJ settled in a popular tourist area and decided to open their own beach bar that served fresh juices, smoothies, refreshing drinks, and non-alcoholic cocktails. Despite their best efforts, the availability of raw materials and Charles' experience in trade, the business failed quickly due to fierce competition. Lori developed an interest in religious literature around this time, and she was particularly drawn to Chad Daybell's Standing in Holy Places series of books. She became fascinated by the occult writer's ideas and became almost obsessed with them. She bought all of his works and read them every day. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met. In 2016, the family was forced to leave Hawaii and relocate to the mainland. They settled in Arizona, and while Charles worked hard to provide for the family, his wife Lori became increasingly involved in religion, drifting away from reality. Lori and her close friend Melanie went to a neighboring town for an event called Preparing People for the Second Coming of Christ, which was led by Chad Daybell. Lori, a devoted fan and follower, jumped at the chance to meet him in person. Lori sat in the front row, her gaze fixated on Chad. He also noticed the attractive blonde, and when the writer and religious speaker decided to personally interact with his followers, Lori, as expected, stayed behind. She hung on his every word and asked to touch his hand. After that, Daybell looked into her eyes and revealed that they had been husband and wife in 7 previous incarnations. Chad and Lori exchanged contact information. And started communicating every day. Lori's husband went to Nevada for work a few weeks later, so she invited the preacher to a gathering at her home. That day, about a dozen people gathered at the Vallows' house to discuss God's judgment day and the second coming. Lori and Chad also agreed to work together to prepare people for the dreadful judgment. The pair began producing podcasts about the event, as well as leading sermons and writing articles. Lori became increasingly detached and hatched from reality and her family, but Charles did not notice the change. He expected it to be a passing fad. It was too late when he realized how far things had progressed. Lori soon began discussing dark spirits and zombies, telling family and friends that God had chosen her for a special mission. Part of this mission entails eliminating the spirits of darkness, demons, and all evil. Charles' attempts to bring his wife back to reality failed, and she began to see him as one of the evil entities that needed to be destroyed. Charles Vallow's tragic end. By the end of 2018, Lori and Charles Vallow's marriage was about to collapse. Lori changed all of the locks in their shared home in February 2019, while Charles was away on business for a week. When Charles returned, he found himself locked out of his own home, his personal car, and the family truck missing, and a significant amount of $35,000 had been withdrawn from his account. Charles loudly called out for his wife and attempted to enter the house. Lori stormed outside, hurling threats and curses. She screamed that her husband's soul had long died and that his body had been possessed by a demon, repeatedly saying, "I don't know who you are or what you've done to my husband." Without hesitation, Charles went to the police station and reported Lori for theft and interference with his home and children. He expressed concerns about Lori's threats of physical harm against him, which resulted in the issuance of a protective order prohibiting her from approaching him. The statements made by Charles that evening were recorded in accordance with standard procedure. He discussed his wife's excessive religious zeal, her belief in the impending end of the world, and her tendency to categorize people as light or demonic beings. While asking clarifying questions, the officers openly mocked him but issued the protective order. The following day, Charles filed for divorce and changed the beneficiaries of his $1 million life insurance policy from Lori to his mother and sister. His lawyer stated that Charles was concerned about JJ's well-being, as he required special care. He was confident that his mother and sister would handle the insurance payout responsibly and care for the boy in the event of his death. Tylee's stepfather had not legally adopted her, so the documents could not include a legally unrelated minor. A few months later, Mr. Vallow made the fatal mistake of revoking the protective order, hoping to reconcile with Lori and save their marriage. He began paying visits to his ex-wife's home, missing the children, and hoping for a family reconciliation. On July 11, 2019, Charles arrived to see his children and was fatally shot twice in the chest. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, called emergency services and admitted to the shooting. He claimed self-defense, alleging that Charles had attacked him first with a baseball bat. In response, he drew his pistol and shot twice without aiming. The homeowner and children witnessed the incident. Their testimonies were somewhat consistent, and the court ruled that the killing was unintentional and in self-defense. Notably, Alex's head injury was minor, despite Charles's previous experience as a baseball player capable of inflicting serious harm with a bat. Lori threw a party at her house with music, many guests, and a poolside disco on the same day Charles' body was taken to the morgue, right where her husband had been shot, and where traces of blood could still be seen. She did not arrange for his funeral or tell anyone about the incident. Charles, his son's mother, sister, and other relatives learned of his death only a week later when his unclaimed body was still in the morgue, the latest in a string of mysterious disappearances and fatalities. Lori sold their Arizona home shortly after her husband's death and moved with her children to Rexburg, Idaho, near Chad and his wife Tammy's home. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, relocated with his sister and settled in the same housing complex. Lori enrolled her son in a special needs school, but her 16-year-old daughter, Tylee, never went to school. She was rarely seen outside. So many neighbors were unaware of her second child's existence. Lori described her daughter as a dark entity to a friend over the phone around the same time. On September 8, 2019, the children, their mother, and Uncle Alex traveled to Yellowstone Park, where Chad Daybell joined them. Tylee appears in a number of photographs from that trip. After that day, she was never seen alive again. On September 24 of the same year, Lori withdrew her son's documents from school, claiming he would now be homeschooled. The 7-year-old boy was also not seen again. Less than a month later, on October 19, Chad's 49-year-old wife Tammy died suddenly. Chad claims she had a cold and cough before passing away in her sleep from respiratory failure. Her death was ruled natural, as there were no signs of violence on her body. Chad categorically refused an autopsy to determine the exact cause, an odd decision that raised no suspicions. Following his wife's unexpected death, Chad received approximately $500,000 in insurance payouts. 2 weeks later, Chad and Lori traveled to the Hawaiian Islands to marry in a beachside ceremony. Daybell's children, who were still mourning their mother, were completely taken aback and unable to understand their father's actions. When the couple returned to Arizona, they lived together and misled others by claiming Lori's children were with relatives or that she had no children at all. They also rented a small unit at a local storage facility and later moved all of the children's belongings, as if they had never existed in the house. Another month later, on December 12, 2019, Alex Cox died unexpectedly at home. The cause of death appeared to be a heart attack, but due to his sister's insistence, no autopsy was performed, and the incident was ruled a natural investigation, arrest, and horrific discovery. As time passed, more people continued to question Lori about the whereabouts of her children. She deceived neighbors and acquaintances with ease, but lying to relatives proved more difficult. Her eldest son, Colby, who had little contact with his mother after moving away, made an earnest attempt to contact his younger sister. Lori initially answered from her daughter's phone, pretending to be Tylee, but Colby quickly realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, Charles' family members demanded access to GJ. They wanted to take the boy on vacation or weekends, or just talk to him on the phone, but Lori consistently refused or made absurd excuses. Eventually, the boy's grandmother reported his disappearance to the police. Colby then approached the police to find his younger sister. When law enforcement officers knocked on Lori's door and asked her to bring the children for a conversation, she lied, claiming they were visiting relatives. This information was proven false, and the police returned to her home. They gave her 1 week to appear at the police station with the children. Instead, she and her husband fled to Hawaii. Lori was arrested on the Hawaiian island of Kauai on February 20, 2020, and returned to Arizona. A search was conducted in her and Chad's home, but no children or signs of their presence were discovered. Her husband, Chad, who had been defending her and insisting she had no children, was now under suspicion. On June 9, police discovered human remains buried in the couple's backyard. The bodies of the missing Tylee and her younger brother JJ were identified through forensic analysis. Chad was immediately arrested for concealing evidence and complicity. The authorities then decided to exhume Tammy Daybell and Alex Cox's bodies to determine the true causes of death. In both cases, traces of chemicals capable of causing heart failure were discovered, implying that these people did not die naturally. The trial process. The trial of the spouses began in January 2020. 1. They were accused of conspiring to commit first-degree criminal acts, grand theft through deception, and insurance fraud. Furthermore, Charles Vallow's death was reclassified as premeditated criminal action rather than self-defense. According to witnesses in court, Lori referred to her children as dark entities and promised to save their souls. There were suspicions that the deaths of Tylee, 16, and GJ, 7, were ritualistic in nature. Specifically, the adolescent girl's body was partially burned. Weeks before Chad sent Lori an email rating people, he assigned Tylee A as a dark spirit. Given the totality of the charges, both spouses faced the death penalty. However, in May 2021, Vallow's defense team was successful in having her declared incompetent, which halted the trial process. Simultaneously, all 5 of Daybell's adult children maintained their father's innocence, believing he was framed by Lori and Alex in 2022. After receiving treatment in a psychiatric facility, Vallow was deemed fit to stand by her and answer for her actions. In March 2023, the judge ruled that the woman would not be sentenced to death, a decision that the prosecution is still contesting. In July of the same year, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Chad's trial continues, and he still faces the death penalty. This story inspired the book When the Moon Turns to Blood by investigative journalist Leah Sottle, as well as the Lifetime Movie Network's 2021 television film Doomsday Mom, the Lori Vallow story starring Lauren Lee Smith. In addition, Netflix will release a 3-part documentary series called Sins of Our Mother in 2022, with 1 episode dedicated to Lori's eldest child, her son Colby. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On August 11, 2008, on Monday, Sarah Widmer, a 24-year-old dental hygienist, and her 27-year-old husband, Ryan Widmer, a sports planner, were at their home in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Sarah had just finished her shift at a dental office, and Ryan had finished his day as well. The couple, who met through mutual friends and quickly became inseparable, spent a quiet evening together. Their relationship had progressed from a blind date at a pub to purchasing a home, marrying, and being in the midst of newlywed bliss after only 4 months of marriage, as they looked forward to their future, which included plans for a Costa Rica honeymoon and a Cancun vacation. The most exciting anticipation revolved around the prospect of getting a new puppy, which they were actively pursuing together. On August 11, Ryan and Sarah Widmer watched TV while eating leftover hamburgers, corn on the cob, and cheesy potatoes. According to Ryan, they began with some of Sarah's favorite shows before moving on to a football game. Sarah then decided to take a bath in the master bedroom bathroom. Ryan recalled that she asked him to check the doors before accompanying her upstairs. He remembered her walking upstairs. After they had both said, "I love you." She walks on her tiptoes, as she frequently did, at 10:49 p.m. That night, Ryan dialed 911. The call lasted 7 minutes. He told the 911 dispatcher that his wife had fallen asleep in the bathtub at their home in Morrow, Ohio. Ryan informed the dispatcher that my wife had fallen asleep in the bathtub. I believe I was downstairs. I just came up here and she was face down in the bathtub. Ryan told the dispatcher that he had been watching TV downstairs and went upstairs to find Sarah lying face down in the bathtub. He mentioned that she frequently fell asleep in the bathtub. Ryan followed the dispatcher's instructions and removed Sarah from the bathtub before being guided through CPR. During this time, he temporarily put the phone down to empty the tub and lift Sarah, which took approximately 29 seconds. Within 6 minutes of receiving the 911 call, police found Sarah naked on the bedroom floor. Her body felt warm and dry, but her hair was wet. While performing CPR, the police noticed a pinkish-white, frothy discharge coming from Sarah's mouth and nose, indicating drowning. When paramedics arrived, they made 2 unsuccessful attempts to intubate Sarah in her bedroom. 2 more attempts were made in the ambulance during the 10-minute ride to the hospital. Despite a 5th unsuccessful intubation attempt, the hospital's emergency room physician made a 6th attempt and was successful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sarah was pronounced dead the same night. When questioned at the hospital, Ryan told police that he and Sarah were alone at home that night. He mentioned watching a football game on the downstairs TV while Sarah was taking a bath around 10 p.m., and he expressed concern to the police that he was afraid she would fall asleep in the bathtub. When asked if Sarah had fallen asleep in the bathtub, Ryan said no, but she did have a habit of falling asleep in unusual places. Despite Ryan's claim to the police that he found Sarah in the bathtub and assumed she had fallen asleep, authorities became suspicious. When they arrived at the house, they noticed Sarah's skin was dry, but her hair was wet. Detectives noticed inconsistencies in Ryan's account, particularly during the 911 call, when he described finding Sarah lying face down in the tub. There were concerns about a potential contradiction because they believed Ryan told the nurse at the hospital that he found her lying face up. During the search of the large mirror residence, law enforcement discovered several discrepancies that raised further concerns. The bathroom floor, bathroom mat, and towel on the floor were all dry. The bathtub was mostly dry, with only a few droplets visible near the drain. Notably, no wet towels were found in the home. Police discovered additional inconsistencies in Ryan's narrative. Ryan had initially told them that he was watching a Cincinnati Bengals football game on the television downstairs while Sarah took a bath. However, upon inspection, the downstairs TV was not tuned to that channel. Instead, the bedroom television was set to the specified channel. Police also discovered bloodstains on the bedroom carpet, where Sarah had been found lying on the floor when they arrived. These findings raised suspicions and added to the growing list of inconsistencies in Ryan's account of what happened that night. Dr. Russell Updegrove, the Warren County coroner, performed the autopsy on Sarah, and his findings revealed that her cause of death was drowning. Notably, several physical injuries were documented during the examination, including faint bruising on the right side of her forehead, a specific hemorrhage on the inner surface of her eyelid, bruising on the left side of her neck, a contusion on the back of her neck, a contusion on the back of her neck, and an abrasion on her left armpit, and bruising and lacerations on her upper lip. Sarah had deep muscle hemorrhaging in the front of her neck, as well as scalp contusions. Dr. Updegrove determined that Sarah's death was the result of a homicide. He stated that Sarah's injury occurred prior to her death and was not consistent with injuries commonly associated with PPR. Toxicology reports confirmed the absence of prohibited substances and alcohol in the system. Ryan was arrested for aggravated murder on August 13, 2008, just 2 days after Sarah died. It was the prosecution's case that Sarah died as a result of drowning. Their argument was that the cause of Sarah's death was less important than how she died. How did she drown? The prosecution claimed that the 911 call, the crime scene, and Sarah's injuries all pointed to Ryan as the perpetrator of her death. Their argument revolved around the claim that he had forcibly held her underwater, causing her to drown in the bathtub. During the investigation, the police dusted the bathtub for fingerprints and discovered streak marks believed to be caused by human hands, primarily in the center of the tub. They used a superglue fuming process and reflected ultraviolet imaging to detect finger and smear marks. A forearm impression was also discovered on the bathtub, which was determined to be made by an adult male using hair follicle testing. However, the exact timing of the impression could not be determined. The prosecution also claimed that the lack of wetness inside the bathroom was incompatible with the scenario Ryan described. If Sarah had drowned and Ryan had pulled her out of the bathtub, the floor and other bathroom items would have been soaked. They emphasized to the jury that Sarah's body was dry when police arrived minutes after Ryan called 911. The prosecution cited details from the 911 call, claiming that Ryan had revealed too much information and was orchestrating the call, implying premeditation. The prosecution told the jury that a violent confrontation took place in the Widmer home that fateful night. Although the reasons for it were unknown, they brought in an expert witness who testified that it was extremely unlikely to fall asleep and drown in a bathtub without the use of prohibited substances or alcohol. According to this testimony, the sensation of water on the face or the activation of the gag reflex would usually wake up an individual, and if that didn't work, a drop in oxygen levels would do the trick. The prosecution called on Coroner Updegrove, who performed Sarah's autopsy, to provide his expert opinion on the events of that night. He testified that a plausible explanation for Sarah's dry body and wet hair would be that her head was pushed over the edge of a bathtub, toilet, or sink. This act could have occurred either forwards or backwards in running water, or submerged in full water. The prosecution's central claim was that Ryan purposefully held Sarah's head underwater until she drowned, and they argued that he should be found guilty of her murder. In response, the defense argued that there was insufficient evidence to back up Ryan's claim of killing Sarah. They emphasized the couple's apparent love and argued that Ryan had no discernible motive to harm Sarah. According to the defense, those who knew Ryan had never seen him angry or raising his voice. Friends of the couple attested to their happiness and shared the belief that they were planning a bright future together. To bolster their case, the defense performed their own autopsy, presumably to challenge or provide an alternative viewpoint to the findings presented by the prosecution's witnesses, particularly Coroner Updegrove. Dr. Werner Spitz, who had been retained by the defense, conducted a second autopsy on August 15, 2008, 2 days after the first. Although he agreed with the conclusion that Sarah's cause of death was drowning, Dr. Spitz expressed a different opinion on the manner of death, saying he would have ruled it undetermined. He saw several injuries on her neck, arms near the crease of her elbow, upper lip, nape of her neck, scalp, a tear in her liver, and neck hemorrhaging. Dr. Spitz was unable to definitively determine whether these injuries were the result of CPR. As a result, he stated that he would not consider her death a homicide. The defense contended that if there had been a violent altercation, as the prosecution claimed, there would have been evidence of it. Notably, Ryan and Sarah's nails were found to be unbroken or chipped without any injuries. The defense also brought attention to the presence of female DNA found under Sarah's fingernails, with no match identified. They contended that Sarah's injuries were most likely the result of the extended CPR and multiple intubation attempts performed that night, both inside the house and in the ambulance parked outside the house during transportation to the hospital. And in the hospital itself, the defense posited the theory that something medical, such as a seizure or cardiac ailment, could have been the underlying cause of Sarah's death. They also explained the seemingly contradictory evidence of Sarah's dry body and wet hair, claiming that skin dries more quickly than hair. In the first trial, the jury found Ryan not guilty of aggravated murder, but convicted him of murder. A few months later, however, a new trial was ordered in response to the defense's concerns. It was discovered that some jurors had conducted their own tests on how long it took them to dry after taking a bath, potentially influencing their interpretation of the evidence. Ryan's second trial was in May 2010. However, the jury was unable to reach a decision, prompting the declaration of a mistrial. Ryan's third trial began in January 2011, with additional evidence being introduced into the legal proceedings. The defense sought to establish a case that Sarah had an undisclosed cardiovascular or neurological condition that caused her to lose consciousness and drown in the bathtub. To back up this claim, they presented testimony from several medical experts who suggested the possibility of such an underlying medical issue. However, the state countered these claims by bringing in their own medical experts to challenge and refute the defense's assertions. Sarah's co-workers' testimony revealed more about her health and daily routine. They described Sarah sleeping in her car before starting work in the mornings and going out to rest during her lunch breaks. Colleagues also revealed that she suffered from allergies and had headaches and stomach pains. On at least one occasion, her headaches were severe enough to cause blurred vision, forcing her to retreat to a dark room until the symptoms passed. Dr. Benjamin Mesmer, a dentist at Sarah's practice, took the stand and testified that he was present when she died. He recalled her complaining of a headache and stomachache that day. Sarah's friend's testimony painted a picture of her tendency to fall asleep in unexpected places, such as during a game or in the middle of group discussions. One of her friends suspected she had narcolepsy, a sleep disorder characterized by excessive sleepiness, sleep paralysis, hallucinations, and in some cases cataplexy. In contrast, Sarah's mother, Ruth, and Stuart testified for the prosecution. She stated that she had never noticed anything unusual about her daughter's sleeping habits. Sarah, however, did experience headaches, Ruth believed they were the result of sinus problems. According to Ruth's testimony, she spoke with Sarah on the day she died as she was leaving work, and Sarah made no mention of having a headache. Ruth stated that there was no family history of seizures, heart disease, or cardiac problems. Sarah had a heart murmur and a cleft palate as a baby, but a physical examination report from June 2008 made no mention of the heart murmur's continued presence. Furthermore, there was no mention of a cardiac condition, neurological defect, or disease in the report. Jennifer Cruz's testimony provided an important and potentially damaging account. According to her statements, she contacted Ryan while he was in prison after seeing a Dateline episode about his case. She claimed that on October 26, 2009, at 11:06, Ryan called her and confessed to Sarah's murder. Jennifer testified that Ryan stated, "I did it. I did it. I did it. I killed Sarah. I did it." Jennifer testified that Ryan had a heated argument with Sarah in their living room about his alleged infidelity, drinking, smoking, and pornography. The argument allegedly escalated upstairs, where Sarah informed Ryan that their marriage had ended. According to Jennifer, the confrontation became physical, with Ryan allegedly saying, "Nobody ever leaves me, and I mean nobody." Jennifer's testimony took a darker turn as she described Ryan's alleged admission to violence. Ryan admitted to punching Sarah in the chest during their confrontation, which caused her to fall backward and hit her head. Ryan claimed to have blacked out, and when he awoke, he discovered Sarah on the floor, unresponsive and not breathing, with wet hair. Furthermore, Jennifer claimed that during the 911 call, Ryan only pretended to perform CPR because he knew Sarah was already dead, rendering resuscitation futile. Despite this shocking revelation, Jennifer continued to communicate with Ryan following their initial discussion. Ryan did not report the incriminating conversation to the police until after her second trial was declared a mistrial. In response to Jennifer's testimony, the defense attempted to undermine her credibility. They presented evidence of her previous prescription drug addiction and misdemeanor theft convictions, attempting to cast doubt on the veracity of her statements and motivations. The defense presented a challenging scenario, claiming that they could not definitively explain what caused Sarah to drown that night. The defense urged the jury to consider all of the facts in the case, emphasizing that Ryan had no apparent motive to harm Sarah. Despite these arguments, Ryan was ultimately convicted of murder and sentenced to 15 to life in prison. Interestingly, one of the jurors in the third trial cited Ryan's behavior in court as a major factor in their guilty verdict. The juror observed that Ryan made no reaction when autopsy photos were shown in court, implying that his lack of emotional response influenced the perception of his guilt. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Lisa Maria Caiza was born in 1994 to a large family, including 8 siblings. It was a large but not particularly prosperous family. Parents were preoccupied with their own problems and did not express love and care for their children. Furthermore, rumors circulated that abuse and violence were common in the family. The story unfolded in 2020, at a time when the entire world was preoccupied with the fight against COVID-19. In one corner of Ecuador, quietly and unnoticed, truly terrible events were taking place in the small parish of Paifo, on the northeastern outskirts of Quito. The tragic story's protagonist is Lisa Maria Caiza, a woman with an enigmatic gaze whose life became a true Ecuadorian nightmare. On the unfortunate Tuesday, October 27, 2020, Lisa sent several messages to her children's father, David. They were depressing words because their paths with David had already nearly parted. Along these lines, she confessed her love for him as well as her unexpected pregnancy. However, in subsequent messages, Lisa stated that life was losing meaning for her and that the decision to terminate the pregnancy was unavoidable. Throughout the night, Lisa begged David to come to her, but his refusal was firm. His parents also urged him to stay at home, and David followed their advice. In the early morning hours of October 28th, Lisa's neighbors heard a faint cry for help. When they looked out the window, they noticed a woman lying on the floor, clearly vomiting. The neighbors rushed to help her right away, calling emergency services. When doctors and police arrived, they discovered Lissa in critical condition but still alive. She was admitted to the hospital right away after receiving first aid. Her children, a 5-year-old girl and a 9-year-old boy, were discovered unconscious inside the house. The doctors couldn't help them. Their tiny hearts had stopped beating by that point. Authorities discovered the identity of the children's father and contacted David Acosta, who, upon learning of the tragedy, arrived on the scene with his father. He learned that Lissa was in the hospital and that his children had died. After several days of fighting for her life in the hospital, Lissa regained consciousness. By that point, the investigators had presented the prosecutor's office with enough compelling evidence to issue an arrest warrant for this mysterious woman. When she was released from the hospital, she was immediately taken to a social rehabilitation center. The authorities insisted that Lissa undergo a psychological and psychiatric evaluation, as her mental state necessitated additional investigation as part of the upcoming trial. Lissa ended up in a rehabilitation center, where doctors and psychologists resumed their work after speaking with a criminal psychologist. Lissa spoke openly about her difficult childhood, in which her parents fought and abused each other and their children. Her childhood had a significant impact on her mental state and moments of conflict, and her parents' divorce became ingrained in her memory. Such a childhood forced Lissa to work from the age of 11, be able to study. The girl aimed to break free from her dysfunctional family and create a new future for herself. The expert report also stated that Lissa was abused. She described how, after several years of marriage, her husband, David, changed drastically. He began to humiliate his spouse before raising his hand against her. On the day of the children's tragedy, investigators on the scene discovered several glasses with liquid residue on the table. These findings later revealed traces of one of the children's epilepsy pills, as well as other chemicals that needed to be identified. After noticing a strange odor in the kitchen, police officers thoroughly searched the house and discovered a suspicious area beneath the utility room. They broke down the barrier and discovered a lifeless body wrapped in a blanket, with telltale signs of being there for a long time. Later, further investigation revealed that the discovered body belonged to Jaime Anchaquino, a 28-year-old who had communicated with Lissa. According to Rosa Santiagueno, Jamie's family reported him missing days prior to the gruesome discovery. James' sister. He was last seen on October 18. Rosa told investigators that after her brother disappeared, Lissa called several times to inquire about him. Lissa claimed to have received a text message from James, in which he described how some illegal substance traffickers were holding him hostage and demanding a ransom of $8,000. She strongly advised James' family not to contact the police. It became a focal point in a complex investigation that required detectives to not only solve the tragedy, but also determine whether there were any other hidden victims in the story. During her interrogation, Lissa stated that she met Jaime Anchaquino in 2020 while working at a cookie factory. He'd become nothing more than a friend, she claimed. Lissa wanted to return to her husband, who was allegedly planning to blackmail James for money. David told his wife that if she didn't help him, he would divorce her. Later, David handed Lissa a white powder and instructed her to place it in Jamie's food. Once the task was completed, James fell asleep and never awoke, realizing what had happened. Lissa tried desperately to reclaim her husband, but she was unsuccessful, so she swallowed the same poison and gave it to her children. However, it did not have the expected effect on her, and Lissa turned to her neighbors for assistance, hoping to save herself from the same horror that had struck her children. Following her testimony, investigators launched an investigation, but no evidence of David's involvement in the events was discovered. Nobody close to the couple could have predicted that Lissa, Maria, and David Acosta's fate would lead them through such a harrowing experience. When they met, Lissa was 16 years old and still in high school. She was a dreamy, romantic girl, whereas David was a strong, determined young man. Soon, their friendship turned into strong feelings, resulting in Lissa's unexpected pregnancy. Although the young people's families did not approve of their relationship, David's parents were always supportive of their son and welcomed Lissa into their family during difficult times. David's family became a true supporter of the young couple, inviting Lissa to live with them. They made every effort to ensure she completed high school. When Lissa turned 18, the lovers married. 2 years later, the young family awaited the arrival of their second child, a little daughter. David's parents decided to provide the young couple with their own home. They gave Lissa and David their own apartment, which became a haven for the family, but the couple's relationship deteriorated over time. It was obvious that both spouses had sinned by cheating, resulting in mistrust and disappointment. Boundless love, which appeared unshakable, began to wane. To make matters worse, Lissa complained of psychological abuse from David, prompting her to seek assistance from the police. She eventually obtained a protective order, and David was forced to leave the family home. At this point, Lissa began to use her position to blackmail David, demanding money for the right to see their joint children. The beginning of September 2020 brought Lissa an unexpected challenge that drastically altered her daily routine. The young mother discovered that her oldest son was having seizures and, in desperation, went to Baca Ortiz Hospital's emergency room. After stabilizing the baby's condition, the doctors decided to run a battery of tests, which revealed a focal form of epilepsy, a serious disease that affects a specific part of the brain. The doctors urged Lissa to have more tests, including MRI scans, and to see specialists as soon as possible. However, the mother, seemingly ignoring the gravity of the situation, chose not to follow these recommendations. A month later, the scenario was repeated. Lissa was back in the emergency room, this time with her son, who was experiencing similar symptoms. After reviewing the boy's medical history, the doctors discovered that the mother had failed to follow the prescriptions given to her previously. No tests had been performed, no consultations with specialists had occurred, and it appears that the son did not receive the necessary treatment. The doctors concerned about the child's well-being reminded Lissa of the importance of following medical advice. They warned her that ignoring the doctor's advice could result in legal ramifications, as she could endanger her son's health and well-being. However, this time, Lissa ignored the doctor's warning. A few weeks after learning of her son's illness, she decided to call David. The serious tone in her voice concerned David. She told him that a social worker would be visiting her shortly to discuss their son's diagnosis and retirement. David arrived for his appointment, but the social worker had already left. To make the wait more enjoyable, Lissa offered him a drink. However, as David drank the drink, he suddenly felt ill. His condition was deteriorating, and the social worker had not arrived, so David decided to go home and get something to relieve his discomfort. The following morning, David awoke in a terrible state. He could hardly speak because his tongue was numb. Every step was uncomfortable, and his eyes hurt. His parents insisted on calling the ambulance. David was transported to the hospital, where he spent several days. Tests revealed the presence of a psychoactive substance in his system, but since he had not used anything of the sort, David began to wonder how this could have happened. He eventually speculated that someone had deliberately slipped him something in a public place. David was grateful for his life and realized that what had happened could have been far worse. In early October 2020, Lissa decided to hire a nanny for her kids. Her cousin Patricia recommended her friend Bertha, a responsible 48-year-old woman, seeking employment. Bertha visited the young mother's home on Monday, October 5th. Lissa urged her to take a pill that she claimed helped prevent infection with the COVID-19 virus, which was at its peak at the time, claiming that it was a highly effective natural cure. Lissa persuaded Bertha to take the medication and enter the house. They sat down to discuss the babysitter's childcare responsibilities. Bertha started feeling sick a few minutes later. She felt a headache, her stomach became upset, and she eventually vomited. Patricia arrived shortly afterwards. She'd called her cousin several times, but Lissa did not answer. Alerting Patricia, she decided to investigate what had happened and went straight to her house. When she entered, Bertha was already fainting on the couch. Lissa told her cousin about what had happened and expressed concern when she realized she hadn't called an ambulance yet. Patricia immediately did so. After a while, doctors arrived and admitted Bertha to the hospital. The victim's condition has stabilized. Doctors diagnosed poisoning with a toxic substance, which frequently occurs when taking various medications. Doctors determined that Bertha was unable to tolerate a component of the COVID-19 pill composition. Marcus Cantor, Lissa's former friend, died of poisoning in June of the same year, just a few months before this tragedy. At the time, the cause of his death went unnoticed, but now, with all of these strange circumstances, Mark's case required extra attention. Investigators searched the deceased's home and discovered Lissa's fingerprints on the glasses used the night before Mark died. This fact provided additional evidence to the investigation, pointing to Lissa's potential involvement in the incident. However, a new accusation was made against Lissa. Her own family filed a shocking report with the police. It turns out that on September 2nd, the family had a family gathering, and Lissa offered to let everyone taste a drink she had made. The young woman's 7 brothers and sisters, as well as their parents, drank the unknown drink and became ill almost immediately. Fortunately, no one died, but the 56-year-old mother experienced a stroke. Lissa's father claimed that while the relatives sought medical attention, his daughter stole $1,300 from the house. The investigation now includes not only crimes against children and a former boyfriend, but also an incident that endangers the lives and health of her own family. That wasn't the only strange event that investigators encountered. In May of that year, Jose Luis Arazo, Lissa's friend, was discovered dead in his home. Jose had vanished unexpectedly a few days prior, and neighbors quickly detected a rotting odor, prompting them to contact the authorities. An examination of the body initially revealed nothing suspicious and was diagnosed as a heart attack, but one of Josie's sisters suspected something strange and concealed a bottle of alcohol discovered in the refrigerator. In addition, Josie's family discovered that some items were missing from the home. It turned out that Lissa and Jose were friends, and when the man died, the alleged murderer called his relatives and sounded distraught. She stated that Josie owed her a large sum of money and that she needed to contact his family to repay the debt. This cunning plan failed, and Lissa called Josie's family again shortly after, changing her voice to conceal her identity and identifying herself as Josie's friend. She claimed she was pregnant by him and had to file for child support. Although Josie's family did not believe the stories, Lissa was not about to give up and made a third attempt to deceive them. She claimed to know who was responsible for Josie's death and offered to meet to discuss the details. If she hadn't been arrested on charges of murdering her own children and James, the list of victims might have been longer. When the media reported Lissa's arrest after poisoning 3 people, Josie's relatives understood. They immediately reported their suspicions to the authorities, and Josie's body was exhumed for forensic examination to determine his true cause of death. The relatives weren't mistaken. Traces of poison were discovered in the deceased's remains on December 22, 2020. Lissa Maria Caiza and James Santiagueno faced a hearing for the murder of their 2 children, whose identities and photos were kept private. Due to COVID-19 virus spread restrictions, the trial was conducted virtually. Lissa had contacted us from a social rehabilitation center. According to the prosecutor's statement, Lissa administered a toxic mixture of insecticides and anti-epileptic drugs to her children. During interrogations, she claimed that she had become desperate and was unable to leave her children with her husband David, who did not care for them. In fact, she admitted she wished they were dead. At the conclusion of the hearing, the judge granted the defendant a court pass and ordered her remanded in custody pending trial. The children's trial resumed in 2021. At the Pichincha Provincial Court, the prosecutor presented a collection of evidence to prove Lissa's guilt. Among them were statements by David, who revealed the contents of messages sent to the wife on the eve of the tragedy. In one of the messages, she stated that she would take what belonged to her. Referring to the children, she stated that she had no idea where her children and herself would go, heaven or hell, but she now felt as if she was in hell. Lissa went on to say that she doesn't expect her husband to forgive her because she knows he hated her before and will hate her even more after this. David also discussed his unstable relationship with his wife. During the hearing, the defendant's reconstructed testimony was presented, claiming that she took 2 pills that day, called for help, and then passed out. According to the prosecutor's office's reconstruction, the daughter died while still in bed, and her older brother attempted a few steps to call for help before falling and dying. The forensic medical examination yielded an extremely clear conclusion. The children died as a result of a planned crime. The deaths were caused by pulmonary edema, induced suffocation, and intoxication from a combination of epilepsy medication and other unspecified substances, most likely insecticides and disinfectants. The prosecution also charged Lissa with the death of Jaime Santiagueno, whose body was discovered bricked up in the kitchen. The perpetrator was also accused of attempting to murder David and members of her own family. The hearing addressed Lissa's irresponsible attitude toward her son's health after he was diagnosed with localized epilepsy. The mother disregarded instructions for additional tests and follow-up examinations, and when the boy was hospitalized again, his condition was worsened by her own mother's negligence. Medical professionals' warnings did not change her attitude toward her son's treatment, which resulted in a threat to terminate her parental rights. Lissa's mental health evaluations revealed that she is extremely emotional and environmentally dependent. She sought constant attention and understanding from others and became extremely anxious when events did not go as planned. She also had a tendency to self-harm. She tried to say goodbye to her life at least 3 times, but failed each time. Witnesses described her as insecure, attachment-seeking, with schizoid and erratic behavior. The psychological analysis also revealed that on the day of the tragic events, Lissa acted with complete awareness of her actions. After a 10-month trial, Lisa Maria Caiza was found guilty of the crime against her children. The Pichincha Provincial Court sentenced her to 34 years and 8 months in prison. In addition, she was ordered to compensate David for more than $20,000. The press reported that Lissa remained calm throughout the proceedings, expressing emotion only when her children were mentioned. The Jaime Yanchacueno murder investigation, which began in August 2021, appeared to be unfinished. New information was revealed during the court hearings. Lissa admitted giving her friend a white substance mixed with alcohol, but said she got it from David. However, the investigation revealed otherwise. According to a psychiatrist who interviewed Lissa, she did not intend to end James' life. She wanted to intimidate his family so that she could extort money. She demanded $8,000 in ransom. Experts described the plan as disorganized, which ultimately led to the crime. Furthermore, forensic tests revealed that things were not as simple as they appeared. James was discovered to have poison in his system, and the cause of death was strangulation. The body was discovered with a shattered rib cage and wire around the neck. Lissa claimed that after her friend died, she decided to bury him in a back room and cement him inside the store. The owner's testimony confirmed that Lissa purchased building materials during the time of James' disappearance. Following the parties' arguments, the prosecutor's office requested a new trial for April 2022. At that trial, an additional charge of extortion was brought. Lissa called James' relatives and claimed he was being held by gangsters, demanding $8,000 for his release. The defense cited a lack of conclusive evidence that Lissa was involved in James' murder. Nonetheless, she was found guilty and sentenced to 22 years in prison and $5,000 in restitution to the victim's mother. While James' trial was underway, the investigation into Lissa's alleged victims, Marcos Canto and Jose Luis Cerezo, was nearly completed. Marcos Canto was 48 years old, and tests performed after his death revealed traces of the substance Lissa had given to her children. In addition, Mark was diagnosed with severe stomach inflammation. According to the family's lawyer, Lissa met Mark, offered him a beer, and then poisoned the drink. Authorities were given a glass with Lissa and Mark's fingerprints, as well as a swab containing the woman's DNA. The murder was allegedly motivated by jealousy and money. It is also known that Lissa had asked Mark for financial assistance, and there is evidence that he loaned her at least $120. Mark became Lissa's first known victim. The outcome of this case, as well as Jose Luis Cerezo's, remains unknown. They may not have been reported in the press, and the investigation may not have progressed to the point of being formally charged and tried. Lissa Maria was only 26 years old when she committed her brutal crimes. Her high-profile criminal case has become one of Ecuador's most horrific and disturbing in recent years. Dona Venado became well known across the country as a result of her crimes. Lissa Maria is regarded as a serial killer in Ecuador. Her victims have endured excruciating pain, as have their relatives. The charges include 5 murders and 9 attempted murders, according to Ecuadorian law. The maximum sentence she could receive is 40 years in prison. This means Lissa could be released when she reaches 70 years old. It is still unclear what drove Dona Venado to commit such heinous crimes. Was her act motivated by resentment over not receiving what she expected in life? Many speculate that the motivation was money, and in David's case, Lissa acted out of a desire for vengeance, resulting in the tragedy with her children. The most horrifying aspect of this story is not only the number of victims left in Dona Venado's path, but also the fate of 2 innocent children who could not have imagined that their mother, who gave them life, would take it away so absurdly and cruelly? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Friday, June 9, 2017, Yingjing Zhang, a 26-year-old from Nanping, China, was on his way to meet with the manager of an apartment complex to inspect a prospective residence. Having recently relocated to the United States in April 2017 to pursue further education, this marked a significant transition for Yingjing Zhang. She had never been to the United States or traveled outside of China before. In her home country, she lived with her parents and younger brother, and she meticulously planned her life, including an engagement and plans for an October 2017 wedding when she returned to China. Yang Yingjing's trip to the United States was inspired by an invitation from the University of Illinois, where she had previously earned a degree in China. The university invited her to visit as a scholar to continue her crop science research, with a focus on photosynthesis in soybeans and corn. Her long-term goals included earning a doctorate and returning to China to teach. Yang Ying moved into an on-campus apartment at the University of Illinois and lived independently at first. However, she planned to move to a different apartment on the opposite side of campus in order to get a lower rent and possibly find a roommate. The timing for apartment hunting was ideal, as many students were in the process of relocating, with some having finished their classes and others returning home for the summer vacation. As a result, by June 9, only a few students remained on campus. Yingjing Zhang spent the morning working before returning to her apartment for lunch. She had planned to meet with Ron Treadstone, the marketing manager for the One North apartment block, around 1:30 p.m. to secure a new residence. Yingjing Zhang texted Ron Treadstone about a delay and said she'd meet him at 2:10 p.m. 5 minutes later, she left her apartment and boarded the Tuline Miti bus. Because she did not drive, she chose to take the bus from the south to the north side of campus. The bus route took her from the orchard to her on-campus residence at Springfield and Matthew Streets. Yingjing Zhang disembarked there with the intention of connecting to the 22 Limited, which would take her to the north. However, when she got off the bus, she found herself on the north side of Springfield rather than the south side, where the connecting bus was located. Consequently, she missed the connection. Even though I waved and ran after the bus, it did not stop. She chased it to the next block, but her efforts were futile. Yingjing Zhang then proceeded to the next bus stop, Clark and Goodwin Avenue, to wait for the next bus. At 2:10 p.m., Ron Treadstone waited for Yingjing Zhang, but she did not arrive. Concerned, he tried to contact her but got no response. Later that day, her professors attempted to locate her without success. Eventually, Professor Guan reported Yingjing Zhang as missing to the police. Following the last sighting of hangings on campus, police collected CCTV footage from the surrounding area. The video shows Yang Yang running after the bus and later waiting at the bus stop. However, before she could board the bus, she got into a black Saturn Astra that had pulled up alongside her. The driver's identity remained unknown, as the license plate number was not visible in the footage. However, investigators discovered that only 26 cars of that specific model were registered in Champaign County, and only 18 of those were hatchbacks, which matched the car scene captured on Cox TV. This reduced the number of people the police could track down the following Monday. 3 days after Yang Ying's last known appearance, police began contacting the owners of the identified vehicles. One of the people they interviewed was Brent Allen Christensen, a 29-year-old who lived with his wife, Michelle Zickerman. Brent had previously attended the University of Wisconsin at Stevens Point and the University of Wisconsin at Madison before being admitted to the University of Illinois' doctoral program in physics. During questioning, Brent informed the police that his wife was away on the weekend of June 9 when asked about his whereabouts between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. and 3 p.m. on that Friday. He claimed he could not remember. Brent willingly gave the police permission to search his car and apartment, which yielded nothing. The police ended their search and left. As the FBI and local police intensified their search for Yingjing Zhang, a critical discovery was made while reviewing CCTV footage from the incident. They discovered a flaw in the front hubcap of a black Saturn Astra that matched the description of Brent's car, which they also remembered having a sunroof. Acting on this information, they obtained a warrant on Wednesday, June 14th, and seized Brent's vehicle and computer. Brent volunteered to accompany them to the police station as part of the investigation. During questioning at the station, Brent initially claimed to have spent the entire day playing video games on that particular Friday. However, the FBI confronted him with evidence indicating that he had picked up a girl. Brent's demeanor changed visibly, and he began shaking. He then admitted that he may have confused the days, but insisted that if he did pick up a girl, it wasn't Yang Zhang. According to Brent, the girl he gave a ride to appeared distressed, spoke in broken English, and asked for transportation to a location a few blocks north of where they were. Brent claimed that after making a wrong turn, the girl panicked and exited the car, and he had no idea where she was afterwards. A search of Brent's apartment uncovered 3 stains on his mattress, and further investigation with luminol revealed an additional stain on a baseball bat. These items were sent for DNA testing, which revealed that, despite her marriage to Michelle Brent, she had a girlfriend named Tara Bullis. Law enforcement asked Tara to record Brent, and based on that recording and the evidence gathered during the apartment search, Brent was charged with kidnapping, which resulted in Yang Jiying's death, as well as making false statements to the FBI. Despite the FBI's belief that Yang Zhang had to meet her fate, her remains remained undiscovered at the time, until December 2016. The prosecution portrayed Brent as a highly intelligent and accomplished individual. When they argued, he began living a double life. According to their argument, Brent developed an unsettling obsession with serial killers, particularly Ted Bundy, around that time. They specifically mentioned his interest in the novel American Psycho, which features a protagonist who lives a double life as a serial killer. The prosecution claimed that Brent's descent into criminal planning began in the spring of 2017. They presented evidence from his phone searches, which included queries about serial killers and downloads of images of women in bondage. Brent was discovered to have visited websites about kidnapping, abduction, and consensual abductions. The prosecution claims that by June 9, Brent's marriage had completely disintegrated. He had abandoned his doctoral studies and was struggling with heavy drinking and prescription drug use. The jury was informed about his troubled marriage, which led Brent and Michelle to opt for an open relationship, with each having their own romantic interests. In March 2017, Brent sought counseling for the dissolution of his marriage. During this session, he admitted to having dark and troubling thoughts, including plans to abduct and kill someone. While acknowledging that these thoughts were more like plans, he claimed to have moved on from them. The prosecution argued that Brad's story about overcoming his dark thoughts was fabricated. Instead, they claimed that on June 9, he actively pursued making his fantasies a reality. According to their case, Michael left her apartment early that morning to spend the weekend with her boyfriend, providing an opportunity for Brent to carry out his plans. Before 8 a.m., Brent stopped by the Schnucks grocery store near his apartment and bought a bottle of Admiral Nelson spiced rum. Around 9:30 a.m., Brent approaches Emily Hogan, a graduate student, near a campus bus stop. He claimed to be an undercover cop, showed her his badge, and asked her to answer a few questions. When he asked her to get into his car, she declined because she felt suspicious. Emily reported the incident to the police and issued a warning on Facebook, warning other students to be wary of a man impersonating a police officer. Or later, at 1:30 p.m., Brendan drove around campus once more. I saw Yinjing Zhang running after the bus while driving in the opposite direction. He turned around and pulled up alongside her at the bus stop, yanking Zhang into the car, and she was never seen again. Notably, Yang Yingjing's phone was disabled at 2:28 p.m., highlighting the gravity of the situation. The court heard chilling details as Brent recounted the horrifying events surrounding his disappearance, while being recorded by his girlfriend Tara during a memorial walk for Yinjing Zhang on June 29. Despite being questioned by authorities after Yinjing Zhang was reported missing, Brent attended the memorial walk in terror and unintentionally shared the shocking account during their conversation. In the recorded conversation, Brent described Yang Ying's fierce struggle for her life, describing her refusal to surrender as valiant and almost supernatural. He went on to describe the horrific sequence of events, revealing that he kidnapped Yinjing Zhang, bowed her hands, and led her to his apartment and bedroom, where he sexually assaulted her. Disturbingly, he described how he became bored with the initial actions and strangled her for an agonizing 10 minutes. Brent went on to explain that he used a baseball bat to deliver a devastating blow to Yang Ying's head, striking her as hard as he could. He then carried her into the bathroom and placed her in the bathtub. In a grisly turn of events, Brent revealed that he stabbed Yingjing Zhang, who attempted to defend herself by grasping the knife. He killed her with the same knife. The court proceedings revealed more disturbing details, including the fact that Brent meticulously cleaned the apartment after committing the heinous act against Yingjing Zhang. On Sunday, June 11th, he purchased cleaning supplies such as Drano and Swiffer pads in an attempt to erase any traces of the crime. He disposed of her hanging belongings, including her clothes and backpack, and continued to tell Tara that she was missing and would never be found. In the recorded conversation, Brent shockingly claimed that Yingjing Zhang was not his first victim, claiming that he started killing women at the age of 19 and that she was his 13th victim. However, despite police and FBI investigations, no evidence supporting Brent's claim of previous killings was discovered. Despite Brent's efforts to thoroughly clean the apartment, a forensic examination revealed traces of Yang blood on a variety of surfaces, including the mattress, baseball bat bed, baseboard drywall, and underneath the bedroom carpet. The prosecution urged the jury to convict Brent of seeking the death penalty. They claimed that his actions, combined with his revealed thoughts during counseling, the recorded conversation with Terror, and his activities on the website FetLife, where he detailed plans for abduction and assault, constituted a premeditated kidnapping. Notably, just 3 days before Yingjing Zhang went missing, Brent ordered a large green duffel bag from Amazon, and it was delivered to his apartment. The defense's argument revolved around the admission that Brent was responsible for Yingjing Zhang's death, which they stated clearly in their opening statement. However, they argued that the prosecution's case did not provide a complete picture of the events or Brent's mental state. Their goal was to present a more complete picture to the jury during the trial, emphasizing Brent's life was at stake and arguing against the death penalty. The defense focused on Brent's mental state, urging the jury to consider it during their deliberations. They informed the jury that Brent was heavily involved in alcohol and Vicodin use, and that he was dealing with dark thoughts. They emphasized his academic decline, which ranged from receiving top grades in the first 3 semesters of university to failing all subjects in the 4th. His personal life was in disarray, with his beloved wife Michelle filing for divorce after meeting someone else, Ryan Vela. During the trial, the defense revealed that Michelle was Brent's only confidant when they moved to Champaign. They revealed that Michelle had given Brent an ultimatum to stop drinking or face her departure. In response, Brent sought counseling right away, motivated by the prospect of losing his wife. During the counseling sessions, he admitted that alcohol and prohibited substances had a negative impact on his life, leading to negative thoughts about himself and others. The defense also mentioned Brent's participation in a counseling session on March 30, which resulted in a referral to a local addiction treatment center. During the trial, Brent's family and friends described him as a highly intelligent individual with a bright future. However, over the course of a few months, his life changed dramatically, and he frequently expressed feelings of failure. The defense emphasized his mental health issues. Although the mental illness defense was eventually dropped before the trial began, the defense made a passionate appeal to the jury, imploring them to recognize that the Yingjing murder, while unquestionably horrific, was only one tragic incident in Brent's otherwise bright and promising life. They asked the jury to spare his life. Although the jury convicted Brent of kidnapping and making false statements to the FBI, they were unable to reach a unanimous decision on the death penalty. As a result, he was sentenced to life in federal prison with no possibility of parole. The Yingjing family was deeply distressed by the circumstances surrounding the trial. Not only did they deal with the disappearance of their only daughter, who was brutally assaulted, raped, and murdered away from home, but the agony continued as her remains remained undiscovered. Her mother, Liang Yai, confronted Brent at a pre-trial hearing, demanding that he reveal what he had done to her daughter. However, Brent refused to share any information. Liang Yai found the emotional weight of the situation to be overwhelming, and she was unable to attend the trial on a regular basis. Following Brent's sentencing, as the family stood outside the court, Liang Yai struggled to stand unaided and needed assistance from a relative. The brutality inflicted on her daughter and their family had a huge toll, and the grief was palpable. All the Yingjing family wanted was to find her and bring her back to China. In November 2018, Brent admitted to putting hanging dismembered bodies in 3 garbage bags and dumping them in the dumpster outside his apartment. Unfortunately, the dumpster's contents were collected and transported to a landfill in Vermilion County. The sheer scale of the search makes it highly unlikely that her remains will ever be discovered. The area is approximately 50 yards wide and has at least 30 feet of garbage. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Jennifer Sabina. Why would a loving husband mutilate his wife? Many of us have heard about the severe psychological condition known as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but few have considered what lies behind those 3 words. The term refers to mental disorders that develop as a result of a single or repeated exposure to a severe traumatic event, violence, accidents, disasters, wars, and so on. This type of disorder is frequently found in military personnel who have been involved in combat and witnessed the deaths of others over an extended period of time. Even after returning home, they have difficulty adjusting to civilian life. According to a World Health Organization report, 1/3 of soldiers returning from conflict zones experience some level of PTSD. Tragically, their loved ones suffer as well, desperately attempting to assist them in overcoming the crisis and resuming their normal lives. The family of Benjamin Sabina, an Iraq War veteran, struggled with this issue for many years. Unfortunately, the disease proved insurmountable, and Jennifer Simon's case shook the peaceful town of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, with its brutality. Furthermore, this was the first time a police officer was killed in the line of duty in the town's history. Behind it all was a tragic story that lasted nearly a decade and resulted in the death of a young woman. Let's start at the beginning to make sense of the situation and see if there was any way to avoid such a dramatic denemia. Jennifer and Benjamin Sabina, before they met Jennifer Louise Sabina. Nate Miller was born in 1982 in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. She was the oldest of 2 children in her family and grew up with her younger brother Jacob, with whom she maintained a close relationship. When Jennifer started school, her parents decided to split up and file for divorce, after which her father moved to another state and stopped being involved in his children's lives. Her mother worked hard to provide for the children, but Jennifer was always her primary helper and supporter. She kept the house in order, cooked meals, and looked after her younger brother, while their mother worked tirelessly. Jennifer excelled in school and aspired to a career in law enforcement. Benjamin J. Sabina, also a Milwaukee native, was Jennifer's age and went to the same school. Despite the coincidence, they did not know each other personally. After graduating from high school, Benjamin joined the United States Marine Corps and served 2 tours in Iraq. He was honorably discharged in 2005 after suffering a severe concussion and numerous injuries to his body and limbs, which is how the couple met. While serving in Iraq, Benjamin signed up for Facebook, a new and rapidly growing social networking site. He searched for his hometown and came across the profile of Jennifer, a charming, smiling girl. After looking up her information, he discovered that they had attended the same high school, but he could not remember her. After some thought, Sabina decided to approach the attractive girl. He greeted her, informed her that he was currently serving in Iraq with the Marine Corps, and asked how she was doing. Jennifer did not respond immediately, but did write briefly that she was doing well. It was clear that she was not eager to communicate with a stranger, but the young man was not perplexed. Benjamin began writing to her every day, even when she did not respond. Gradually, he drew the beauty's attention, and they began to talk casually about various topics, remembering the school where they wanted to study together and trying to figure out why they hadn't met before. A mutual liking developed between them, and they even began planning a reunion when Benjamin could return home. Jennifer had graduated from the police academy, had received specialized training, and had successfully passed all of her exams before becoming a police officer in her hometown of Wauwatosa, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. It had been her dream job since high school, and she was extremely proud of it. Jennifer expressed her joy to a pen pal who sincerely congratulated her on her accomplishment, severe injury, and return home. Benjamin was expected to return home in November 2005. However, in February of that year, he and several of his comrades were targeted by mortar fire. Almost all of Benjamin's comrades were killed that day, and he miraculously survived, albeit severely wounded. His kneecap was almost shattered. His left arm was nearly severed by shrapnel and held together by a few tendons and a piece of skin, and he sustained shrapnel wounds to his chest and head, as well as a severe concussion. The Marine was transported to a military hospital, where he was carefully picked up piece by piece, and, once his condition stabilized, he was transferred to Germany for treatment and rehabilitation. His arm was saved. Although it had lost sensation and function, his knee was in far worse shape. Doctors were skeptical that Benjamin would be able to regain his footing. During this time, Jennifer, with whom he communicated on a daily basis, was extremely supportive and encouraging. She stated that she was constantly praying for his recovery, expecting a miracle and hoping for the best. The miracle occurred and Sabina gradually began to recover, eventually learning to walk. A few months later, the demobilized Marine was transferred to California, where his military unit was stationed. After completing the necessary paperwork, he returned to his hometown of Wauwatosa as a combat veteran, and among the disabled veterans were his parents and Jennifer, with whom he had grown close through correspondence. We were waiting for him. By then, Benjamin had resumed his rehabilitation program, which was producing positive results. The muscles in his damaged limbs recovered and strengthened, and he began to exercise, eventually being able to use his left arm normally and, contrary to the doctor's predictions, beginning to walk and run. When they first met Jennifer, they realized they didn't want to park for a day. The couple spent all of their time together discussing everything in the world, and it appeared that they had known each other their entire lives. A passionate romance blossomed between the two young people. Jennifer saw her lover as a hero, surrounded him with care, and supported him in everything. Benjamin was extremely grateful to her for this. And at the end of 2005, he offered to make her his lawful wife, which she gladly accepted. They registered their marriage right away and married on New Year's Eve of 2006. Severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The young man's time spent in war zones left him with not only scars, but also deep psychological trauma. Benjamin suffered from complex post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which included all of the typical symptoms such as nightmares, increased anxiety, psychotic experiences known as flashbacks, depression, and suicidal ideation. For the former Marine, any loud noises, popping fireworks, or even the sound of a passing airplane could trigger memories of his horrific experiences. He regularly underwent therapy and worked with specialists, and there were times when the disorder receded so much that his loved ones assumed he had returned to normal life, but this was a false impression. According to Benjamin's own account, during the war, he witnessed the deaths of at least 50 of his comrades, many of whom were close to him, and their loss caused him personal grief. Jennifer and Ben went to church together, and the man sought help for his psychological problems. A variety of therapeutic approaches, both medical and spiritual, proved effective. Recovery seemed imminent, but some symptoms appeared to have become chronic. Jennifer and Benjamin were still young, full of optimism and plans. They decided to postpone having children until his condition had stabilized. The couple believed they had their entire lives ahead of them, and that there was still time for everything. However, 7 years after the wedding, Benjamin's condition had not improved. He continued to suffer from nightmares, panic attacks, and suicidal ideation. Furthermore, due to his injuries and disorders, the former Marine was not only forced to end his military career, but he was also unable to obtain another prestigious and promising position. Warning signs emerged in 2012, 7 years into rehab, when Benjamin's progress began to deteriorate rapidly. Jennifer told her best friend Linda in October that her husband had acquired a gun, which he rarely let go of and even slept with under his pillow. He would frequently wake up at night with nightmares, screaming, grabbing the gun, unable to recognize his surroundings, and feeling as if he was still at war, surrounded by enemies. At times like this, his wife would do her best to calm him down and return him to reality. These nightmares became regular, and the doctor's sedatives did little to help. Furthermore, Benjamin began to have thoughts about voluntarily ending his life, which he discussed with his wife. In an effort to reassure him, she told him that he couldn't live without him and that she would accompany him in his care. By then, Both spouses were in their 30s. Jennifer had a promising job, was well regarded at work, had many friends, and was adored by those around her. Benjamin received only a government-appointed disability pension. He only socialized with close relatives and parishioners as the couple went to church on a regular basis. He had almost no friends because people avoided and feared him due to his strange behavior and occasional bouts of aggression. Benjamin was most likely dealing with PTSD and depression, as well as an impending midlife crisis. Everyone around him seemed to be moving forward, striving for and achieving something, except himself. Even his wife's care and support began to appear as a mockery to him, and he was plagued by feelings of guilt and shame for his own inferiority. Jennifer was transferred to the night shift in early December 2012, and she now patrols Wauwatosa's streets from dusk to dawn, keeping order. She was very concerned because her husband would be alone at night, and if he had another nightmare or memory, there would be no one to help him, as the 7th wedding anniversary approached. Jennifer was considering taking a vacation, possibly to the ocean for a change of scenery and relaxation. On December 17, she shared her plans with a colleague, but they were not meant to be realized. Because a week later, there was a terrible tragedy that claimed the life of a young woman in a peaceful town. On the evening of December 23, 2012, Jennifer began working the night shift shortly before Christmas. Throughout her shift, she texted her husband, concerned about his condition. Jennifer's messages stopped around dawn, though her husband continued to text her, asking if everything was okay. At 5 a.m., the dispatcher attempted to contact Jennifer several times. However, when the patrolman did not respond, he decided to locate Jennifer's squad car, which was discovered at the city's fire station, only 5 minutes away from the police department. Patrol officers frequently stopped by here to eat or write a report at the end of their shifts. However, the officer remained unresponsive, which raised serious concerns because it had never happened before. Another officer was dispatched from the station to the fire station, where he made a horrifying discovery. Jennifer's squad car was parked at the back door of the building, just a few feet away, right near the exit. Jennifer lay dead on the snow-covered pavement in a pool of blood. She had multiple gunshot wounds to the head from close range, and her face was almost unrecognizable. The officer immediately reported the incident to the station, which dispatched an investigation team and a medical team to the scene. Thus, on the night before Christmas, Officer Jennifer Sabina became the first police officer in the quiet town's history to be killed in the line of duty. Around 6:30 a.m., a suspicious widower named Benjamin called the police station to inquire about his wife's well-being and why her phone was not answering. He was told that there had been an incident with Jennifer, but was not given any details, and he was instructed to report to the station immediately. He showed up less than half an hour later, looking anxious. Strangely, no questions were asked. Benjamin did not attempt to find out what had happened to his wife, whether she was hurt or still alive. He answered a few standard questions, including what happened the night before and where he went while his wife was on duty. According to Benjamin, after his wife left, he went to the store briefly before spending the remainder of the evening and night at home playing video games and texting Jennifer until she stopped responding. In the morning, he called the station and was told to come in. He was not charged at the time, but he did question standard procedure. However, the police discovered fresh abrasions and dried blood on his hands. In response, Benjamin stated that he suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder and that pain frequently helps him regain consciousness. When the former Marine learned that his wife had been fatally wounded, he had a serious breakdown. He jumped up and yelled that it couldn't be true. He knocked over a table and began pounding his fists against the wall. It took several strong officers to subdue and calm the emotionally charged widower case investigation. At the crime scene, in the fresh snowfall, there was only one set of footprints going from the tire tracks to the fire station's back door and back. This indicated that the perpetrator was alone, based on the size of the footprints. The adult male ballistics analysis produced even more intriguing results. 5 bullets were fired by the officer from 2 different weapons: a 9mm handgun and Jennifer's service weapon, which the perpetrator had taken with him. All of the bullets were pointed at the head, 2 in the back and 3 in the face, implying personal animosity, deep hostility, or a desire for vengeance. However, the young woman did not have any enemies. Everyone who knew her personally adored and respected her, speaking of her only positively. On the same day, Video from all of the street surveillance cameras leading to the fire station was requested. It turned out that there were almost no cars on the small town's roads in the early morning. However, around 4 a.m., a black Toyota Prius with tinted windows and black rims approached the fire station. The car vanished from camera view at some point, but a short time later, it was seen driving in the opposite direction, heading directly home. It is worth noting that Benjamin arrived at the police station that morning in the same car for questioning, removing all doubt that he was immediately pursued, arrested as the prime suspect, and his home was thoroughly searched. The first thing that investigators noticed were the holes in the living room wall. The drywall had been punctured, apparently by fifth, and bloodstains were visible around the edges. It was clear that this was where Benjamin had acquired the abrasions on his hands, and it had occurred no later than the night before. The couple left messages for each other on the refrigerator door using colorful sticky notes. Jennifer's notes exuded love and care, whereas her husband's were either dry in one word or so insincere that they read like quotes from romance novels. A shell casing from a 9mm pistol was discovered in one of the dresser drawers, and the weapon was soon discovered in the bedroom, on the side of her husband's bed. The police spent a long time looking for Jennifer's stolen service weapon, but it was eventually discovered in a ventilation duct under the ceiling. Forensics confirmed that it was the same weapon used to shoot Jennifer Benjamin's version. After his arrest, Benjamin initially stuck to his original statement, claiming that he had not left the house and denying any involvement in his wife's death, insisting that he loved her and could not have hurt her. However, when confronted with irrefutable evidence of his guilt, he began to sob and testify. He revealed that he had suffered from various forms of post-traumatic stress disorder for years after returning from the war zone. He was unable to be helped by his wife's love and care, his church, or experienced doctors. He recently began to consider voluntarily ending his life, which he shared with his wife. She continued to discourage him, claiming that she couldn't live without him and would follow him. It is claimed that Ben chose to dispose of his lover out of mercy. He reasoned that they were both religious individuals, and if Jennifer committed suicide, it would be a serious sin, condemning her soul to eternal punishment. So he decided to spare his beloved from eternal agony and bear the entire burden by ending her life and then his own. Benjamin knew that his wife, like her co-workers, came to the firehouse at the end of her shift to write a report. He watched her for days to make sure he knew exactly when and where she parked her car. That fateful evening, he arrived on time, about 15 minutes before his wife emerged. He waited for her at the door, then fired 2 shots to the head with a pistol he had brought from home. He then claimed that she turned around with her service weapon, which he had taken from her, and fired 3 more shots to the head. However, experts believe that the first 2 shots to the head were fatal, and she was unable to turn around or reach for the gun. Furthermore, the entry wounds revealed that the last 3 shots were fired into her body while she lay on the ground. Furthermore, it was unclear why Ben shot her 5 times in the head, severely disfiguring her face and necessitating a closed casket funeral, trial and sentencing. In the end, Benjamin pleaded guilty but blamed his actions on a severe mental disorder, claiming that he was unaware of his actions. As a result, a psychiatric evaluation was ordered, which revealed that despite having severe complex post-traumatic stress disorder, the man was fully aware of his actions. Furthermore, Sabina planned the crime in advance, attempted to cover his tracks and hide evidence, and continued to send messages to his now deceased wife's cell phone to avoid suspicion. Witnesses, including friends and co-workers of the deceased, testified that the husband was jealous of his wife's professional success and frequently took it out on her. In addition, Benjamin was insanely jealous of Jennifer's male co-workers. He believed that his wife could leave him at any time because she is surrounded by young, healthy men who do not suffer from the same physical and psychological problems as he did. His jealousy and suspicion, combined with his anxiety, drove her to despair. Sabina appeared in court in a wheelchair, his hands and feet bound due to his repeated attempts to harm himself. He entered a full guilty plea. Pride apologized to his mother-in-law and promised that if he could go back in time, he would never hurt the woman who loved him, and he loved him, and he loved.
Benjamin was convicted of first-degree premeditated murder in June 2013. Despite having serious mental health issues, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 35 years. Jennifer's mother stated in court that she had forgiven her son-in-law and left his fate in God's hands. The defendant's mother testified that her son returned from military service a completely different person, deeply distressed, physically and mentally broken. And finally, she and her daughter-in-law attempted desperately to assist him, but the darkness in his soul was overwhelming. In addition, Officer Jennifer Sevens' death sparked a heated debate about whether her name should be included on a Washington memorial honoring law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. Initially, the decision was made to exclude her name due to the circumstances surrounding her death. However, following widespread protests and collective petitions from Wisconsin residents, her name was eventually added to the memorial wall.
Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Christine Rossum was born on October 25, 1975, in Tennessee, USA, but grew up in California and Virginia because her father's job required them to relocate frequently. Christine had 2 siblings, and in her early teens, she attended an all-girls boarding school where she began to engage in behaviors such as drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Christine had started using methamphetamine when she was 17 years old in 1992. In 1994, she enrolled in a university, hoping to break free from illegal substance use. However, following a relapse, she dropped out and moved to San Diego. Her life changed in 1995. When she met Gregory DeVillers, she appeared to have overcome her problems with illegal substances and was on her way to starting a family. Kristen married Gregory in 1999 after graduating with honors from San Diego State University in 1998. She became a toxicologist and worked for the city's medical examiner's office. Despite initial difficulties, it appeared that Kristen had successfully turned her life around and was on a positive path. However, not all endings are happy. Christine Rossum, a 25-year-old woman, made a distress call to 911 at 9:22 p.m. on November 6, 2000, a Monday, from her home in San Diego, California, located in the United States. In her call, she reported that her 26-year-old husband, Gregory DeVillers, was not breathing and allegedly committed suicide. The emergency dispatcher instructed Kristen to perform CPR, but despite her efforts and the arrival of paramedics and police, Gregory was declared dead. Christine and Gregory had only been married for about 17 months. According to Kristen's statement to the police that evening, Gregory appeared drowsy, which he attributed to the effects of cold medication. Christine went on to say that she took a bath and came out to find Gregory lying on the bed, not breathing. Gregory was found on the bedroom floor, surrounded by scattered rose petals, which puzzled the police. A wedding photo was near his pillow, and Kristen's crumpled diary pages were strewn across the floor. Kristen claimed she had moved Gregory to the floor in order to perform CPR. The police compared the situation to a scene from the film American Beauty because of its peculiarities. When the paramedics first arrived, Christine informed them that her husband Gregory had not used drugs. However, she later changed her statement, stating that he may have consumed oxycodone. When they arrived at the hospital, Christine told a nurse she suspected Gregory had overdosed on oxycodone. The police investigated the possibility that Gregory's death was caused by an accidental overdose of cold medicines and oxycodone. In their conversations with Christine, they discovered that Gregory was distressed, indicating that their marriage appeared to be on the rocks. This led Christine to initially suggest to the police that he had committed suicide, and as an additional avenue of investigation, the scattered rose petals surrounding Gregory's body were remnants from a bouquet he had given her for her birthday on October 25. She believed that the use of these petals represented the end of their marriage, with one surviving rose serving as the source. Gregory's family, as well as others on the night his body was discovered, questioned the idea of suicide. On November 8, one of Kristen's co-workers, Russ Lowe, contacted the police, marking a significant turning point in the investigation. He revealed Kristen was having an extramarital affair with her manager, altering the course of the police investigation. Gregory and I met in 1995 and got married in 1999. Kristen, who had previously struggled with methamphetamine abuse, changed her life with Gregory's help and graduated with honors in biochemistry. In March 2000, she was hired as a toxic ecologist at the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office. Meanwhile, Gregory pursued a career in biotechnology. Kristen began working at the OME. Michael Robertson, an Australian citizen, took over as forensic laboratory manager, succeeding Russ Loa. Russ, who'd been serving as the acting laboratory manager, had been with the OME for a long time. The decision to appoint Michael to the permanent position rather than Russ created tension in the laboratory. The atmosphere became even more strained when it was revealed to employees that Kristen and Michael, both married, were having an extramarital affair. In October 2000, some employees expressed concern about the possibility of Kristen receiving preferential treatment. Kristen resumed her methamphetamine use a few months after the revelations. Police investigations revealed that on November 2, 2000, just 4 days before Gregory was discovered dead, he confronted Kristen about her use of prohibited substances and his suspicions about her affair. Gregory insisted on her resignation from the OME, threatening to reveal her use of prohibited substances and the affair to her employer if she refused. Following Gregory's death, an autopsy was performed, which included toxicology tests. The medical examiner, Dr. Blackburn, determined that Gregory died of acute fentanyl intoxication. The toxicology results showed that Gregory's autopsy specimens contained extremely high levels of fentanyl, as well as smaller amounts of clonazepam and trace amounts of oxycodone. When asked about the source of the fentanyl, Kristen claimed ignorance. However, the police were aware that Kristen had access to fentanyl as a toxicologist. The police speculated that Kristen may have secretly administered the fentanyl to Gregory, resulting in his poisoning. They developed a case based on medical and toxicological evidence. Kristen was charged with first-degree murder and pleaded not guilty. During the trial, Kristen's parents, Ralph Rossum and Claremont McKenna, mortgaged their home to secure her $1.25 million bail. However, their financial commitment prevented them from affording a private attorney. As a result, the court appointed a public defender to represent Kristen, and the prosecution claimed that Kristen murdered Gregory because he threatened to expose her use of illegal substances and affair with Michael Robertson to her employer. The prosecution claims Kristen poisoned Gregory with fentanyl, a potent synthetic opiate that is 80 times stronger than morphine. They speculated that she may have initially tried to harm him with clonazepam. But when that failed, she turned to fentanyl. The prosecution also claimed that Kristen staged the bedroom suicide by tearing pages from her diary and strategically placing petals and a wedding photo around Gregory's body. The court learned that Kristen, who has a degree in biochemistry, allegedly used her knowledge of prohibited substances and chemistry to carry out the poisoning. The prosecution claimed Kristen attempted to persuade her colleagues at the medical examiner's office, where she worked, that Gregory's death was a suicide. However, due to a conflict of interest, the case was transferred to another laboratory to conduct the toxicology tests, as the medical examiner's office is normally responsible for determining the cause of death in unusual cases. The prosecution described Kristen's activities on November 6 to the jury. She informed Gregory's employer of his absence and then went to work. Her co-workers reported that she was seen crying in Michael's office about an hour after arriving at work around 9 a.m. The apartment complex manager where Kristen and Gregory lived testified that she returned to her apartment at 12:10 p.m. He was seen rushing inside. Later, at 12:41 p.m., she went to a local grocery store and purchased a few items. In the hours leading up to Gregory's death, she called Michael several times. Rose petals were discovered around Gregory's body, which Kristen attributed to the lone surviving rose from the bouquet he gave her for her birthday. However, the police revealed the receipt, which showed Kristen purchased a single rose on the same day Gregory died. The court learned about Gregory's death and the elevated fentanyl levels found in the tested sample. Dr. Brian Blackburn, the medical examiner for San Diego County, who performed Gregory's autopsy, testified that Gregory had been dead for at least an hour before paramedics arrived. Dr. Blackburn told the court that Gregory had early bronchopneumonia, which occurs when normal breathing processes fail to eliminate accumulated secretions in the lungs due to unconsciousness or shallow breathing. Furthermore, Dr. Blackburn revealed that Gregory's bladder contained a large amount of urine. If Gregory had been conscious, he would have found this condition uncomfortable. As a result, Dr. Blackburn concluded that Gregory's breathing had been inadequate for 6 to 12 hours prior to his death. During his testimony, Dr. Blackboard clarified that the amount of clonazepam discovered in Gregory's blood did not constitute an overdose and was deemed non-fatal by medical standards. The court was told that the presence of fentanyl, particularly at such high levels, was uncommon, and the medical examiner's office rarely includes it in routine tests. However, due to a conflict of interest, the samples were sent to Pacific Toxicology, which performed fentanyl-specific tests. I support the prosecution. Dr. Theodore Stanley gave testimony. Dr. Stanley explained that fentanyl is a powerful and fast-acting pain reliever, emphasizing a serious side effect: the potential for respiratory failure, which causes a person to stop breathing. Dr. Stanley testified that the rate at which fentanyl takes effect is dependent on how it is administered. The peak effect occurs about 16 hours after applying a transdermal patch, 20 to 30 minutes after oral consumption, 15 to 20 minutes after intramuscular injection, and 5 minutes after intravenous injection. Dr. Stanley informed the court that fentanyl is typically not administered orally because the liver destroys approximately 65 of it, leaving only 35 in the bloodstream. However, when asked how fentanyl entered Gregory's body, neither Dr. Blackburn nor Dr. Stanley could provide a definitive answer. Dr. Stanley proposed that the Gregory system's varying concentration levels, combined with evidence of him being unconscious and breathing shallowly for an extended period of time prior to his death, indicated that fentanyl may have been administered to him multiple times. The prosecution, while unable to provide a definitive explanation for how Kristen poisoned Gregory, suggested that she may have applied fentanyl patches to his arm while he slept. The court was informed that following Gregory's death and the discovery of fentanyl use, the Office of the Medical Examiner performed an audit of its impounded drugs and drug standards. This audit discovered the disappearance of 15 fentanyl patches and 10 milligrams of fentanyl standard. Furthermore, the audit revealed that Kristen had logged into the fentanyl standard and was involved in all 3 cases where the missing fentanyl patches were impounded. The Office of the Medical Examiner also discovered unaccounted for quantities of methamphetamine, clonazepam, and OxyContin, a time-released form of oxycodone. The defense argued that Kristen was innocent. They admitted that fentanyl was the cause of Gregory's death. However, the defense claimed that he committed suicide due to depression caused by his marital problems. During the trial, Kristen testified for herself. She told the court that when she awoke on November 6, Gregory appeared disoriented. At 7:42 a.m., she notified his employer of his illness and absence from work. Kristen stated that she went to work and then returned home to check on Gregory. They ate lunch together after midday. According to Kristen's testimony, she inquired about Gregory's previous condition, and he admitted to taking some of her oxycodone and clonazepam. After lunch, he went back to bed, and she went back to work, leaving at 2:30 p.m. She returned to the apartment, met with Michael, and then returned around 5 p.m. She left again at 6:30 p.m. for errands. Kristen claimed she returned at 8 p.m. I took a bath. Kristen testified that she entered the bath believing Gregory was asleep, only to discover he was not breathing when she got out. At that point, she dialed 911. During cross-examination, the prosecutor characterized Kristen's account as bizarre. She admitted to previous lies, including those about her use of prohibited substances. The prosecutor emphasized that fentanyl, which is difficult to detect, was an ideal poison. Kristen, who was exposed to such substances through her work, was well aware of them. Despite Dr. Blackboard's testimony that the clonus levels in Gregory's blood were not fatal, the defense contended that the combination of oxycodone and clonazepam could have a synergistic effect, increasing their potency. However, this explanation did not answer the question of how fentanyl was consumed or why such high levels were found. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Kristen of first-degree murder and murder under special circumstances due to the use of poison. She was subsequently sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Kristen appealed her conviction. During the appeals court proceedings, it was revealed that her own defense team had made errors. Her lawyers admitted that, while they acknowledged fentanyl as the cause of death, they did not request testing for fentanyl metabolites in the autopsy samples. This test could have determined whether Gregory ingested fentanyl or if the presence of fentanyl in the samples was due to laboratory contamination after his death. If the fentanyl had only been found in the samples and not in Gregory's body, the prosecution's claim that fentanyl caused his death would have been false. The question is, how can fentanyl be present only in the samples? Is there a risk of laboratory contamination if the medical examiner's office sends the samples to a different lab for testing? The appeals court discovered that there was a break in the chain of evidence involving the samples. The appeals court discovered that the samples designated as specimens extracted from Gregory's body were stored in an unsealed cardboard box. The intended procedure was for immediate transportation to the sheriff's office, followed by transfer to an external laboratory. However, because the designated recipient was not available at the sheriff's office, the box containing the samples was kept in the medical examiner's office instead. Approximately 36 hours later, it was transported to the sheriff's crime lab. The central argument presented to the appeals court was that during this time period, when the samples were stored in the OMA, anyone with a key to the building could potentially access them. This raised the possibility that fentanyl had been added to the samples posthumously, casting doubt on the theory that fentanyl caused Gregory's death. Kristen contended that there was a motive to contaminate the samples and frame her for murder, citing personal relationships and tensions among OMI employees. Christine cited an incident on November 8, 2000, in which Michael, one of the individuals connected to the OMI, allegedly told a toxicologist at the OMI that he had examined a sample of Gregory's stomach contents. Kristen's trial lawyers made a mistake by failing to challenge the prosecution's claim that her husband died of a fentanyl overdose, according to a 3-judge panel of the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeal. They claimed that her legal team should have tested the autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites rather than accepting the prosecution's story. However, they did not overturn the conviction, but instead returned the case to federal court for a hearing to determine whether the defense error could have changed the trial outcome. Nonetheless, following a subsequent decision by the U.S. Supreme Court emphasizing federal court deference to state court decisions in such matters, the appeals court panel declined to order the hearing in Kristen's case. As a result, her appeal was denied, and she remains in prison. Michael Robertson, who was identified as a co-conspirator during Kristen's trial, returned to Australia and founded a forensics consulting firm. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more